non-esoteric, not esoteric, non-espionage, not relating to espionage, non-espousal, lack of espousal, failure to espouse something, non-essential, not required, not essential, non-essential amino acid. Those are the naturally occurring amino acids that the human body can synthesize for itself and so need not be provided by dietary protein. Non-essential amino acids. Plural of non-essential amino acid. Non-essentialism. The philosophy that opposes essentialism. Non-essentialist. Not essentialist. Non-essentialistic. Not essentialistic. Non-essentialists. Plural of non-essentialists. Non-essentialities. Plural of non-essentiality. Non-essentiality. The condition of being non-essential. Non-essentials. Plural of non-essential. Non-established. Not established. Non-establishment. Absence of establishment. Absence of established status. Non-ester. A substance that is not an ester. Non-esterifiable. Not esterifiable. Non-esterify. Alternative. Spelling of non-esterify. Non-esterified fatty acid. Alternative spelling of non-esterified fatty acid. Non-esterified fatty acids. Plural of non-esterified fatty acid. Non-esters. Plural of non-ester. Non-aesthetic. Alternative spelling of non-aesthetic. Non-estrogen. Not of or pertaining to estrogen. Non-estrogenic. Not estrogenic. Non-estuarine. Not estuarine. Non-as-such. A person or thing with no equal. Non-as-suches. Plural of non-as-such. Non-et. A composition for 9 instruments or 9 voices. Non-etch. Not etch. Non-eternal. Not eternal. Non-eternity. The quality of being eternal. Non-ethanol. Not ethanol. Nonetheless. Nevertheless. Non-ethereal. Not ethereal. Non-ethical. Not ethical. Not related to ethics. Non-ethically, in a manner that is not ethical. Non-ethnic, not ethnic. Non-ethnically, in a non-ethnic manner, not involving ethnicity. Non-ethnics, plural of non-ethnic. Non-ethnocentric, not ethnocentric. Non-ethnographic, not ethnographic. Non-ethnological, not ethnological. Non-ethixilated. Not ethixilated. Non-ethylated. Not ethylated. Non-ethylene. Not of or pertaining to ethylene. Non-etiolated. Not etiolated. Non-ideological. Not ideological. Non-et. Plural of non-et. Non-et. Alternative form of non-et. Non-ets. Plural of non-et. Non-eti. Plural of non-eto. Non-eto. Non-et. Non-etos. Plural of non-eto. Non-etymological. Not etymological. Non-Euclidean geometries. Plural of non-Euclidean geometry. Non-Euclidean geometry. alternative form of non-Euclidean geometry. Non-eugenic, not eugenic. Non-eugetic, not eugetic. Non-euphonious, not euphonious. Non-euro, not of or pertaining to the euro currency. Non-Eutherian. Not Eutherian. Non-Eutherians, plural of non-Eutherian. Non-evacuated, not evacuated, s. Non-evacuation, absence of evacuation, failure to evacuate. Non-evaluable, not evaluable. Non-evaluation, absence of evaluation, failure to evaluate something. Non-evaluations, plural of non-evaluation. Non-evaluative, not evaluative. Non-evanescent, not evanescent. Non-evangelical, not evangelical. Non-evangelicals, plural of non-evangelical. Non-evaporable, not evaporable. Non-evaporated, not having evaporated. Non-evaporating. Not evaporating. Non-evaporation, absence of evaporation, failure to evaporate. Non-evasion, lack of evasion, failure to evade. Non-evasive, not evasive. Evasive, non-even. Odd, not even. Non-event, an anticipated event that does not occur, or one that has a disappointing anticlimax. Non-eventful, not eventful. Non-events, plural of non-event. Non-evergreen, not evergreen. Non-evergreens, plural of non-evergreen. Non-eviction, failure to evict, especially in terms of allowing existing residents to remain when a building is redeveloped. Non-evidence, not of or pertaining to evidence. Non-evident, not evident. Non-evidential, not evidential. Non-evidentiary, not evidentiary. Non-ill, not ill. Non-evolutional, not evolutional. Non-evolutionary, not evolutionary. Non-evolutionist, one who is not an evolutionist. Non-evolutionists, plural of non-evolutionists. Non-evolvability, the condition of being non-evolvable. Non-evolvable, not evolvable. Non-evolving, not evolving. Non-evolving, not evolving. Non-exacerbating, not exacerbating. Non-exact, not exact typically of a differential equation. Non-exaction, lack of exaction, failure to exact something. Non-exaggerated, not exaggerated. Non-exaggeration, lack of exaggeration. Non-examination, not of or pertaining to an examination. Non-example, something that is not an example. Non-examples, plural of non-example. Non-exanthematus, not exanthematus. Non-excavated, unexcavated. Non-excavation, lack of excavation. Non-accepted, not accepted. Non-exceptional, not exceptional, normal, unremarkable. Non-excess, not excess, non-excessive, not excessive, non-exchangeable, alternative spelling of non-exchangeable, non-exchange, that which is not an exchange, an unequal transaction, non-exchangeability, the property of not being exchangeable, non-exchangeable, not exchangeable, unable to be exchanged, non-exchanger, one who does not engage in an exchange, non-exchangers, plural of non-exchanger, non-exchanges, plural of non-exchange, non-excised, not excised, non-excision, not involving or not relating to excision, non-excisional, not excisional, non-excitable, not excitable in all senses, non-excitatory, not excitatory, non-excited, not excited, non-exciting, not exciting, unexciting, non-excitonic, not excitonic, non-exclamatory, not exclamatory, non-excludable, ability, the condition of being non-excludable, non-excludable, that cannot be excluded, non-excluded, not excluded, non-exclusion, absence of exclusion, failure to exclude, non-exclusionary, not exclusionary, non-exclusive, alternative spelling of non-exclusive, not exclusively, in a way that is not exclusive, non-exclusivity, the state or condition of being non-exclusive, non-exclusory, not exclusory, non-excommunicable, not excommunicable, non-excretory, not excretory, non-exculpatory, not exculpatory, non-excusable, not excusable, non-executable, not executable, non-executed, not executed, performed or carried out, non-executing, not executing, not running, non-execution, failure to execute or perform, non-executive, not executive, lacking executive authority, non-executives, plural of non-executive, non-executory, not executory, non-exegetical, not exegetical, non-exemplary, not exemplary, non-exemplification, lack of exemplification, non-exempt, not exempt, non-exempted, not exempted, non-exemption, absence of exemption, non-exemptions, plural of non-exemption, non-exempts, plural of non-exempt, non-exercisable, not exercisable, non-exercise, not being or pertaining to exercise, non-exercised, not exercised, non-exerciser, one who does not exercise, non-exercisers, plural of non-exerciser, non-exercising, not taking part in exercise, non-exertion, lack of exertion, non-exertional, not exertional, non-exhaust, not of or pertaining to exhaust, non-exhaustive, not exhaustive, non-exhibit, not of or pertaining to an exhibit, non-exhibited, not exhibited, non-exhibiting, not participating in an exhibition, non-exhibition, failure to exhibit, non-exhibitionist, not exhibitionist, non-exhibitionistic, not exhibitionistic, non-exist, to not exist, to unexist, non-existent, misspelling of non-existent, non-existed, simple past and past participle of non-exist, non-existence, the state of not existing, non-existences, plural of non-existence, non-existent, not existent or existing, not real, non-existential, not existential, non-existence, plural of non-existent, non-existing, non-existent, non-exists, third person singular simple present indicative of non-exists, non-exocrine, not exocrine, non-exocytotic, not exocytotic, non-exogenous, not exogenous, non-exoneration, absence of exoneration, failure to exonerate, non-exonic, not exonic, non-exosomal, not exosomal, non-exothermic, not exothermic, non-exotic, not exotic, non-expandable, not expandable, non-expanded, not expanded, non-expanding, not expanding, non-expansile, not expans, non-expansion, absence of expansion, non-expansionary, not expansionary, non-expansive, not expansive, non-expansively, in a non-expansive manner, non-expansiveness, the quality of being non-expansive, non-expatriate, one who is not an expatriate, non-expatriates, plural of non-expatriate, non-expectation, absence of expectation, non-expectations, plural of non-expectation, non-expendable, not expendable, non-expense, not of or pertaining to expenses, non-expensive, not expensive, non-experience, lack of experience, non-experience, synonym of inexperienced, non-experiences, plural of non-experience, non-experiencing, that does not experience things, non-experiential, not experiential, non-experientially, in a non-experiential manner, non-experimental, not experimental of a research method, non-experimentally, in a non-experimental manner, in a non-experiential manner, non-experimental, not experimental of a research method, non-experimentally, in a non-experimental manner, non-expert, not expert, non-experts, plural of non-expert, non-expired, not expired, still current or valid, non-expiring, alternative form of unexpiring, non-expiry, lack of expiry, failure to expire, non-explainable, not explainable, non-explanation, a supposed explanation that fails to explain, non-explanations, plural of non-explanation, non-explanatory, not explanatory, non-explicit, not explicit, non-explicitly, in a non-explicit manner, non-exploding, that does not explode, non-exploitation, absence of exploitation, non-exploitative, not exploitative, non-exploitatively, in a way that is not exploitative, non-exploited, not exploited, non-exploiting, not exploiting, non-exploitive, not exploitive, non-exploratory, not exploratory, non-explorer, one who is not an explorer, non-explorers, plural of non-explorer, non-explosion, the absence of combinatorial explosion, non-explosion, plural of non-explosion, non-explosive, not explosive, unable to explode, non-exponential, not having exponential growth, non-exponentialities, plural of non-exponentiality, non-exponentiality, the state of being non-exponential, non-exponentially, in a non-exponential manner, non-export, not of or pertaining to exports, non-exportable, not exportable, non-exportation, lack of exportation, failure to export goods, non-exporter, not exported, non-exporting, not exporting, non-exports, plural of non-export, non-expose, not exposed, unexposed, non-expository, not expository, non-exposure, lack of exposure, non-expressed, not express, non-expressor, something that does not express genes, non-expressor, expressible, non-expressing, that does not translate or transcribe nucleic acid, non-expression, absence of emotional expression, non-expressions, plural of non-expression, non-expressive, not expressive, non-expressor, alteration, non-expressions, plural of non-expression, non-expressive, not expressive, non-expressor, alternative form of non-expressor, non-expressors, plural of non-expressor, non-expulsion, lack of expulsion, non-extant, not extant, non-extendable, not extendable, non-extended, unextended, non-extendable, not extendable, non-extensile, not extensile, non-extension, lack of extension, failure to extend, non-extensional, not extensional, non-extensive, not extensive, non-extensivity, the state of being non-extensive, non-extenuating, not extenuating, non-extenuatory, not extenuatory, non-exteriority, absence of exteriority, property of being exterior, non-extermination, lack of extermination, failure to exterminate, non-external, not external, non-externalities, plural of non-externality, non-externality, the property of not being external, non-extinct, not extinct, non-extinction, lack of extinction, failure to become extinct, non-extortion, lack of extortion, non-extortive, not extortive, non-extractable, that cannot be extracted in a specified procedure, non-extracted, not extracted, non-extraction, lack of extraction, failure to extract something, non-extractive, not extractive, non-extraditable, not extraditable, non-extradition, lack of extradition, non-extraneous, not extraneous, non-extrapolated, not extrapolated, non-extrapolation, the lack of extrapolation, not performing an extrapolation, non-extrapolations, plural of non-extrapolation, non-extraterrestrial, not extraterrestrial, non-extravasating, non-extrapolation, non-extrapolations, plural of non-extrapolation, non-extraterrestrial, not extraterrestrial, non-extravasating, not extravasating, non-extremal, not extremal, non-extremality, the condition of being non-extremal, non-extreme, not extreme, non-extremist, not extremist, non-extremists, plural of non-extremists, non-extrinsic, not extrinsic, non-exudative, not exudative, non-exuding, that does not exude, non-fabric, not of or pertaining to fabric, non-fabricated, not fabricated, non-fabulous, not relating to fable or legend, non-face, that which is not a face, especially in computer face recognition software, non-faces, plural of non-face, non-facetious, not facetious, non-facial, not facial, non-facilitated, not facilitated, non-facilitating, not facilitating, non-facilitative, not facilitative, non-facilitator,
invincible,
one who is not a facilitator, non-facilitators, plural of non-facilitator, non-facility, not performed in or not relating to a medical facility, non-facing, not facing, non-facsimile, not being or pertaining to facsimile, non-fact, that which is not a fact, an opinion, falsehood, etc., non-facticity, absence of facticity, non-factious, not factious, non-factive, not factive, non-factor, something which is not a factor or does not play a significant role, non-factorial, not factorial, non-factorizable, unfactorizable, non-factors, plural of non-factor, non-factory, not of or pertaining to a factory, non-facts, plural of non-fact, non-factual, not factual, false or fictional, non-facultative, not facultative, non-faculty, not of or pertaining to faculty, non-fatus, one who is not a fatus, non-fatus, plural of non-fatus, non-fading, not fading, non-failing, not failing, non-failure, absence of failure, non-failure, plural of non-failure, non-faith, absence of religious faith, non-faithful, not faithful, non-faiths, plural of non-faith, not caused by the falciparum parasite, non-fallacious, not fallacious, non-fallible, not fallible, non-fallout, not of or pertaining to radioactive fallout, non-false, not false, true, non-falsifiable, not falsifiable, non-falsify, unfalsify, non-familial, not familial, non-familiar, not familiar, non-familiarity, lack of familiarity, non-families, plural of non-family, non-family, not a member of the family, non-famous, not famous, non-famousness, the condition of not being famous, non-fan, a person who is not an admirer or aficionado of a particular event or sport, non-fanatic, not fanatic, reasonable or moderate, non-fanatical, not fanatical, non-fanatics, plural of non-fanatic, non-fanciful, not fanciful, non-fancy, not fancy, non-fans, plural of non-fan, non-fantastic, not having the nature of fantasy, non-fantasy, not of or pertain to fantasy, non-Faradaic, not Faradaic, non-far, concerned with the economic activities of all businesses except agricultural ones, non-farmable, non-farmable, non-farb, unfarb, non-farmer, one who is not a farmer, non-farmers, plural of non-farmer, non-farming, not involved in farming, non-farnicillated, not farnicillated, non-fasciated, not fasciated, non-fasciculate, not fasciculate, non-fasciculated, not fasciculated, non-fascist, not fascist, non-fascistic, not fascistic, non-fascists, plural of non-fascists, non-fashion, not directly related to fashion or the fashion industry, non-fashionable, not fashionable, non-pass, not fast, non-fasted, not fasted, non-fastidious, not fastidious, non-fasting, not fasting, non-fat, containing no fat, fat-free, non-fatal, not fatal, from which death will not result, non-fatalistic, not fatalistic, non-fatalities, plural of non-fatality, non-fatality, an incident that is not a fatality, non-fatally, in a non-fatal manner, in a manner which does not result in death, non-fatals, plural of non-fatal, non-father, one who is not a father, non-fathers, plural of non-father, non-fatigable, not fatigable, non-fatigable, alternative form of non-fatigable, non-fatten, not fatten, non-fattening, alternative form of non-fattening, non-fatty, not fatty, non-faulty, not faulty, non-faunal, not faunal, non-favorable, not favorable, non-favors, not favorite, non-feasance, the intentional failure to perform an official duty or legal requirement. Non-feasances, plural of non-feasance. Non-feasant, relating to or committing non-feasance, failing to fulfill an official or legal duty. Non-feasibility, the state of being non-feasible or impossible. Non-feasible. Not feasible. Non-feasor, a person who commits non-feasance, one who fails to fulfill an official or legal duty. Non-feasors, plural of non-feasor. Non-feathered, not feathered. Non-feature, not of or pertaining to a feature in various senses, but especially an item in the media. Non-featured, not featured. Non-features, plural of non-featured. Non-febrile, not febrile. Non-fecal, not fecal. Not fed, especially of cattle not given a particular diet. Non-federal, not federal. Non-federated, not federated. Non-fee, not associated with the charging of a fee. Non-feed, not of or pertaining to animal feed. Non-feeder, not of pertaining to or having a feeder. Non-feeding, never consuming food. Non-feeling, absence of feeling. Non-feldspathic, not feldspathic. Non-phelid, anything especially an animal which is not a phelid. Non-phelids, plural of non-phelid. Non-feline, not feline or not pertaining to felines. Non-felines, plural of non-feline. Non-felonies, plural of non-felony. Non-felonious, not felonious. Non-felony, a crime that is not a felony. Non-phalsic, not phalsic. Non-female, not female. Non-females, plural of non-female. Non-feminine, not feminine. Non-feminism, a belief other than feminism. Non-feminist, not feminist. Non-feminists, plural of non-feminists. Non-feminized, not feminized. Non-feminizing, not feminizing. Non-femoral, not femoral. Non-fenestrate, not fenestrate. Non-fenestrated, not fenestrated. Non-feral, not feral. Non-fermentability, the property of being fermentable. Non-fermentable, not fermentable. Non-fermentation, lack of fermentation, failure to ferment. Non-fermentative, not fermentative. Non-fermented, not fermented. Non-fermenting, that does not cause fermentation. Non-fermentic, not ferrianic. Non-firm, that which is not affirmed. Non-firms, plural of non-firm. Non-ferric, not ferric. Non-ferritic, not ferritic. Non-ferrum, not ferrum. Non-ferromagnetic, not ferromagnetic. Non-ferrous, containing no iron. Non-ferruginous, not ferruginous. Non-fertile, not fertile. Non-fertility, the state or condition of being non-fertile. Non-fertilizable, not fertilizable. Non-fertilize, unfertilize. Non-fertilizer, not of or pertaining to fertilizer. Non-festival, not of or pertaining to a religious festival. Non-festive, not festive. Non-fetal, not fetal. Non-fetishistic, not fetishistic. Non-fetishized, not fetishized. Non-fetotoxic, not fetotoxic. Non-feudal, not feudal. Non-fibrillar, not fibrillar. Non-fibroblast, any cell that is not a fibroblast. Non-fibroblastic, not fibroblastic. Non-fibroblasts, plural of non-fibroblasts. Non-fibrolamellar, not fibrolamellar. Non-fibrotic, not fibrotic. Non-fibrous, not fibrous. Non-fiction, written works intended to give facts or true accounts of real things and events, often used attributively. Non-fiction novel, a work of literature that depicts true events with fictitious elements, such as conversations between the historical figures involved, and uses the storytelling techniques of fiction. Non-fiction novels, plural of non-fiction novel. Non-fictional, not fictional. Non-fictionalized, not fictionalized. Non-fictionally, in a non-fictional manner. Non-fictions, plural of non-fiction. Non-fictive, not fictive. Non-fiduciary, not fiduciary. Non-fighter, one who is not a fighter. Non-fighters, plural of non-fighter. Non-fighting, not taking part in fighting. Non-figurable, not figurable. Non-figurative, not figurative. Non-filament, that which is not a filament. Non-filamentary, not filamentary. Non-filamented, not filamented. Non-filamentous, not filamentous. Non-filaments, plural of non-filament. Non-phileo, not phileo. Non-filer, one who neglects to file a tax return. Non-filers, plural of non-filer. Non-filial, not filial. Non-vil, not fil. Non-film, not belonging or relating to a film. Non-film, not film. Non-filming, not filmic. Non-filming, not forming a film. Non-filter, not having a filter. Non-filterable, not filterable. Non-filtered, not filtered. Non-filters, plural of non-filter. Non-fimbio, not fimbio. Non-fimbe. Not-fibe. Non-final, not final. Non-finale, not being or relating to a finale. Non-finalist, one who is not a finalist. Non-finalists, plural of non. Finalists. Non-finality, the quality of not being final. Non-finance, not nor not directly related to finance. Non-financeable, not financeable. Non-financed, not financed. Non-financial. Not financial. Non-financial debt. The debt held by governments, households, and companies not in the financial sector.
Invincible.
Non-financial debts. Plural of non-financial debt. Non-finding. That which is not found, for example by a jury or as an academic research result. Non-findings. Plural of non-finding. Non-finish. Unfinished, not completed. Non-finishing. That does not finish. Non-finite. And that. Non-finitely. In a non-finite manner. Non-finned. Not finned. Non-fire. Not of or pertaining to fire. Non-fired. Not fired. Non-firefighter. One who is not a firefighter. Non-firefighters. Plural of non-firefighter. Non-firefighting. Not of or pertaining to firefighting. Non-fireproof. Not fireproof. Non-firing. That does not fire. Non-firm power. Power provided by a power plant or system over and above the firm power. Non-first-orderizability. The property of not being able to be formalized in first-order logic. Non-fiscal. Not fiscal. Not fish. Not fish, or not relating to fish. Non-fishable. Not fishable. Non-fisherman. One who is not a fisherman. Non-fisherman. Plural of non-fisherman. Non-fishery. Not of or pertaining to fishery. Non-fishes. Plural of non-fish. Non-fishing. Not of or pertaining to the sport or commercial activity of fishing. Non-fissile. Not fissile. Non-fission. Not of or pertaining to fishing. Non-fissionable. Not fissionable. Non-fission. Not fission. Non-fissioning. In which fission does not occur. Non-fisher. Unfisher. Non-fit. Not fit. Unfit. Non-vets. Plural of non-fit. Non-fitted. Not fitted. Non-fixated. Not fixated. Non-fixation. An absence of fixation. Non-fixed. Not fixed. Capable of change or movement. Non-flaccid. Not flaccid. Non-flagellar. Not flagellar. Non-flagellate. Any organism that is not a flagellate. Non-flagellated. Having no flagella. Non-flagellates. Plural of non-flagellate. Non-flag. Unflag. Non-flaked. Not flaked. Non-flaking. Not flaking. Non-flaky. Not flaky. Non-lamb. A kind of fire-resistant flannelette. Non-flammability. The state or condition of being non-flammable. Non-flammable. Not combustible. Non-flammables. Plural of non-flammable. Non-flared. Not flared. Non-flashing. That does not flash, blink on and off. non-flat, not flat in shape,
invincible,
non-flatulent, not flatulent, non-flavonoid, a substance that is not a flavonoid, non-flavonoids, plural of non-flavonoid, non-flavored, not flavored, non-fleet, not of or pertaining to a fleet of vehicles, non-fleshy, not fleshy, non-flexible, not flexible, non-flexural, not flexural, non-flickering, not flickering, non-flyer, one who, or that which, does not fly, especially a person who does not travel by aeroplane. Non-flyers, plural of non-flyer. Non-fly, something that is not a flight. Non-flights, plural of non-flight. Non-twen, not flint. Non-floatable, not floatable. Non-floated, not floated. Non-floating, not floating in any sense. Non-fly, not of or pertaining to a flood. Non-flooded, not flooded. Non-floor, not of or pertaining to a floor. Non-floral, not floral. Non-floriferous, not floriferous. Non-floristic, not floristic. Non-flosser, one who does not use dental floss. Non-flossers, plural of non-flosser.
here we go,
Non-flotation, absence of flotation. Non-flower, not of or pertaining to flower. Non-flow, that does not flow, or is not associated with flow. Non-flowering, of a plant, not flowering, reproducing by means other than pollination from flowers. Non-flowing, that does not flow. Non-fluctuant, not fluctuant. Non-fluctuating, not fluctuating. Steady, stable. Non-fluencies, plural of non-fluency. Non-fluency, lack of fluency, some period of non-fluent speech caused by a stammer, etc. Non-fluent, not fluent. Non-fluffy, not fluffy. Non-fluid, a substance that is not a fluid. Non-fluidic, not fluidic. Non-fluidized, not fluidized. Non-fluids, plural of non-fluid. Non-fluorescence, the absence of an expected fluorescence. Non-fluorescent, not fluorescent. Non-fluorinated, not fluorinated. Non-fluorine, not of or pertaining to fluorine. Non-fluorometric, not fluorometric. Non-fluoroscopic, not fluoroscopic. Non-fluorous, not fluorous. Non-delush, not flush. Non-flush, not flushed. Non-flushing, not flushing. Non-fluter, not fluter. Non-fluxional, not fluxional.
invincible,
Non-flying, not flying, traveling by means other than flight. Non-foam, not of or pertaining to foam. Non-foam, not foam. Non-foaming, not producing foam. Non-foamy, not foamy. Non-focal, not focal, non-foliar. Not foliar, non-foliate, not foliate, non-foliated, not foliated, non-fo, not folk, non-folklore, that which is not folklore, non-folkloric, not folkloric, non-folklorist, one who is not a folklorist, non-folklorists. Plural of non-folklorists. Non-follicular, not follicular. Non-follower, one who does not follow or adhere to someone or something. Non-followers, plural of non-follower. Non-food, not intended for consumption as a food. Non-food-borne, not food-borne. Non-foods, plural of non-food. Non-football, not football. Non-footwear, not of or pertaining to footwear. Non-forager, one who does not forage. Non-foragers, plural of non-forager. Non-foraging, that does not forage. Non-forbidden, unforbidden. Non-forced, not forced, natural or voluntary. Non-forceful, not forceful. Non-forcible, not forcible. Non-forcibly, in a manner that is not forcible. Non-forcing, not forcing. Non-foreclosure, not of or pertaining. To foreclosure. Non-foreign, not foreign. Non-foreigner, one who is not a foreigner. Non-foreigners, plural of non-foreigner. Non-foreignness, the state of being non-foreign. Non-forests, not of or pertaining to forest. Non-forested, unforested. Non-forestry, not of or pertaining to forestry. Non-forfeitable, not forfeitable. Non-forfeiting, not forfeiting. Non-forfeiture, lack of forfeiture, failure to forfeit or exemption from forfeiting. Non-forfeitures, plural of non-forfeiture. Non-forge, not having been forged. Non-formal, not formal. Non-formalism, absence of or a belief system that is the opposite of formalism. Non-formalistic, not formalistic. Non-formalizable, not formalizable. Non-formalized, not formalized. Non-formation, lack of formation, failure to form. Non-formatted, unformatted. Non-formulate, not formulate, original.
Invincible.
Non-formulary, not formulary. Non-formulation, absence of formulation, failure to formulate something. Non-fortification, absence of fortification. Non-fortify, not fortify. Non-fortuitous, not fortuitous. Non-fossil, not a fossil or not a fossil fuel. Non-fossiliferous, not fossiliferous, not containing fossils. Non-fossilized, unfossilized. Non-fossorial, not fossorial. Non-fostered, not fostered. Non-foul, not foul in various senses. Non-fouling, that does not lead to fouling of water, etc. Non-foundational, not foundational. Non-foundationalism, a philosophy that rejects foundationalism. Non-foundationalist, one who rejects foundationalism. Non-foundationalists, plural of non-foundationalists. Non-founder, a person who is not a founder typically of a business. Non-founders, plural of non-founder. Non-vocal, not foval. Non-fovate, not fovate. Non-fractal, not fractal. Non-fractional, not fractional. Non-fractionative, not fractionative. Non-fractured, not of or pertaining to fracture. Non-fractured, not fractured. Non-fracturing, not causing or undergoing fracture.
Here we go.
Non-fragile, not fragile. Non-fragmentary, not fragmentary. Non-fragmented, not fragmented. Non-fragrance. Not fragranced. Non-fragrant, not fragrant. Non-frame, not involving a frame or frames. Non-franchise, not belonging to a franchise. Non-franchise, not franchise. Non-franchisee, one who is not a franchisee. Non-franchisees, plural of non-franchise. Non-frat, one who is not a frat fraternity member. Non-fraternal, not fraternal. Non-fraternities, plural of non-fraternity. Non-fraternity, any group that is not a fraternity. Non-fraternization, lack of fraternization. Non-frats, plural of non-frat. Non-fraud, not of or pertaining to fraud. Non-fraudulent, not fraudulent. Non-fraying, that does not fray. Okay. Non-freak, one who is not a freak. Non-freak. Freckle, not freckle. Non-free, not free, not free of charge. That costs money, that must be paid for, that must be purchased. Paid as in paid service, pay as in pay channel, cash as in cash bar, paywalled as in paywalled content. Non-freedom, absence of political or philosophical freedom. Non-freeman, one who is not a freeman. Non-freeman, plural of non-freeman. Non-freeness, the condition of being unfree. Non-freestanding, not freestanding. Non-freeware, alternative form of non-freeware. Non-freeway, that is not or does not relate to a freeway. Non-freezable, not freezable. Non-freeze, that does not freeze or does not involve freezing. Non-freezing, not capable of freezing. Non-freight, not of or pertaining to freight. Non-friend, one who is not a friend. Non-friends, plural of non-friend. Non-frequent, not frequent. Non-frequentative, not frequentative. Non-freshman, one who is not a freshman. Non-freshman, plural of non-freshman. Non-friable, not easily broken into small fragments, crumbled, or reduced to powder. Non-friables, Plural of non-viable act. Non-fricative. Not fricative. Non-fricative. Plural of non-fricative. Non-friction. Absence of friction. Non-fry. Unfry. Not friend. One who is not a friend. Non-friendly. Not friendly. Non-friends. Plural of non-friend. Non-frightening. Not frightening. Non-frigid. Not frigid. Non-frilly. Not frilly. Non-fringed. Not fringe. Non-frivolous. Not frivolous. Non-frontier. Not being or belonging to a frontier. Non-frosted. Not frosted. Non-frozen. Not frozen. Non-fructose. Not fructose. Non-frugivorous. Not frugivorous. Non-fruit. Not a or pertaining to fruit. Non-fruiting. Not fruiting. Non-fruition. Lack of fruition. Failure to develop. Non-fruits. Plural of non-fruit. Non-frustration. Absence of frustration. Non-fucusilated. Not fucusilated. Non-fuel. Not associated with fuel. Non-fuel. Not fuel. Non-fuels. Plural of non-fuel. Non-fugitive. Not fugitive. Non-fugitives. Plural of non-fugitive. Non-fulfilled. Not fulfilled. Non-fulfilling. Not fulfilling. Non-fulfillment. The failure to fulfill an obligation. Non-fulfillments. Plural of non-fulfillment. Non-fulfillment. Failure to fulfill something. Non-fulfillments. Plural of non-fulfillment. Non-full. Not full. Non-fulminant. Not fulminant. Non-fumigated.
Invincible.
Not fumigated. Non-function. Failure to function. Inoperativeness. Non-functional. Not functional. Useless. Broken. Non-functionality. The condition of being unfunctional. Non-functionalization. The act of making something non-functional. Non-functionalized. Not functionalized. Non-functionally. In a non-functional way. Non-functioning. That does not function as required. Non-functions. Plural of non-function. Non-functario. Not functario. Non-fundable. Not fundable. Non-fundamental. Not fundamental. Non-fundamentalist. One who is not a fundamentalist. Non-fundamentalists. Plural of non-fundamentalists. Non-funded. Not funded. Non-fundraising. Not of or pertaining to fundraising. Non-funeral. Not of or pertaining to a funeral. Non-fungal. Not fungal. Non-fungibility. The quality of being non-fungible. Non-fungible. Not fungible. Not interchangeable. Non-fungibles. Plural of non-fungible. Non-fungicidal. not fungicidal. Non-fungicide, any compound that is not a fungicide. Non-fungicides, plural of non-fungicide. Non-fungistatic, not fungistatic.
Here we go.
Not funny, not funny. Non-fur, someone who is not a furry. Non-furnace, not of or pertaining to a furnace. Non-furry, not furry. Non-furs, plural of non-fur. Non-fuse, not fused. Not fusion, not of or pertaining to fusion. Non-fusional, not fusional. Non-fusogenic. Not fusogenic. Non-tawsy, not fuzzy. Non-future, not of or pertaining to the future tense. Non-futures, not of or pertaining to futures contracts. Non-futuristic, not futuristic. Non-fuzzy, not fuzzy. Not a surname. Non-Bualamfu. Alternative spelling of Non-Bualamfu. Non-Bualamfu, a province of Thailand. Nong Khai, the capital city of Nang Khai province, Thailand. Nong Nong, a barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Nong Gabergic, not Gabergic. Nong Gadget, not a gadget. It's porphyry of gadgetry. Non-gadolinium, not of or pertaining to gadolinium. Non-galactic, far from galaxies, not interacting with galaxies. Non-galactosylated, not galactosylated. Non-galliform, not galliform. Non-gallilated, not gallilated. Non-galvanized, not galvanized. Non-gambler, somebody who is not a gambler. Non-gamblers, plural of non-gambler. Non-gambling, not gambling, we're not participating in gambling. Non-game, not a game animal. Non-gamer, somebody who is not a gamer, a person who does not play video games. Non-gamers, plural of non-gamer. Non-games, plural of non-game. Non-gametogenic, that does not produce gametes. Non-gaming, not directly related to gambling. Non-gang, not of or pertaining to a gang. Non-ganglionic, not ganglionic. Non-gangrenous, not gangrenous. Non-Gansfeld, not Gansfeld. Non-garden, not of pertaining to or owning a garden. Non-gardener, one who is not a gardener. Non-gardeners, plural of non-gardener. Non-gardening, not of or pertaining to gardening. Non-garish, not garish. Non-garrison, not of or pertaining to a garrison. Non-gas, a substance that is not a gas. Non-gaseous, not gaseous. Non-gases, plural of non-gas. Non-gasoline, not of or pertaining to gasoline. Non-gassy, not gassy. Non-gastric, not gastric. Non-gastrointestinal, not gastrointestinal. Non-gastronomic, not gastronomic. non-gated, not gated, non-Gaussian, alternative spelling of non-Gaussian, non-Gaussian, alternative spelling of non-Gaussian, non-Gaussianities, plural of non-Gaussianity, non-Gaussianity. The condition of being non-Gaussian, non-Gaussianity, the condition of being non-Gaussian, non-gay, not gay homosexual, non-gays, plural of non-gay, non-gays, not involving or relating to a gaze, non-ban, a Metis ethnic male given name, non-geek, one who is not a geek technical expert, non-geeks, plural of non-geek. Non-gelatinized, not gelatinized. Non-gelatinizing, not gelatinizing. Non-gelatinous, not gelatinous. Non-gelator, any material that is not a gelator. Non-gelators, plural of non-gelator. Non-gelling, not forming a gel. Non-geminal, not geminal. Non-geminate, not geminate. Non-geminated, not geminated. Non-gender, not of pertaining to or having gender. Non-gender, not gender. Non-genealogical, not genealogical. Non-general, not general. Non-generalizable, not generalizable, from which one cannot generalize. Non-generalized, ungeneralized. Non-generated, not generated. Non-generational, not generational. Non-generative, not generative. Non-generativist. Not generativist. Non-generativists, plural of non-generativists. Non-generic, alternative spelling of non-generic. Non-generically, in a manner that is not generic. Non-genericness, the quality of not being generic. Non-genetic, not genetic. Non-genetically, in a non-genetic manner. Non-geneticist, one who is not a geneticist. Non-geneticist, plural of non-geneticist. Non-genic, not genic. Non-genital, not genital. Non-genitival, not genitival. Non-genitive, not genitive. Non-genius, one who is not a genius. Non-geniuses, plural of non-genius. Non-genigroupable, that cannot be genigrouped. Non-genom, not genomic. Non-genomically, in a non-genomic manner. Non-genotoxic, not genotoxic. Non-genre, not belonging to an established genre. Non-gentile, one who is not a Gentile. Non-Gentiles, plural of non-Gentile. Non-genuine, not genuine. Non-geochemical, not geochemical. Non-geocoded, not geocoded. Non-geodesic, not geodesic. Non-geographer, one who is not a geographer. Non-geographers, plural of non-geographer. Non-geographic, not geographic. Non-geographical, not geographical. Non-geography, not of or pertaining to geography. Non-geological, not geological. Non-geologist, a person who is not a geologist. Non-geologists, plural of non-geologists. Non-geology, not of or pertaining to geology. Non-geometric, not geometric. Non-geometrical, not geometrical. Non-geometrically, in a non-geometrical manner or context. Non-geophysical, not geophysical. Non-geospatial, not geospatial. Non-geostationary, not geostationary. Non-geothermal, not geothermal. Non-dietic, not dietic. Non-germane, not germane, irrelevant. Non-germanium, not of or pertaining to germanium. Non-germicidal, not germicidal. Non-germinal, not germinal. Non-germinated. Ungerminated. Non-germinating. That does not germinate. Non-germination. Failure to germinate. Non-germinatus. Not germinatus. Non-germline. That is not part of a germline. Non-gerundial. Not gerundial. Non-gestational. Not gestational. Non-gestural. Not gestural. Not using gestures. Non-ghetto. Not a ghetto, or not of or pertaining to one. Non-ghostly. Not ghostly. Non-gifted. Not gifted. Non. Male given name. Non-gypsies. Plural of non-gypsy. Non-gypsy. Alternative form of non-gypsy. Non-girlfriend. A woman or girl who is not a girlfriend. Non-girlfriends. Plural of non-girlfriend. Non-giver. One who does not make charitable donations. Non-givers. Plural of non-giver. Non-giving. Not giving. Non-glabrous. Not glabrous. Non-glacial. Not glacial. Non-glamorous. Not glamorous. Non-glandered. Not glandered. Non-glandular. Not glandular. Non-glare. Not subject to glare. Non-glass. Not of or pertaining to glass. Non-glassy. Not glassy. Non-glaucoma. Not of or pertaining to glaucoma. Non-glaucomatous. Not glaucomatous. Non-glaucous. Not glaucous. Non-glaucousness. The condition of being non-glaucous. Non-glazed. Not glazed. Non-glial. Not glial. Non-global. Not global. Non-globally. In a way that is not global. Non-globular. Not globular. Non-glomerular. Not glomerular. Non-gloss. Not gloss-like. Non-gloss. Not glossy. Non-glottal. Not glottal. Non-glottalized. Not glottalized. Non-glowing. not glowing. Non-glucocorticoid, a substance that is not a glucocorticoid. Non-glucocorticoids, plural of non-glucocorticoid. Non-glucose, that is not glucose. Non-glucosidyl, not glucosidyl. Non-glucosidic, not glucosidic. Non-glucosylated, not glucosylated. Non-glue, not of or pertaining to glue. Non-glutamilated, not glutamilated. Non-glutathione, not glutathione. Non-gluten,
invincible,
not of or pertaining to gluten. Non-glutinous, not glutinous. Non-glycinated, not glycinated. Non-glycemic, not glycemic. Non-glyceride, any lipid that is not a glyceride. Non-glycerides, plural of non-glyceride. Non-glycerinated, not glycerinated. Non-glycerol, not of or pertaining to glycerol. Non-glycogen, not of or pertaining to glycogen. Non-glycolytic, not glycolytic. Non-glycopeptide, any substance that is not a glycopeptide. Non-glycopeptides, plural of non-glycopeptide. Non-glycoside, a compound that is not a glycoside but especially a glycone. Non-glycosides, plural of non-glycoside. Non-glycosidic, not glycosidic. Non-glycosylated, not glycosylated. Non-glyphic, not glyphic. Non-Maching, a multi-branched mountain in the Imphal Valley, regarded as an abode of many Meitei deities. Non-Majing, alternative form of non-Maching. Non-Matham, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Non-Makapam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Non-Min, a Chinese peasant. Non-Gnostic, not Gnostic. Non-Gaul, not of or pertaining to a goal. Non-goalkeeper, someone who is not a goalkeeper. Non-goalkeeper, plural of non-goalkeeper. Non-Gauls, plural of non-Gaul. Non-die, one who, or that which, is not a god. Non-gods, plural of non-god. Non-gold, not of or pertaining to gold. Non-golf, not golf, not associated with golfing. Non-golfer, a person who does not play golf. Non-golfers, plural of non-golfer. Non-golfing, not related to or not taking part in the sport of golf. Non-gonadal, that does not affect or is not related to the gonads. Non-gonococcal, not gonococcal. Non-gonorrheal, not gonorrheal. Non-good, not good. Non-goodness, the quality of not being good. Non-goods, not of or pertaining to goods. Non-gospel, not relating to or not according to the gospel. Non-gourmet, not gourmet. Non-govern, not govern. Non-governing, not governing. Non-government, not governmental in nature. Non-governmental, not governmental, not derived from a government, civilian. Non-governmentally, not governmentally, in a manner that does not include governmental control or oversight. Non-governments, plural of non-government. Non-Pak Mingthu, the ancient Meidei guardian god of the eastern direction. He is the consort of the goddess Panquebai. Non-graceful, not graceful. Non-gradable, alternative form of non-gradable. Non-gradables, plural of non-gradable. Non-graded, not graded. Non-gradient, not gradient. Non-gradual, not gradual, occurring suddenly. Non-graduate, a person who is not a graduate. Non-graduated, not graduated. Non-graduates, plural of non-graduate. Non-graduating, not graduating. Non-graduation, failure to graduate from a course of study. Non-graffiti, any artwork that is not graffiti. Non-grafted, not having been grafted or not bearing a graft. Non-grain, that which is not grain, a food product not categorized as a grain. Non-grains, plural of non-grain. Non-grainy, not grainy. Non-graminaceous, not graminaceous. Non-grammar, not of or pertaining to grammar. Non-grammatical, not grammatical. Non-grammatically, in a non-grammatical manner. Non-granitic, not granitic. Non-granular, not granular, not in the form of grains. Non-granulated, not granulated. Non-granulositopnic, not granulositopnic. Non-granulomatous, not granulomatous. Non-graphemic, not graphemic. Non-graphic, not graphic. Non-graphical, not graphical. Non-graphics, not of or pertaining to computer graphics. Non-graphite, not graphite. Non-graphitic, not graphitic. Non-graphitizable, that cannot easily be converted into graphite. Non-grass, not being or pertaining to grass. Non-grassy, not grassy. Non-gratuitous, not gratuitous. Non-gravid, not gravid. Non-gravitating, not gravitating. Non-gravitation, absence of gravitation. Non-gravitational, not gravitational. Non-gravity, not using or not relating to gravity. Non-gray, not gray. Non-grazed, not grazed. Non-grazing, that does not graze. Non-greased, not greased. Non-greasy, not greasy. Non-great, not great, minor or unremarkable. Non-greedy, not greedy. Non-green, not green. Non-greenhouse, not of or pertaining to greenhouse. Gases. Non-greeting, the absence of a greeting at a time when a one is possible or expected. Non-greetings, plural of non-greeting. Non-gregarious, not gregarious, solitary, compare ungregarious. Non-gregariousness, the state or condition of not being gregarious. Non-gremio, not Grambiel. Non-gray. Alternative spelling of non-gray. Non-grilled. Ungrilled, not cooked by grilling. Non-grocery. Not grocery. Non-grooming. Not of or pertaining to grooming between animals. Non-ground. Not having been ground. Non-group. That which is not a group. Non-groupable. Not groupable. Non-groups. Plural of non-group. Non-growing. That does not grow. Non-growth. Not of or pertaining to growth. Nice. Plural of Nong. Nong Shaba. Ancient Mayday dragon line god of protection. Nong Thang Lama. The ancient Mayday goddess of seduction, thunder, and lightning. Nong Tham Mem. A Mayday surname from Manipuri. Nam Guarantee. Absence of guarantee. Nam Guaranteed. Not guaranteed. Unguaranteed. Non-guard. One who is not a guard. Non-guarded. Not guarded. Non-guards. Plural. Of non-guard. Non-gubernatorio. Not gubernatorio. Non-guerrilla. Not of or pertaining to guerrillas. Non-guest. One who is not a guest of a hotel, etc. Non-guests. Plural of non-guests. Non-guided. Not
Here we go.
guided. Non-guideline. Not having or pertaining to guidelines. Non-guilt. Not of or relating to guilt. Non-guilty. Not guilty. Non-guitarist. One who is not a guitarist. Non-guitarists. Plural of non-guitarists. Non-gullible. Not gullible. Non-gummatus. Not gummatus. Non-gumming. That does not produce gum. Non-gun. Without a gun. Non-guns. Plural of non-gun. Non-gusseted. Not gusseted. Non-gustatory. Not gustatory. Non-guttural. Not guttural. Non-gymnast. One who is not a gymnast. Non-gymnastic. Not gymnastic. Non-gymnasts. Plural of non-gymnast. Non-gynecological. Alternative spelling of non-gynecological. Non-gynecoid. Not gynecoid. Non-gynecologic. Alternative form of non-gynecological. Non-gynecological. Not gynecological. Non-gypsies. Plural of non-gypsy. Non-gypsy. Not a gypsy. Non-gyrotropic. Not gyrotropic. Non-habitable. Not habitable. Non-habitat. That which is not habitat. Non-habitational. Not
Invincible.
habitational. Non-habitats. Plural of non-habitat. Non-habitual. Not habitual. Non-habituated. Not habituated. Non-habituating. Not habit-forming. Non-hacker. One who is not a hacker. Non-hackers. Plural of non-hacker. Non-hematological. Alternative form of non-hematological. Non-hematopoietic. Alternative form of non-hematopoietic. non-hemodynamically. Alternative spelling of non-hemodynamic. Non-hemolytic. Alternative spelling of non-hemolytic. Non-hagiographic. Non-hagiographic. Non-air. Not of or pertaining to hair. Non-airy. Not hairy. Non-halal. Not howl. Non-halation. Lack of halation. Non-hallucinated. Not hallucinated. Non-hallucinating. Not hallucinating. Non-hallucination. That which is not a hallucination. Non-hallucinations. Plural of non-hallucination. Non-hallucinatory. Not hallucinatory. Non-halogen. A substance that is not a halogen. Non-halogenated. Not halogenated. Non-halogens. Plural of non-halogen. Non-halophilic. Not halophilic. Non-halting. That does not halt. Ceaseless. Non-handicap. Not involving a handicap. Non-handicap. Not handicapped. Non-hanging. Not hanging. Non-haploid. Not haploid. Non-happening. Failure to occur. Non-happenings. Plural of non-happening. Non-abby. Not habby. Non-aptic. Not haptic. Non-harem. Not harem. Not sinful. Non-harassment. Lack of harassment. Non-hard. Not hard. Non-hardcore. Not hardcore. Non-hardenable. Not hardenable. Non-hardened. Not hardened. Non-hardening. That does not harden. Non-hardware. That is not or does not relate to hardware. Non-hardy. Not hardy. Non-harm. Avoidance of harm. Non-harmful. Not harmful. Non-harmonic. Not harmonic. Non-harmonically. In a non-harmonic manner. Non-harmonious. Not harmonious. Non-harmonize. Not harmonize. Non-harmony. Lack of harmony. Unmelodiousness. Non-harvest. Not of or pertaining to a harvest. Non-harvestable. Not harvestable. Non-acidic. Not Hasidic. Non-hatch. Not hatch. Non-hazardous. Not hazardous. Safe. Non-head. Any grammatical element that is not a head. Non-headed. Not headed. Non-heading. Not forming a head or capitulum. Non-headline. Not of or pertaining to headlines of lesser importance. Non-heads. Plural of non-head. Non-healing. That does not heal. Non-healthcare. Not of or pertaining to healthcare. Non-healthiness. The state or condition of being non-healthy. Non-healthy. Not healthy, unhealthy. Non-ear. One who does not or cannot hear. Non-ears. Plural of non-hearer. Non-earing. Unable to hear, i.e. deaf. Non-heart. Not pertaining to the heart. Non-heeded. not heated. Non-heathen, not heathen. Non-heathens, plural of non-heathen. Non-heavy, not heavy. Non-heavyweight, in a weight class other than heavyweight. Non-edge, not hedge. Non-hedonic, not hedonic. Non-hedonistic, not hedonistic. Non-hegemonic, not hegemonic. Non-helical, not helical. Non-helium, not of or pertaining to helium. Non-helmeted, not helmeted.
Here we go.
Non-helpful, not helpful, unhelpful. Non-hematogenous, not hematogenous. Non-hematologic, not hematologic. Non-hematological, not hematological. Non-hematopoietic, not hematopoietic. Non-heme, that does not originate in heme. Non-heme, not hemic. Non-hemiparetic, not affected by hemiparesis. Non-hemiplegic, not hemiplegic. Non-hemispheric, not hemispheric. Non-hemodynamic, not hemodynamic. Non-hemodynamically, not hemodynamically. Non-hemofiltered, not hemofiltered. Non-hemogenic, not hemogenic. Non-hemoglobin, a protein that is not a hemoglobin. Non-hemoglobins, plural of non-hemoglobin. Non-hemolytic, not hemolytic. Non-hemolyze, not hemolyze. Non-hemopletic, not hemopletic. Non-hemorrhagic, not involving hemorrhage bleeding. Non-hemostatic, not hemostatic. Non-heparin, not involving or not relating to heparin. Non-heparinized, not heparinized. Non-hepatic, not hepatic. Non-hepatocellular, not hepatocellular. Non-hepatotoxic, not hepatotoxic. Non-heraltic, not
Invincible.
heraldic. Non-herbaceous, not herbaceous. Non-herbal, not herbal. Non-herbicidal, not herbicidal. Non-herbicide, any substance that is not a herbicide. Non-herbicides, plural of non-herbicide. Non-herbivore, a creature that is not a herbivore. Non-herbivores, plural of non-herbivore. Non-herbivorous, not herbivorous. Non-hereditarily, in a manner that is not hereditary. Non-hereditary, not hereditary. Not passed down by inheritance. Non-heretical, not heretical. Non-heritability, the property of being inheritable. Non-heritable, not heritable. Non-heritage, not of or by heritage. Non-hermeneutic, not hermeneutic. Non-hermeneutical, not hermeneutical. Non-hermetic, not hermetic. Non-herniated, not herniated. Non-hero, a character, especially a protagonist, who is not a hero. Non-heroes, plural of non-hero. Non-heroic, not heroic. Non-heterocyclic, not heterocyclic. Non-heterocystis, not heterocystis. Non-heterogeneity, the absence of heterogeneity.
Here we go.
Non-heteronormative, not heteronormative. Non-heterosexist, not heterosexist. Non-heterosexual, alternative form of non-heterosexual. Non-heterosexuality, the quality of being heterosexual. Non-heterosexuals, plural of non-heterosexual. Non-heterotic, not heterotic. Non-heterotrophic, not heterotrophic. Non-heuristic, alternative form of non-heuristic. Non-hexadecimal, not hexadecimal. Non-hexagonal, not hexagonal. Non-hibernating, that do not hibernate. Non-hibernator, an animal that does not hibernate. Non-hibernators, plural. Of non-hibernator. Non-Eden, not Eden. Non-hierarchical, classified or arranged so that a group or person has the same authority as everyone else, not hierarchical. Non-hierarchically, in a way that is not hierarchical. Non-hieratic, not hieratic. Non-hieroglyphic, not hieroglyphic. Non-I, not high. Non-highlighted, not highlighted. Non-highway, not of or pertaining to highways. Non-hiker, one who is not a hiker. Non-hikers, plural of non-hiker. Non-iller.
Invincible.
Not hiller. Non-hilly, not hilly. Non-hinge, not hinge, hingeless. Non-eb, not of or pertaining to the hip in the body. Non-heavy, alternative form of non-hippie. Non-hebis, plural of non-hippie. Non-hippocampal, not hippocampal. Non-ebby, one who is not a hippie. Non-hipster, one who is not a hipster. Non-hipsters, plural of non-hipster. Non-Hispanic, not Hispanic. Non-histaminergic, not histaminergic. Non-histone, not derived or obtained from a histone. Non-histones, plural of non-histone. Non-historian, one who is not a historian. Non-historians, plural of non-historian. Non-historic, not historic. Non-historical, not historic. Non-historically, in a non-historical manner. Non-histories, plural of non-history. Non-historiographic, not historiographic. Non-history, that which is not history. Non-hit, a song, etc. that fails to become a hit. Non-hits, plural of non-hit. Not non-habeas, one who is not a habeas. Non-habeists, plural of non-habeas. Non-haughty, not of or pertaining to the sport of hockey. Non-holiday, a day that is not a holiday, a working day. Non-holidays, plural of non-holiday. Non-holistic, not holistic. Non-hollow, not hollow. Non-holographic, not holographic. Non-holometabolous, not holometabolous. Non-holomorphic, not holomorphic. Non-holonomic, not holonomic. Non-holy, not holy. Non-homoloidal, not homoloidal. Non-home, not of or pertaining to a home domestic residence. Non-homeless, not homeless. Non-homemaker, one who is not a homemaker. Non-homemakers, plural of non-homemaker. Non-homeomorphic, not homeomorphic. Non-homeopathic, not homeopathic. Non-homeostatic, not homeostatic. Non-homeotic, not homeotic. Non-homeowner, one who is not a homeowner. Non-homeowners, plural of non-homeowner. Non-homework, not homework. Non-homicidal, not homicidal. Non-homicide, a death that is not a homicide. Non-homicides, plural of non-homicide. Non-hominid, any primate that is not a hominid.
Invincible.
Non-hominids, plural of non-hominid. Non-hominin, that which is not a hominin. Non-hominins, plural of non-hominin. Non-homoerotic, not homoerotic. Non-homogeneity, absence of homogeneity. Non-homogeneous, not homogeneous. Non-homogeneously, in a non-homogeneous manner. Non-homogenized, not homogenized. Non-homogeneous, not homogeneous, heterogeneous. Non-homologies, plural of non-homology. Non-homologous, not homologous. Non-homologously, in a non-homologous manner. Non-homology, an absence of homology. Non-homophobic, not homophobic. Non-homophonic, not homophonic. Non-homoplastic, not homoplastic. Non-homopolymer, any polymer that is not a homopolymer. Non-homopolymers, plural of non-homopolymer. Non-homosodastic, not homosodastic. Non-homosexual, not homosexual. Non-homosexuals, plural of non-homosexual. Non-homotopid, not homotopid. Non-homozygous, not homozygous. Non-honeycomb, not honeycomb. Non-hooded, not hooded. Non-hopeful, not hopeful. Non-horizontal, not horizontal. Non-horizontally, in an orientation that is not horizontal. Non-hormonal, not hormonal. Non-hormone, that which is not a hormone. Non-hormones, plural of non-hormone. Non-horror, not belonging to the horror genre. Non-horse, that which is not a horse. non-horses, plural of non-horse, non-horticultural, not horticultural, non-hospice, not associated with a hospice, non-hospital, not in or relating to a hospital, non-hospitalized, alternative spelling of non-hospitalized, non-hospitality, not of or pertaining to hospitality, the business of catering and lodging, non-hospitalized, not hospitalized, non-hospitals, plural of non-hospital, non-host, not a host, non-hostile, not hostile, free of hostility, non-hostility, absence of hostility, non-hosts, plural of non-hosts, non-high, not hot, non-hotel, not of or pertaining to a hotel, non-hourly, not hourly, non-housebound, not housebound, non-house, unhoused, non-household,
Invincible.
not household, non-householder, one who is not a householder, non-householders, plural of non-householder, non-housekeeping, not of or relating to housekeeping, non-housewife, one who is not a housewife, non-housewives, plural of non-housewife, non-housing, not of or pertaining to housing, non-human, not human, not of the human race, non-humane, not humane, inhumane, non-humanist, one who is not a humanist, non-humanistic, not humanistic, non-humanists, plural of non-humanists, non-humanitarian, not humanitarian, non-humanity, the property of not being human, non-humanist, quality of not being human, non-humanoid, not humanoid, non-humanoids, plural of non-humanoid, non-humans, plural of non-human, non-humiliating, not humiliating, non-humoral, not humoral, non-humorous, not humorous, non-humus, that which is not humus, certain organic compounds in soil, non-hungry, not hungry, non-haunted, not haunted, non-hunter, a person who does not hunt, one who is not a hunter, non-hunters, plural of non-hunter, non-hunting, not involved in or not pertaining to the sport of hunting, non-hybrid, not hybrid, non-hybridized, not hybridized, non-hybrids, plural of non-hybrid, non-hydratable, not hydratable, non-hydraulic, not hydraulic, non-hydrazine, not of or pertaining to hydrazine, non-hydric, not hydric, non-hydrocarbon, that which is not a hydrocarbon, non-hydrocarbons, plural of non-hydrocarbon, non-hydrodynamic, not hydrodynamic, non-hydroelectric, not hydroelectric, non-hydrogen, not of or pertaining to hydrogen. Non-hydrogenated, not hydrogenated, unhydrogenated. Non-hydrogenous, not hydrogenous. Non-hydrolyzable, alternative form of non-hydrolyzable. Non-hydrolytic, not hydrolytic. Non-hydrolyzable, not susceptible to hydrolysis. Non-hydrolyze, not hydrolyze. Non-hydrophobic, not hydrophobic. Non-hydrostatic, not caused by hydrostatics. Non-hydrothermal, not hydrothermal. Non-hydroxylated, not hydroxylated. Non-hygienic. Not hygienic. Non-hygrometric, not hygrometric. Non-hygroscopic, not hygroscopic. Non-hyperandrogenic, not hyperandrogenic. Non-hyperbolic, not hyperbolic. Non-hypercholesterolemic, not hypercholesterolemic. Non-hyperdiploid, not hyperdiploid. Non-hypergeometric, not hypergeometric. Non-hyperglycemic, not hyperglycemic. Non-hyperglycemic, not hyperglycemic. Non-hypergolic, not hypergolic. Non-hyperkeratotic, not hyperkeratotic. Non-hyperlinked, not hyperlinked. Non-hypermutable, not hypermutable. Non-hyperplastic, not hyperplastic. Non-hypersaline, not hypersaline. Non-hypersensitive, not hypersensitive. Non-hypertensive, not hypertensive. Non-hypertext, not of or pertaining to hypertext. Non-hypertextual, not hypertextual. Non-hyperthermophilic, not hyperthermophilic. Non-hypertonic, not hypertonic. Non-hypertrophic, not hypertrophic. Non-hypertrophy, not hypertrophy. Trophy. Non-hypervascular, not hypervascular. Non-hypervascularity, the condition of being non-hypervascular. Non-hyphal, not hyphal. Non-hyphenated. Not hyphenated. Non-hypnotic, not hypnotic. Non-hypnotize, not hypnotize. Non-hypostatic, not hypostatic. Non-hypotensive, not hypotensive. Non-hypotenuse, either of the two smaller sides of a right-angled triangle. Non-hypotenuse number, alternative form of non-hypotenuse number. Non-hypotenuse numbers, plural of non-hypotenuse number. Hypotenuses, plural of non-hypotenuse. Non-hypothalamic, not hypothalamic. Non-hypothermic, not hypothermic. Non-hypothetical, not hypothetical. Non-hypothyroid, not hypothyroid. Non-hyposemic, not hyposemic. Non-hyposic, not hyposic. Non-hysteretic, not hysteretic. Non-hysterical, not hysterical prone to hysterics. Nanai, the Polynesian fruit tree Morinda citrifolia. Nanai, describing a polynomial that has 9 as the highest exponent of its terms. Nanais, not of or pertaining to ice. Non-ice, not iced. Non-iconic, not iconic. Non-iconoclastic, not iconoclastic. Non-icosahedral, not icosahedral. Non-icteric, not icteric. Non-itis, the absence of itis. Non-ictises, plural of non-ictus. Non-idea, that which is not an idea. Non-ideal, not ideal. Non-ideal gas, alternative form of non-ideal gas. Non-ideal gases, plural of non-ideal gas. Non-idealists. One who is not an idealist. Non-idealists, plural of non-idealists. Non-idealities, plural of non-ideality. Non-ideality, the condition of being an ideal. Non-idealized, not idealized. Non-ideally, in a non-ideal manner, not ideally. Non-idealogue, alternative spelling of non-idealogue. Non-idealogues, plural of non-idealogue. Non-ideos, plural of non-idea. Non-idempotent, not idempotent. Non-identical, not identical, different in some respect. Non-identically, in a non-identical manner, differently. Non-identicals, plural of non-identical. Non-identifiability, the condition of being unidentifiable. Non-identifiable, not identifiable. Non-identification, absence of identification. Non-identificational, not identificational. Non-identifications, plural of non-identification. Non-identify, not identify. Non-identifying, that does not identify something. Non-identities, plural of non-identity. Non-identity, difference, distinction, failure to be a identical. Non-identity problem, the philosophical problem involving our ethical obligations to future persons, which derives from the observation that different courses of action will result in entirely different or non-identical persons coming to be. Non-ideological, unaffiliated or unrelated to ideology. Non-ideologically, in a non-ideological manner. Non-ideologize, non-ideologize. Non-ally, someone who does not tangibly identify with one particular set ideology such as conservative or liberal, but rather an amalgamation of different points of view. Non-ideologues, plural of non-ideali. Non-idiomatic, synonym of unidiomatic. Non-idiopathic, not idiopathic. Non-idiosyncratic, not idiosyncratic. Non-idle, not idle, active or in use. Non-idling, not idling. Non-idolatrous, not idolatrous. Non-idyllic, not idyllic. Non-ignitable, not ignitable. Non-ignitable, not capable of being ignited,
Invincible.
non-ignorable, not ignorable, non-ignorant, not ignorant, non-ill, not ill, non-alien, 10-3, non-alienaire, somebody whose wealth is at least one non-alien 10-3 currency units, non-alienaires, plural of non-alienaire, non-aliens, plural of non-alien, non-alien, the ordinal form of the number non-alien, non-aliens, plural of non-alien, non-illiterate, not illiterate, but having relative poor literacy, non-illness, absence of illness, a state that is not illness, non-illnesses, plural of non-illness, non-elocutionary, not elocutionary, non-illuminated, not illuminated, unlit, non-illumination, absence of illumination, non-illusory, not illusory, non-illustrated, not illustrated, non-illustrative, not illustrative, non-illustrious, not illustrious, non-image, that which is not an image, non-images, plural of non-image, non-imaginary, not imaginary, non-imaginative, not imaginative, non-imaging, not forming an image, non-imbricate, not imbricate, non-imbricated, not imbricated, non-imbricating, not imbricating, non-imidazole, not
Here we go.
being or relating to an imidazole, non-imitation, alternative form of non-imitation, non-imitations, plural of non-imitation, non-imitative, not imitative, non-immanent, not immanent, non-immediate, not immediate, not immersed, not immersed, not immersion, not of or pertaining to immersion, non-immersive, not immersive, non-immigrant, a person who is not an immigrant, non-immigrants, plural of non-immigrant, non-immigration, not relating to immigration, non-immobilize, not immobilize, non-immune, not immune, lacking immunity, non-immunize, alternative form of non-immunize, non-immunity, lack of immunity, non-immunize, not having been immunized, non-immunocompromised, not immunocompromised, non-immunodominant, not immunodominant, non-immunogenic, not immunogenic, non-immunogenicity, the condition of being non-immunogenic, non-immunologic, not immunologic, non-immunological, not immunological, non-immunologically, not immunologically, non-immunosuppressant, not immunosuppressant,
Invincible.
non-immunosuppress, not immunosuppress, non-immunosuppressive, not immunosuppressive, non-immutability, the quality of being immutable, non-immutable, not immutable, non-impact, not involving impact, non-impacted, not impacted, non-impactive, not impactive. Non-impacts, plural of non-impact. Not impaired, not impaired. Non-impairment, lack of impairment. Non-impartial, not impartial. Non-impeachment, absence of impeachment. Non-imperative, not imperative. Not imperial, not imperial. Not imperialist, not imperialist. Not imperialistic, not imperialistic. Non-implant, not of or relating to implants. Non-implanted, not implanted. Non-implement, that which is not an implement. Non-implemented, not implemented, not put into practice. Non-implements, plural of non-implement. Non-implicated, not implicated. Non-implication, that which is not implied, the opposite of an implication. Non-implicational, not implicational. Non-implications, plural of non-implication. Non-implied, not implied, unimplied. Non-import, not of or pertaining to imports. Non-importable, not importable. Non-importance, quality of being important. Non-important, not important. Non-importation, a policy of refusing to import goods, especially the policy in 18th century colonial America of preventing imports from Britain. Non-importations, plural of non-importation. Non-imported, not imported. Non-importing, not importing. Non-imports, plural of non-import. Non-impose, not imposed. Non-imposition, the failure to impose something. Non-impotent, not impotent. Non-impregnated, not impregnated. Non-impressed, not impressed. Non-impressionist, not of or pertaining to the impressionist movement in art. Non-imprinted, not imprinted. Non-imprisonable, not punishable by a prison sentence. Non-imprisoned, unimprisoned. Non-improved, unimproved. Non-improvement, lack of improvement, failure to improve. Non-improvements, plural of non-improvement. Non-improver, someone who, or something that does not improve. Non-improvers, plural of non-improver. Non-impulsive, not impulsive. Non-imputation, absence of imputation. Non-imputed, not imputed. Non-inactivating, that does not inactivate. Non-inbred, not inbred. Non-incandescent, not incandescent. Non-incarcerated, not incarcerated. Non-imprisoned. Non-incarnated, not incarnated. Non-incendiary, not incendiary. Non-incentive, that which is not an incentive. Non-incentives, plural of non-incentive. Non-incentivize, not incentivize. Non-incestuous, not incestuous. Non-incident, not incident, non-incidental, not incidental, non-incinerable, not incinerable, non-incinerated, unincinerated, non-incitement, absence of incitement, non-inclination, lack of inclination, non-included, not included, excluded, non-inclusion, exclusion, non-inclusionary, not inclusionary, non-inclusions, plural of non-inclusion, exclusion, non-inclusionary, not inclusionary, non-inclusions, plural of non-inclusion, non-inclusive, not inclusive, excluding something, non-incompetent, alternative spelling of non-incompetent, non-incorporated, not incorporated, non-increase, the situation in which something does not increase, a decrease or equilibrium, non-increasing, not increasing, non-incriminating, not incriminating, non-incriminatory, not incriminatory, non-encrusting, alternative form of non-encrusting, non-incubated, unincubated, non-incumbent, one who is not an incumbent, non-incumbents, plural of non-incumbent, non-incurred, not having been incurred, non-indentured, not indentured, non-independent, lack of independence, dependence, non-independences, plural of non-independence, non-independent, not independent, non-index, not index, non-indexical, not indexical, non-indicated, not indicated suggested by symptoms as a suitable remedy, non-indicative, not indicative, non-indictable, not indictable, non-indictment, lack of indictment, failure to indict, non-indictments, plural of non-indictment, non-indigene, one who is not an indigene, somebody not indigenous to an area, non-indigenes, plural of non-indigene, non-indigenous, not indigenous, not native to an area, non-indigent, not indigent, non-indigents, plural of non-indigent, non-Indian, not of or pertaining to Indian, non-individual, not individual, non-individualistic, not individualistic, non-individuals, plural of non-individual, non-individuated, not individuated, treated as a mass or unit, non-induced, not induced, non-inducibility, the condition of being non-inducible, non-inducible, not inducible, non-inducing, not inducing, non-inductive, not inductive, non-inductively, in a non-inductive manner, non-inductivity, absence of inductivity, non-indulgence, lack of indulgence, non-indulgent, not indulgent, non-indurated, not indurated, non-indurative, not indurative, non-industrial, not industrial, non-industrialized, alternative form of non-industrialized, non-industrialized, not industrialized, non-industrial, in a non-industrial manner. Non-industry, not of pertaining to industry or some specific industry. Not inert, not inert, non-inertial, describing an accelerating frame of reference in which Newton's laws of motion do not apply. Non-inevitability, the property of not being inevitable, of perhaps being inevitable. Non-inevitable, not inevitable. Non-infallible, not infallible. Non-infant, one who is not an infant.
Here we go.
Non-infantile, not infantile. Non-infantry, not belonging or relating to the infantry. Non-infants, plural of non-infant. Non-infarct, not of or relating to an infarct. Not infarcted, not infarcted. Infected, not infected. Non-infecting, non-infection. Non-infection, absence of infection. Non-infectious, not infectious, particularly with respect to a disease. Non-infectiously, in a non-infectious manner. Non-infectiousness, the condition of being uninfectious. Non-infective, not infective. Non-infectivity, the condition of being uninfective. Non-inferential, not inferential. Non-inferentially, in a non-inferential manner. Non-inferior. Not inferior. Non-inferiority, the condition of not being inferior, such as when a new medication is tested and found to be not inferior to existing treatments in terms of efficacy. Non-infested, non-infested. Non-infiltrated, not infiltrated. Non-infiltrating, not infiltrating. Non-infiltrative, not infiltrative. Non-infinite, not infinite, finite. Non-infinitely, in a manner that is not infinite.
Invincible.
Non-infinitesimal, not infinitesimal. Non-inflamed, not inflamed. Non-inflammability, quality of not being flammable, i.e. not easily set on fire. Non-inflammable, not inflammable. Non-inflammatory, not inflammatory, not able to inflame. Non-inflatable, not inflatable. Non-inflated, not inflated. Non-inflationary, not inflationary, not relating to or not likely to cause economic inflation. Non-inflected, that does not change according to gender, number, tense, etc. Non-inflecting, that does not inflect. Non-inflectional, not inflectional. Non-inflicted, not deliberately inflicted, accidental. Non-influence, lack of influence, failure to influence. Non-influence, not influenced. Non-influencer, one who is not an influencer. Non-influencers, plural of non-influencer. Non-influences, plural of non-influence. Non-influencing, not exerting an influence. Non-influential, not influential. Non-information, not of or pertaining to information. Non-informational, not informational. Non-informative, not informative. Non-informativeness, the condition of being non-informative. non-infraction, absence of infraction, an act that is not an infraction. Non-infractions, plural of non-infraction. Non-infrared, not infrared. Non-infrastructural, not infrastructural. Non-infrastructure, not of or pertaining to infrastructure. Not infringe, not infringe. Non-infringement, absence of infringement. Non-infringement, plural of non-infringement. Non-infringer, one who is not an infringer. Non-infringers, plural of non-infringer. Non-infringing, that does not infringe. Non-ingestible, not ingestible. Non-ingested, not ingested. Non-ingestive, not ingestive. Nonnington, a village and civil parish in Dover District, Kent, England, OS Grid Ref TR 2552. Non-inhabitable, not inhabitable. Non-inhabitant, one who is not an inhabitant, a stranger, foreigner, or non-resident. Non-inhabitants, plural of non-inhabitant. Non-inhaler, one who avoids inhaling the smoke from a cigarette, pipe, etc. Non-inhalers, plural of non-inhaler. Non-inherent, not inherent. Non-inheritable, not inheritable. Non-inheritance, lack of inheritance, the state or condition of being non-inherited. Non-inherited, not inherited, not passed from parent to offspring. Non-inheriting, that does not inherit. Non-inhibited, not inhibited. Non-inhibiting,
Invincible.
not inhibiting. Non-inhibition, absence of inhibition. Non-inhibitive, not inhibitive. Non-inhibitor, a substance that is not an inhibitor. Non-inhibitors, plural of non-inhibitor. Non-inhibitory, not inhibitory. Non-initial, not initial. Non-initialize, uninitialize. Non-initiate, one who has not yet been initiated as. Non-initiated, uninitiated. Non-initiates, plural of non-initiate. Non-initiating, not initiating. Non-initiation, the deliberate absence of initiation. Non-initiations, plural of non-initiation. Non-initiative, in which voter initiatives cannot be brought to the ballot. Non-injectable, not injectable. Non-injected, not injected. Non-injecting, not injecting. Non-injective, not injective. Non-injured, uninjured. Non-injurious, not injurious. Non-injury, a practice or philosophy of not causing injury to others. Non-innate, not innate. Non-innervated, not innervated. Non-innocence, absence of innocence, guilt, or blameworthiness. Non-innocent, not innocent. Non-innocence, plural of.
Here we go.
Non-innocent, non-innovative, not innovative. Non-inno, alternative form of non-meaningless word used in refrains. Non-inoculated. That has not been inoculated. Non-inoculation. Absence of inoculation. Non-inotropic. Not inotropic. Non-inpatient. One who is not an inpatient. Non-inpatients. Plural of non-inpatient. Non-input. Not of or pertaining to input. Non-inquiring. Not inquiring, unquestioning. Non-inquisitive. Not inquisitive. Non-insane. Not insane. Sane. Non-insect. A creature that is not an insect. Non-insecticidal. Not insecticidal. Non-insects. Plural of non-insect. Non-inseminated. Not inseminated. Non-insertion. Absence of insertion. Failure to insert. Not insertional. Not insertional. Non-insider. One who is not an insider. Non-insiders. Plural of non-insider. Non-insightful. Not insightful. Non-insonicated. Not insonicated. Non-inspiring. Uninspiring. Non-installation. Absence of installation. Failure to install.
Invincible.
Non-installment. Alternative form of non-installment. Non-instant. That which is not an instance, an occurrence of something other than what is looked for. Non-instances. Plural of non-instance. Not instantaneous. Non-instantiable. Not instantiable. That cannot be instantiated. Non-instinctive. Not instinctive. Non-instinctual. Not instinctual. Non-institution. An organization that is not an institution. Non-institutional. Not institutional. Not having the usual characteristics of an institution. Non-institutionalized. Alternative form of non-institutionalized. Non-institutionalized. Not institutionalized. Non-institutions. Plural of non-institution. Non-instructed. Not instructed. Non-instruction. Lack of instruction. Non-instructional. Not instructional. Non-instructive. Not instructive. Non-instrumental. Not instrumental. Non-instrumentalist. One who opposes instrumentalism. Non-instrumentalists. Plural of non-instrumentalists. Non-instrumentally. In a non-instrumental manner. Non-instrumented. Not instrumented. Non-insular. Not insular. Non-insulating. Not serving to insulate. Non-insulation. Absence of insulation. Failure to
Here we go.
insulate. Non-insulin. Not of or pertaining to insulin. Non-insulinoma. Not insulinoma. Applied to a hypoglycemia syndrome often associated with gastric bypass. Insulting. Not insulting. Non-insurance. Not of or pertaining to insurance. Non-insured. Not insured. Non-insurer. A person or organization that is not an insurer. Non-insurers. Plural of non-insurer. Non-insurrectionary. Not insurrectionary. intact, not intact. Non-integer, not integer. Non-integers, plural of non-integer. Non-integrability, the condition of being non-integrable. Non-integrable, not integrable. Non-integral, not integral. Non-integrated, not integrated. Non-integrating, not integrating. Non-integrative, not integrative. Non-integrant, not integrant. Non-integrity, absence of integrity. Non-intellectual, not intellectual. Non-intellectualism, the state or property of being an intellectual. Non-intellectuals, plural of non-intellectual. Non-intelligence, absence of intelligence thinking faculty. Non-intelligent, not intelligent.
Invincible.
Non-intense, not intense. Non-intensify, not intensify. Non-intensive, not intensive. Non-intensively, in a non-intensive manner, not intensively. Not intent, lack of intent. Non-intention, absence of intention. Non-intentional. Not intentional. Non-intentionalistic, not intentionalistic. Non-intentionally, in a non-intentional manner, without intention. Non-interacting, not interacting, failing to interact. Non-interaction, lack of interaction. Non-interactional, not interactional. Non-interactions, plural of non-interaction. Non-interactive, not interactive. Non-interactively, in a non-interactive manner. Non-interactivity, absence of interactivity. Non-intercalated, not interactive. Non-interactively, in a non-interactive manner. Non-interactivity, absence of interactivity. Non-intercalated, not intercalated. Non-intercalating, not intercalating. Non-interchangeability, the property of not being interchangeable. Non-interchangeable, that cannot be interchanged with another. Non-intercourse, the lack of intercourse, the suspension of relations or communication, especially between countries. Non-interdependent, not interdependent. Non-interdisciplinary, not interdisciplinary. Non-interests, not of or pertaining to interest additional amounts repaid as a fraction of money or goods borrowed. Non-interested, not interested having some personal involvement in a company's success, etc. Non-interested, not interesting. Non-interests, plural of non-interests. Non-interface, not an interface, or not belonging or relating to one. Non-interfacial, not interfacial. Non-interference, the policy of a state or other actor of not interfering in the domestic policies of another. Non-interferences, plural of non-interference. Non-interfere, one who or that which does not interfere. Non-interferers, plural of non-interfere. Non-interfering, not interfering. Non-interfertile, not interfertile. Non-interim, not interim. Non-interlace, not interlaced. Non-interleave, not interleave. non-interlocking, not interlocking, non-interlocutory, not interlocutory, non-intermediate, not intermediate, non-intermittent, not intermittent, non-internal, not internal, non-internalized, not internalized, non-international, not international, non-interoperability, the quality of not being interoperable, non-interoperable, not interoperable,
invincible,
non-interpersonal, not interpersonal, non-interpolated, uninterpolated, non-interpolating, not interpolating, interpolation, absence of interpolation, non-interposition, lack of interposition, failure to interpose, non-interpretable, not interpretable, non-interpretation, absence of interpretation, failure to interpret something, non-interpretations, plural of non-interpretation, non-interpretative, not interpretative, non-interpretive, not interpreted, non-interpretive, not interpretive, non-interrogative, not interrogative, non-interrupt, that is not an interrupt routine, non-interrupted, not interrupted, non-interruptively, in a non-interrupted manner, non-intersecting, not intersecting, non-intersection, lack of intersection, failure to intersect, non-intersectional, not intersectional, non-intersections, plural of non-intersection, non-intersector, that which is not an intersector, non-intersectors, plural of non-intersector, non-interstitial, not interstitial, non-intervention, alternative spelling of non-intervention, non-interventional, not interventional, non-interventionalism, synonym
Here we go.
of non-interventionism, non-interventionalist, synonym of non-interventionist, non-interventionalists, plural of non-interventionalists, non-interventionism, a policy of non-intervention, non-interventionist, a proponent of non-intervention, non-interventionistic, pertaining to non-interventionism, non-interventionists, plural of non-interventionists, non-interventions, plural of non-intervention, non-intervertebral, not intervertebral, non-interview, not of or pertaining to an interview, non-interviews, plural of non-interview, non-intervisible, not intervisible, non-intestinal, not intestinal, non-intimate, not intimate, non-intimidating, not intimidating, non-intoxicant, a substance that is not an intoxicant, non-intoxicants, plural of non-intoxicant, non-intoxicated, not intoxicated, non-intoxicated, not intoxicating, not causing drunkenness, non-intramolecular, not intramolecular, non-intravenous, not intravenous, non-intrinsic, not intrinsic, non-introductory, not introductory, intronic, that does not involve introns, non-introspective, not introspective, non-introspectively, in a manner that is not introspective, non-introverted, not introverted, non-intruding, not intruding, non-intrusion, absence of or freedom from intrusion, non-intrusionism, a policy of non-intrusion opposition to the appointment of a clergyman to a parish by a patron against the wishes of the parishioners. Non-intrusionist, one who opposes the appointment of a clergyman to a parish by a patron against the wishes of the parishioners. Non-intrusionists, plural of non-intrusionists. Non-intrusive, not intrusive, non-intrusively, in a way that is not intrusive. Non-intrusiveness, the condition of being non-intrusive. Non-intubative, not intubated. Non-intuitionistic, not intuitionistic. Non-intuitive, not intuitive. Non-intuitively, in a non-intuitive manner. Non-intumescent, not intumescent. Non-invaded, not having been invaded. Non-invading, not invading, non-invasive. Non-invariance, the capacity being non-invariant. Non-invariant, not invariant. Non-invasive, not invasive, non-invasively, in a non-invasive manner. Non-invasiveness, the characteristic of being non-invasive. Non-invasivity, the condition of being non-invasive.
Here we go.
Non-inventory, not of or pertaining to inventory. Non-inversion, absence of inversion, failure to invert something such as a clause in a sentence. Non-inverted, not inverted. Non-invertibility, the condition of being non-invertible. Non-invertible, that cannot be inverted, not invertible. Non-inverting, that does not cause inversion. Non-invested, not invested. Non-investigated, not investigated. Non-investigational, not investigational. Non-investigative, not investigative. Non-investigatory, not investigatory. Non-investing, not investing. Non-investment, not of or pertaining to an investment. Non-investments, plural of non-investment. Non-investor, one who is not an investor. Non-investors, plural of non-investor. Non-invidious, not invidious. Non-invincibility, lack of invincibility. Non-invited, uninvited. Non-involved, not involved. Non-involvement, lack of involvement. Non-involvements, plural of non-involvement. Nanayadinade, Nare. Not of or pertaining to ayadi. Nanayas, Nanayas. Nare. Any foraminifer of the family Nanayanidi. Nanayane, Nayane. Nanayane. Any member of the Nanayanidi. Nanaids, plural of nanayanid. Nanayan. Alternative form of nanayanized. Nanayanizing. Alternative form of nanayanizing. Nanayanizable. Nanayanizable. Nanayaniz. Nanayaniz. Nanayanizing. Nanayanizing. Nanayanomeri. Nanayanomeri. Nana. Plural of nanayan. Non-epsitive. Not epsitive. Non-iridescent. Not iridescent. Non-iron. That does not contain iron. Non-ironic. Not ironic. Non-irradiated. That has not been irradiated. Non-irradiating. That does not irradiate. That does not apply any irradiation. Non-irrational. Not irrational. Non-irregular. Not irregular. Non-irreparable. Not irreparable. Non-irrevocable. Not irrevocable. Non-irrigible. Not irrigible. Non-irrigated. Not irrigated. Non-irrigating. Not irrigating. Non-irrigation. Lack of irrigation. Non-irritable. Not irritable. Non-irritant. A substance that is not an irritant. Non-irritants.
Here we go.
Plural of non-irritant. Non-irritating. Not irritating. Not an irritant. Non-irritative. Not irritative. Non-eyes. Plural of non-eye. Non-ischemic. Alternative form of non-ischemic. Not ischemic. Not ischemic. Not ischemic. Not ischemic. Non-islander. One who is not an islander. Non-islanders. Plural of non-islander. Non-ism. The abstention from harmful activities, foods, and so on. Non-isobaric. Not isobaric. Non-isocentric. Not isocentric. Non-isochronicity. Absence of isochronicity. Non-isochronous. Not isochronous. Non-isolable. Not isolable. Non-isolate. One who, or that which, is not an isolate. Non-isolated. Not isolated. Non-isolates. Plural of non-isolate. Non-isoluminant. Not isoluminant. Non-isomerized. Not isomerized. Non-isomerizing. Not isomerizing. Non-isometric. Not isometric. Non-isomorphic. Not isomorphic. Non-isomorphically. Not isomorphically. Non-isomorphous. Not isomorphous. Non-isopotential. Not isopotential. Non-isospectral. Not isospectral. Non-isosteric. Not isosteric. Non-isostericity. The condition of being an isosteric. Non-isotaphonomic. Not isotaphonomic. Non-isothermal. Not isothermal. Non-isothermally. In a non-isothermal manner. Non-isothermic. Not isothermic. Non-isotope. not relating to or involving isotopes. Non-isotopic, not isotopic. Non-isotropic, not isotropic. Non-issuable, not issuable. Non-issuance, failure to issue something. Non-issue, alternative spelling of non-issue. Non-issued. Not issued. Non-issuer, one who does not issue something, such as shares in finance. Non-issuers, plural of non-issuer. Non-issues, plural of non-issue. Non-issuing, not issuing something, such as shares in finance. Non-es, an advocate of nonism. Non-estic, relating to nonism or to non-es. Non-es, plural of non-es. Non-italic, not italic. Non-italicize, not italicize. Non-itemize. Unitemize. Non-itemizer, one who does not make itemized deductions on a tax return. Non-itemizers, plural of non-itemizer. Non-iterable, not iterable. Non-iterated, not iterated. Non-iterative, not iterative. Non-iteratively, in a non-iterative manner. Non-itinerant, not itinerant. Non-idol. A sugar alcohol containing 9 carbon atoms. Non-es, a device for adjusting the accuracy of mathematical instruments later superseded by the vernier. Non-uses, plural of non-eus. Non-evamide, a capsaicinoid and amide of pelargonic acid and vanillylamine present in chili peppers and used as a food additive and a lacrimatory agent. Non-jacketed, not jacketed. Non-jade, not made from jade the semi-precious stone. Non-jaded, not jaded, fresh. Non-jail, not of or pertaining to jail. Non-jailable, not jailable. Non-genitario, not genitario. Non-Java, that is not Java or does not conform to the standards and expectations of Java. Non-jazz, not jazz music. Not jazz dance. Non-jealous, not jealous. Non-jewelry, items that are not jewelry. Non-job, a position that is ostensibly a job but does not involve useful or meaningful work. Non-jobs, plural of non-job. Non-jogger, one who does not jog for exercise. Non-joggers, plural of non-jogger. Non-jogging, who does not jog for exercise. Non-joinder, the omission of a party that was necessary to an action. Non-joinders, plural of non-joinder. Non-join, not join. Non-joiner, one who does not join a movement, organization, etc. Non-joiners, plural of non-joiner. Non-joining, not joining, that do not join. Non-join, not joined. Non-joke, a story, utterance, etc. that is not a joke. Non-jokes, plural of non-joke. Non-journalists, someone who is not a journalist. Non-journalistic, not journalistic. Non-journalists, plural of non-journalists. Non-judge, one who is not a judge, public official administering the law. Non-judge, not judge. Non-judgment, alternative form of non-judgment. Non-judgmental, alternative spelling of non-judgmental. Non-judgmentally, alternative form of non-judgmentally. Non-judgments, plural of non-judgment. Non-judges, plural of non-judge. Non-judging, not making judgments. Non-judgment, that which is not a judgment. Non-judgmental, without making judgments, especially those based upon personal ethics or opinions. Non-judgmentalism, the attitude of being non-judgmental. Non-judgmentally, in a non-judgmental manner, without evaluation, acceptingly. Non-judgments, plural of non-judgment. Non-judiciable, not judiciable. Non-judicial, not judicial, not related to the powers of a judge. Non-judicial, in a way that is not judicial. Non-judicious, not judicious. Non-juggling, not relating to juggling. Non-junctional, not junctional. Non-jungle. Not of or pertaining to jungle. Non-junk, that is not junk or junk mail, junk food, etc. That has worth. Non-jurancy, the quality of being enduring. Non-jurant, non-juring. Non-juridical, not juridical. Non-juries, plural of non-jury. Non-juring, describing the bishops, clergy, and congregations that refuse to swear allegiance to William Roman III of England. Non-juris, one who is not a jurist. Non-juristic, not juristic. Non-jurists, plural of non-jurist. Non-juror, someone who refuses to swear a particular oath, specifically a clergyman who refused to take the oath of allegiance to William and Mary in 1689. Non-jurism, the doctrines or actions of the non-jurors, those who refuse to swear an oath.
Invincible.
Non-jurors, plural of non-juror. Non-jury, not a jury or not involving a jury. Non-jurying, alternative form of non-juring. Non-jussive, not jussive. Non-justiciability, the condition of being non-justiciable. Non-justiciable, not justiciable. Non-justificational, not justificational. Non-juvenile, not juvenile, adult. Non-juveniles, plural of non-juvenile. Non-karmic, not karmic. Non-karstic, not karstic. Non-Kelite, not Kelite. Non-keratin, that which is not keratin. Non-keratinized, not keratinized. Non-keratinizing, that does not keratinize. Non-keratinous, not keratinous. Non-keratins, plural of non-keratin. Non-geriathecal, not geriathecal. Non-ketogenic, not ketogenic. Non-ketoic, unrelated to ketosis or ketoacidosis, not of a ketoic origin. Non-ketotic, not catodic. Non-keyboard, not a keyboard, or lacking a keyboard. Non-killer, one who, or that which, does not kill. Non-killers, plural of non-killer. Non-killing, not engaging in killing. Non-killings, plural of non-killing. Non-kin, a person who is not one's
Here we go.
relative. Non-kinase, any enzyme that is not a kinase. Non-kinases, plural of non-kinase. Non-kindergarten, not of or pertaining to kindergarten. Non-kindness, synonym of unkindness. Non-kindmatic, not kindmatic. Non-kindsigenic, not kindsigenic. Non-kinetic, not kinetic. Nake, one who, or that which, is not a king. Non-kings, plural of non-king. Non-kinky, not kinky in various senses. Non-kins, plural of non-kin. Non-kinship, the absence of kinship in a group. Non-kitchen, not of or pertaining to a kitchen. Non-knitted, not knitted. Non-knowable, not knowable. Non-knowledge, the state of not knowing. Non-knowledge is plural of non-knowledge. Non-Quranic, alternative form of non-Quranic. Non-kosher, not kosher. Non-lab, non-laboratory. Non-label, alternative spelling of non-labeled. Non-label, not labeled, unlabeled. Non-labial, not labial. Non-labialize, not labialize. Non-labials, plural of non-labial. Non-labile, not labile.
Invincible.
Non-labor, not of pertaining to labor. Non-laboratory, not of pertaining to or suited to a laboratory. Non-labor, not labored. Non-laborer, one who is not a laborer. Non-laborers, plural of non-laborer. Non-laboring, not laboring. Non-laborious, not laborious. Non-labor, alternative form of non-labor. Non-laboring, alternative spelling of non-laboring. Non-labyrinthine, not labyrinthine. Non-lactating, not lactating. Non-lactescent, not lactescent. Non-lacunar, not lacunar. Non-lag, not lagged. Non-lagomorph, an animal that is not a lagomorph. Non-lagomorphs, plural of non-lagomorph. Non-lay, not of or pertaining to a lake. Non-lamor, not lamor. Non-laminar. Not laminar. Non-laminated, not laminated. Non-land, not of or pertaining to the land. Non-landed, not owning land. Non-landline, not being or relating to a landline. Non-landlord, one who is not a landlord. Non-landlords, plural of non-landlord. Non-landowner, one who is not a landowner. Non-landowners. Plural of non-landowner. Non-landowning. Not landowning. Non-language. That which is not a language. Non-languages. Plural of non-language. Non-lanthanide. Not lanthanide. Non-antibiotic. Any drug that is not an antibiotic. Non-antibiotics. Plural of non-antibiotic. Non-laparoscopic. Not laparoscopic. Non-laptop. Not of or pertaining to laptop computers. Non-large. Not large. Non-laurel. Not laurel. Non-laryngeal. Not laryngeal. Non-laser. Not of pertaining to lasers. Non-late. Not late. Non-lateral. Not lateral. Non-lateralized. Alternative form of non-lateralized. Non-lateralized. Not lateralized. Non-latex. Not of or pertaining to latex. Lathering. Not forming a lather. Non-lattice. Not of or pertaining to a lattice. Non-laughing. Not laughing. Non-laundry. Not of or pertaining to laundry. Non-law. That which is not law. Non-lawful. Not lawful, unlawful. Non-lawyer. Alternative form of non-lawyer. Non-lay. Not lay, clerical. Non-layer. Not layer. Non-laying. Not laying eggs. Non-lazy. Not lazy. Non-leaf. Not of or pertaining to leave the chemical element. Non-letic. On-letic. Non-later. One who is not a leader. Non-laters. Plural of non-leader. Non-leading. Not leading. Non-leaf. A node in a data structure that is not a leaf node. Non-leafy. Not leafy. Non-leaf. Not part of a leaf. Non-laker. One who, or that which, does not leak. Non-leakers. Plural of non-leaker. Non-leaking. Not leaking. Non-leaky. Not leaky. Non-layer. Not a leap year or leap month or leap day. Non-learner. A person who is not a learner or has an inability to learn. Non-learners. Plural of non-learner. Non-learning. Not learning. Non-leasable. Not leasable. Non-leather. Not of or pertaining to leather. Non-layus. Plural of non-leaf. Non-lecture. That which is not a lecture. Non-lectures. Plural of non-lecture. Non-leftist. One who is not politically a leftist. Non-leftists. Plural of non-leftists. Non-legacy. Not legacy. Non-legal. Not law-related, not related to the practice of law. Non-legalism. The act or state of being unlegal, an attitude or approach that favors a lack of hierarchy and legal strictures and prefers situational negotiation. non-legalistic, not legalistic, non-legalized, not legalized, non-legato, not legato, non-legendary, not legendary, non-mythical, non-legislated, not legislated, non-legislative, not of a legislative character, not involved with or related to legislating, non-legislator, one who is not a legislator, non-legislators, plural of non-legislator, non-legitimacy, lack of legitimacy, the quality of being non-legitimate, non-legitimate, not legitimate, illegitimate, invalid, non-legume, that which is not a legume, non-legumes, plural of non-legume, non-leguminous, not leguminous, non-leisure, not of or relating to leisure, non-lemma, alternative spelling of non-lemma, non-lemmas, plural of non-lemma, non-lemniscal, not lemniscal, non-lender, one who does not lend, non-lenders, plural of non-lender, non-lending, that does not lend, non-lenticular, not lenticular,
invincible,
non-lentiginous, not lentiginous, non-lentiviral, not lentiviral, non-lepidopteran, not lepidopteran, non-lepidopterous, not lepidopterous, non-leprotic, not leprotic, non-leprous, not leprous, non-leptonic, not leptonic, non-lesbian, not lesbian, non-lesbians, plural of non-lesbian, non-leisure, not of or relating to a lesion, non-lesiono, that does not form lesions, non-lesion, not lesion, non-lethal, alternative form of non-lethal, non-lethality, the condition of being non-lethal, non-lethally, in a way that is not lethal, non-leals, plural of non-lethal, non-letter, that which is not a letter alphabetic symbol, non-letter press, not relating to or not produced by letterpress printing, non-letters, plural of non-letter, non-leukemic, alternative form of non-leukemic, non-leukemia, not of or pertaining to leukemia, non-leukemic, not leukemic, non-leukemogenic, that does not cause leukemia, non-leukopenic, not leukopenic, non-leucor juice, not leucor juice, non-level, not level, non-levulose, not of or pertaining to levulose, non-lexical, not lexical, non-lexicalizable, not lexicalizable, non-lexicalized, not lexicalized, non-lexicographic, not lexicographic, non-lexicographical, not lexicographical, non-liability, absence of legal liability, non-liable, not liable, non-liar, one who is not a liar, non-liars, plural of non-liar, non-literal, not literal, non-literals, plural of non-literal, non-literated, unliberated, non-liberation, absence of liberation, failure to liberate, non-libertarian, one who is not a libertarian, non-libertarians, plural of non-libertarian, non-librarian, one who is not a librarian, non-librarians, plural of non-librarian, non-library, plural of non-library, non-library, not of or pertaining to a library, non-license, non-license, non-licentiate, one who is not a licentiate, non-licentiates, plural of non-licentiate, non-lichenized, not lichenized, non-licking, that does not lick. Non-lano, not literal, non-life. All objects or substances except those considered alive. Non-lifer, a prisoner who is not serving a life sentence. Non-lifers, plural of non-lifer. Non-ligand, not of or pertaining to a ligand. Non-ligatable, not ligatable. Non-ligated, not ligated. Non-light, not light in various senses. Non-lighted, not lighted. Unlit, non-lights, plural of non-light. Non-lignified, not lignified. Non-limbe, not limbic. Non-limbic, not limbic. Non-limerence, lack of limerence. Non-limerent, not limerent. Non-limitation, lack of limitation, failure to limit. Non-limitative, not limitative. Non-limited, not limited. Non-limiting, not limiting. Non-lineal, not lineal. Non-linear, not lying on. On a straight line. Non-linear editing, the use of specialized software to edit audiovisual material by applying incremental changes that can be reverted if needed. Nonlinear editor, a software system for nonlinear editing. Nonlinear editors, plural of nonlinear editor. Nonlinearities, plural of nonlinearity. Nonlinearity, the state of being nonlinear. Nonlinearization, the act or process of making something nonlinear. Nonlinearizations, plural of nonlinearization. Nonlinearize, to make nonlinear. Nonlinearize, not linearized. Nonlinearizes, third person singular simple present indicative of nonlinearize. Nonlinearizing, present participle and gerund of nonlinearize. Nonlinearly, in a nonlinear fashion, often specifically exponentially. Non-Lenin, not made from Lenin. Non-linguist, a person who is not a linguist. Non-linguistic, not linguistic. Non-linguistically, in a non-linguistic manner. Non-linguists, plural of non-linguists. Non-linked, not linked. Non-linking, that does not link to others. Non-lipid, a substance that is not a lipid. Non-lipidated, not lipidated. Non-lipids, Plural of non-lipid. Non-lipidostrophic. Not lipidostrophic. Non-lipogenic. Not lipogenic. Non-lipoidal. Not lipoidal. Non-lipolytic. Not lipolytic. Non-lipomatous. Not lipomatous. Non-lipophilic. Not lipophilic. Non-lipoprotein. Any protein that is not a lipoprotein. Non-lipoproteins. Plural of non-lipoprotein. Non-liposomal. Not liposomal. Non-liquefy. Not liquefy. Non-liquefying. Not liquefying. Non-liquid. A substance that is not a liquid. Non-liquidated. Not liquidated. Non-liquidating. Not liquidating. Non-liquidation. Lack of liquidation. Failure to liquidate. Non-liquidity. The quality of being non-liquid. Liquids. Plural of non-liquid. Non-lested. Lested. Non-listener. One who does not listen. Non-listeners. Plural of non-listener. Non-listening. Not listening. Non-lister. A non-listing adding machine. Non-listers. Plural of non-lister. Non-listing. Of an adding machine. Not producing a printout, but only displaying a running total on a meter. Non-literal. Not literal. Non-literally. In a manner that is not literal. Non-literal. Plural of non-literal. Non-literary. Not literary. Non-literate. Not literate. Illiterate. Non-literates. Plural of non-literate. Non-literature. That which is not literature. Non-lithified. Alternative form of unlithified. Non-lithium. Not of or pertaining to lithium. Non-lithospheric. Not lithospheric. Non-litigable. Not litigable. Non-litigant. One who is not a litigant. Non-litigants. Plural of non-litigant. Non-litigating. Not litigating. Non-litigation. Absence of litigation. Failure to litigate. Non-litigious. Not litigious. Non-litter. Not litter. Non-littering. Not dropping litter. Non-liturgical. Not liturgical. Non-live. Not live in various senses. Non-liver. Not of or pertaining to the liver. Non-lives. Plural of non-live. Non-livestock. Not of or pertaining to livestock. Non-living. Alternative spelling of non-living. Non-lixidated. Not lixidated. Non-loaded. Not loaded. Non-low bar. Not low bar. Non-muddy. Not loye. Non-muddiest. One who is not a laudius. Non-muddiest. Plural of non-lobbyists. Non-lobe. Not lobe. Non-lobotomized. Not lobotomized. not lobulate. Non-lobulated, not lobulated. Non-local, not local, not specific to a location. Non-localities, plural of non-locality. Non-locality, the condition of being non-local. Non-localizability, the condition of being non-localizable. Non-localizable, not localizable. Non-localized, not localized. Non-localizing, that does not localize. Non-locally, in a non-local manner, not locally. Non-locals, plural of non-local. Non-locational, not locational. Non-locative, not locative. Non-lockable, not lockable. Non-locked, not locked in various senses. Non-locking, that does not lock. Non-locomotive, not locomotive. Non-locomotory, not locomotory. Non-lodging, not lodging. Non-losic, not losic. Non-logarithmic, not logarithmic. Non-logarithmically, in a way that is not logarithmic. Non-logic, that which is not logic. Non-logical, not logical, not pertaining to logic. Non-logically, without logic. Non-logistical, not logistical. Non-logistics, not of or pertaining to logistics. Non-lonely, not lonely. Non-larn, not larn. Non-longitudinal, not longitudinal.
Here we go.
Non-look ahead, not using or not pertaining to look ahead. Non-loop back, not of or pertaining to a loop back mechanism. Non-looped, not looped. Non-looping, that does not loop. Non-loricate, not loricate. Non-losable, not losable, that cannot be lost. Non-loser, one who is not a loser of a contest or of body weight, etc. Non-losers, plural of non-loser. Non-losing, not losing. Non-lossy, not lossy, lossless. Non-lottery, not of pertaining to or running a lottery. Non-love, absence of love. Non-lover, one who is not a lover or who does not love. Non-lovers, plural of non-lover. Non-loving, not loving. No-mo, not low. Non-lower, not lower. Non-loxodromic, not loxodromic. Oil. Non-lubricated, not lubricated. Non-lucid, not being or relating to a lucid dream. Non-lucrative, not lucrative. Non-lumbar, not lumbar. Non-luminal, not luminal. Non-luminescent, not luminescent. Non-luminosity, the quality of be luminous. Non-luminous.
Invincible.
Not luminous. Non-lunar, not lunar. Non-lunar, not relating to the lawn. Non-lupus, not having or not relating to the disease lupus. Non-lustrous, not lustrous. Non-luteal, not luteal. Non-luteinized, in which the corpus luteum has not formed. Non-luxury, not luxury. Non-lying, the practice of not telling lies. Non-lymphatic, not lymphatic. Non-lymphoblastic, not lymphoblastic. Non-lymphocytic. Not lymphocytic. Non-lymphoid, not being or containing lymphoid tissue or cells. Non-lymphomatous, not lymphomatous. Non-lymphopenic, not lymphopenic. Non-lymphoproliferative, not lymphoproliferative. Non-lyric, not lyric. Non-lyrical, not lyrical. Non-lies, not lies. Non-lysine, used attributively to describe any amino acid other than lysine, especially when linked to ubiquitin. Non-lysogenic, not lysogenic. Non-lysosomal, not lysosomal. Non-lytic, not lytic. Non-machinable, not machinable. Non-machine, not of or pertaining to machines. Non-machine, not machine, not having been made, shaped, or finished by machinery. Non-macho, not macho. Non-macrobiatic, not macrobiatic. Non-macrocyclic, not macrocyclic. Non-macrocytic, not macrocytic. Non-macrophage, not of or pertaining to a macrophage. Non-macroporous, not macroporous. Non-macular, not macular. Non-mafia, not belonging or relating to the mafia. Non-maffe, not maffic. Non-magazine, not of or pertaining to magazines. Non-magic, not magic, non-magical. Non-magical, not magical. Non-magically, in a non-magical manner. Non-magician, one who is not a magician. Non-magicians. Plural of non-magician. Non-magmatic, not magmatic. Non-magnesium, not of or pertaining to magnesium. Non-magnet, any non-magnetic material or object. Non-magnetic, not magnetic, not affected by a magnet. Non-magnetizable, not magnetizable. Non-magnetized, not magnetized. Non-magnetotactic. Not magnetotactic. Non-magnets, plural of non-magnet. Non-mail, not of or pertaining to mail items sent in the post or electronic mail. Non-mailable, not mailable, that cannot legally be sent by mail. Non-main, not main. Non-mainframe, not of or pertaining to mainframe computing. Non-mainstream, not mainstream. Non-mainstream, not mainstream. Non-maintainable, not maintainable. Non-maintenance, failure to maintain something. Non-maze, not of or pertaining to maze. Non-major, a student who is not a major specialist in one area. Non-majoritarian, not majoritarian. Non-majorities. Plural of non-majority. Non-majority. A group that is not a majority. Non-majors. Plural of non-major. Non-maladaptive. Not maladaptive. Non-malaria. Not of or pertaining to malaria. Not malario. Not malario. Non-malarious. Not malarious. Non-male. Not male. Non-maleficent. The absence of maleficence. Non-maleficent. Not maleficent. Not producing harm. Non-males. Plural of non-male. Non-malformed. Not malformed. Non-malicious. Not malicious. Non-malignancy. The property of being malignant. Non-malignant. Not malignant. Without malice. Non-malleable. Not malleable.
Here we go.
Malnourished. Not malnourished. Non-mammal. A creature that is not a mammal. Non-mammalian. Not mammalian. Non-mammals. Plural of non-mammal. Non-man. One who is not a man. Non-management. Not a member of management. Non-manager. One who is not a manager. Non-managerial. Not managerial. Non-managers. Plural of non-manager. Non-mandated. Not mandated. Non-mandatory. Not mandatory. Non-mandibular. Not mandibular. Non-manganese. Not of or pertaining to manganese. Non-manic. Not manic. Non-manifest. Not manifest. Non-manifestation. Absence of manifestation. Failure to manifest. Non-manifestations. Plural of non-manifestation. Non-manifesting. Not manifesting itself, remaining hidden. Non-manifold. Not of or relating to manifolds. Non-manila. Not manila. Non-manipulable. Not manipulable. Non-manipulated. Not manipulated. Non-manipulation. Absence of manipulation. Non-manipulative. Not manipulative. Non-manite. Synonym of non-manitol not involving or relating to mannitol. Non-mannitol. Not involving or relating to mannitol. Non-manual. Not manual. Not manually. In a manner that is not manual. Non-manufacture. Absence of manufacture. Non-manufactured. Not manufactured. Non-manufacturer. A person or organization that is not a manufacturer. Non-manufacturers. Plural of non-manufacturer. Non-manufacturing. Outside of the manufacturing sector. Non-marathon. Not relating to a marathon. Non-marrow. Not of or pertaining to marble, the type of rock. Non-marginal. Not marginal. Non-marginalized. Not marginalized. Non-marijuana. Not of or pertaining to marijuana. Non-marine. Not marine. Non-marital. Not in a marital relationship, unmarried to one another. Non-maritime. Not maritime. Non-marked. Unmarked. Non-market. Not market-based, often specifically lacking the openness of a free market. Non-marketable. Not marketable. Non-marketed. Unmarketed. Non-marketer. One who is not a marketer. Non-marketers. Plural of non-marketer. Non-marketing. Not of or pertaining to marketing.
Here we go.
Non-marketplace. Not of or pertaining to the economic marketplace. Non-markets. Plural of non-market. Non-marking. That does not mark. Non-marriage. Failure to marry. Non-marriageable. Unmarriageable. Non-marriages. Plural of non-marriage. Non-married. Not married. Non-marrieds. Plural of non-married. Non-marring. Not causing damage. Non-marry. Not getting married. Non-martial. Not martial. Non-Marxist. Not Marxist. Non-Marxists. Plural of non-Marxist. Non-masculine. Not masculine. Non-masculinizing. Not masculinizing. Non-maser. Not of pertaining to masers. Non-mason. That does not act as a maser. Non-maskable. Not maskable. Non-masked. Not masked. Non-masochist. One who is not a masochist. Non-masochistic. Not masochistic. Non-masochists. Plural of non-masochists. Non-mason. One who is not a Freemason. Non-masons. Plural of non-mason. Non-massage. Not of or pertaining to massage. Non-massage. Unmassaged. Non-masser. Not master.
Invincible.
Non-master. One who is not a master. Non-masters. Plural of non-master. Non-mastery. Absence of mastery. Failure to master something. Non-master. Masticating. Not masticating. Non-masturbating. Not masturbating. Non-masturbatory. Not masturbatory. Non-match. That which is not a match, a mismatch. Non-match. Not matched. Non-matches. Plural of non-match. Non-matching. Not matching. Non-mate. An animal that is not a mate of some other specified animal. Non-mated. Not mated. Not material. Not material, apart from matter. Non-material culture. A component of culture that consists of the abstract or intangible human creations of society, such as attitudes, beliefs, and values that influence people's behavior. Non-materialism. The philosophy that rejects materialism. Not materialist. Not materialist. Not materialistic. Not materialistic. Not materialist. Plural of non-materialist. Not materiality. the state or condition of being immaterial. Not materially. Not materially. Non-maternal. Not maternal. Non-maternally. In a non-maternal manner. Non-maternity. Not of or pertaining to maternity. Non-mates. Plural of non-mate. Non-math. Non-mathematical. Non-mathematical. Not mathematical. Non-mathematically. In a non-mathematical manner. Non-mathematician. Someone who is not a mathematician. Non-mathematicians. Plural of non-mathematician. Non-mating. Not mating. Non-matriculated. Not matriculated. Non-matriculating. Not matriculating. Non-matrilineal. Not matrilineal. Not matrimonial. Not matrimonial. Non-matrix. Not of or pertaining to a matrix. Non-matted. Not matted. Non-matter. That which is not physical matter. Not mature. Not mature. Not matured. Not matured. Non-maturity. The quality of being immature. Absence of maturity. Non-maximal. Not maximal. Non-mayoral. Not mayoral. Non-meager. Not meager. Non-meager. Alternative form of non-meager. Non-meal. Not being or pertaining to a meal. Non-meaning. Absence of meaning. Non-meaningful. Not meaningful. Non-measurability. The quality or state of being non-measurable. Non-measurable. Not measurable. Not measurables. Plural of non-measurable. Non-measure.
Invincible.
Not measured. Not me. That is not meat or unrelated to meat. Not mates. Plural of non-meat. Not meaty. Not meaty. Non-mechanical. Not mechanical. Non-mechanically. In a non-mechanical fashion. Non-mechanistic. Not mechanistic. Non-mechanistically. In a non-mechanistic fashion. Non-mechanizable. Not mechanizable. Non-mechanized. Unmechanized. Not media. Not of or pertaining to the media. Not medial. Not medial. Not median. Not median. Not mediastinal. Not mediastinal. Not mediated. Not mediated. Not mediating. Not mediating. Not mediator. One who is not a mediator. Not mediators. Plural of non-mediator. Non-medical. Not of a medical character. Not directly involved with medicine. Non-medicalized. Unmedicalized. Non-medically. In a non-medical manner. Non-medicated. Not medicated. Non-medication. Not of or pertaining to medication. Non-medications. Plural of non-medication. Non-medicinal. Not medicinal. Non-medicinally. In a non-medicinal manner. Not medieval. Not medieval. Non-meditative. Not meditating. Non-meditation. absence of meditation, the state of one who is not meditating. Non-meditator, one who does not meditate. Non-meditators, plural of non-meditator. Non-metallary, not metallary. Non-metallated, not metallated. Non-meeting, an event that is not a meeting. Non-meeting. Plural of non-meeting. Non-megaloblastic. Not megaloblastic. Non-meiotic. Not meiotic. Non-melancholic. Not melancholic. Non-melanistic. Not melanistic. Non-melanized. Not melanized. Non-melanocytic. Not melanocytic. Non-melanoma. A cancer that is not a melanoma. Non-melanomas. Plural of non-melanoma. Non-melanomatus. Not melanomatus. Non-melanotic. Not melanotic. Non-melodic. Not melodic. Non-melodious. Not melodious. Non-melodramatic. Not melodramatic. Non-meltable. Unmeltable. Non-melted. Not melted. Unmelted. Non-member. Alternative spelling of non-member. Non-members. Plural of non-member. Non-membership. Absence of membership, the state or condition of not being a member. Non-memberships. Plural of non-membership. Non-membrane. Not of or pertaining to a membrane. Non-membranous. Not membranous. Non-memorable. Not memorable. Non-memorize. Unmemorize. Non-memory. Not of or pertaining to memory, the mental faculty. Non-man. Plural of non-man. Non-menacing. Not menacing. Non-Mendelian. Not Mendelian. Non-menial. Not menial. Non-meningeal. Not meningeal. Non-meningitic. Not meningitic. Not meningethalio. Not meningethalio. Non-menopausal. Not menopausal. Non-menstrual. Not menstrual. Non-menstruating. Not menstruating. Non-menstruation. Absence of menstruation. Failure to menstruate. Non-mental. Not mental, concerned with the mind. Non-mentalistic. Not mentalistic. Non-mentally. In a non-mental manner. Non-menthol. Not containing menthol. Non-mentholated. Not mentholated. Non-menthols. Plural of non-menthol. Non-mention. Failure to mention something. Non-mention. Not mention. Non-mentions. Plural of non-mention.
Here we go.
Not mercantile. Not mercantile. Non-mercenary. Not mercenary. Non-merchant. One who is not a merchant. Non-merchantable. Not merchantable. Non-merchants. Plural of non-merchant. Non-mercurial. Not mercurial. Not containing or relating to mercury, the chemical element. Non-mercury. Not of, pertaining to, or containing mercury. Mercy. Absence or lack of mercy. Non-merger. Not of or pertaining to a commercial merger. Non-meristematic. Not meristematic. Non-meritocratic. Not meritocratic. Non-meritorious. Not meritorious. Non-merohedral. Not merohedral. Non-mesenchymal. Not mesenchymal. Non-mesic. Not mesic. Non-mesodermal. Not mesodermal. Non-mesogenic. Not mesogenic. Non-Masonic. Not Masonic. Non-mesophalio. Not mesophalio. Non-messenger. One who is not a messenger. Non-messengers. Plural of non-messenger. Non-messianic. Not messianic. Non-messy. Not messy, unmessy. Non-metabolic. Not metabolic. Non-metabolizable. Not metabolizable. Non-metabolized. Not metabolized. Non-metabolizing. Not metabolizing. Non-metatraumatic. Not metatraumatic. Non-metal. An element, such as phosphorus or chlorine, that does not have the chemical or physical properties of a metal. Non-metallized. Alternative form of non-metallized. Non-metallic. Not metallic. Non-metallicalous. Not metallicalous. Non-metalliferous. Not metalliferous. Non-metallized. Not metallized. Non-metallurgical. Not metallurgical. Non-metallurgist. One who is not a metallurgist. Non-metallurgists. Plural of non-metallurgists. Non-metals. Plural of non-metal. Non-metameric. Not metameric. Non-metamorphic. Not metamorphic. Non-metaphoric. Not metaphoric. Non-metaphorical. Not metaphorical. Non-metaphoricity. The quality of being metaphoric. Non-metaphysical. Not metaphysical. Non-metaphysically. In a non-metaphysical manner. Non-metaplastic. Not metaplastic. Non-metastable. Not metastable. Non-metastasized. Not metastasized. Non-metastasizing. Not metastasizing. Non-metastatic. Not metastatic. Non-metathetical. Not metathetical. Non-metaversal. Not metaversal. Non-metazoan. Not metazoan. Non-metazoans. Plural of non-metazoan. Non-meteoric. Not meteoric. Non-meteorological. Not meteorological. Non-metered. Not metered. Non-methane. Not methane. Non-methanogenic. Not methanogenic. Non-methodical. Not methodical. Non-methodological. Not methodological. non-methoxylated, not methoxylated, non-methylatable, not methylatable, non-methylated, not methylated, non-methylation, absence of methylation, non-metric, not metric, non-metrical, without the constraints of a metronome, not played or sung with a strict underlying rhythmic method. Non-metricity, the condition of being non-metric. Non-metrizable, alternative form of non-metrizable. Non-metrizable, not metrizable. Non-metro, non-metropolitan. Non-metropolitan, not metropolitan. Non-metropolitans, plural of non-metropolitan. Non-micacious, not micacious. Non-micellar, not micellar. Not microbial, not microbial. Not microbially, in a non-microbial manner. Non-microbic, not microbic. Non-microbicidal, not microbicidal. Non-microbiological, not microbiological. Non-microfibrillar, not microfibrillar. Non-microglial, not microglial. Non-microphone, not of or pertaining to a microphone. Non-microporous, not microporous. Non-microscopic, not microscopic. Non-microscopical, not microscopical. Non-microscopist, one who is not a microscopist. Non-microscopists, plural of non-microscopists. Non-microsomal, not microsomal. Non-microvillar, not microvillar. Non-migraine, not of or pertaining to migraine. Non-migrainous, not migrainous. Non-migrant, one who is not a migrant. Non-migrants, plural. Of non-migrant. Non-migratable, not non-migrated, not migrated. Non-migrating, not migrating, that do not migrate. Non-migration, absence of migration. Non-migratory, not migratory, that does not migrate. Non-militant, not militant. Non-militants, plural of non-militant. Non-militarily, in a non-military way. Non-militaristic, not militaristic. Non-militarized, not militarized. Non-military, not military, civilian. Non-mill, not of or pertaining to milk. Non-millable, not millable. Non-milled, not milled-shaped or polished by machine. Non-millionaire, one who is not a millionaire. Non-millionaires, plural of non-millionaire. Non-mimetic, not mimetic, not exhibiting mimeses. Non-mime, unmined, non-minor, one who is not a minor. Non-mineral, not mineral. Non-mineralized, not mineralized. Non-mineralizing, not mineralizing. Non-mineralogical, not mineralogical. Non-minerals, plural of non-mineral. Non-minors, plural. of non-minor. Non-minimal. Not minimal. Non-minimalism. Absence of minimalism, a concept or approach that is not minimalism. Non-minimalist. Not minimalist. Non-minimalists. Plural of non-minimalists. Non-minimally. In a non-minimal manner. Non-minimum. Not minimum. Non-mining. Not involved in or pertaining to mining. Not ministerial. Not ministerial. Non-minor. Not minor. Significant. Not minorities. Plural of non-minority. Non-minority. One who is not part of a socio-political minority. Non-minors. Plural of non-minor. Non-miraculous. Unmiraculous. Non-mirrored. Not mirrored in any sense. Non-mischievous. Not mischievous. Non-missable. Not missable. Non-misoing. Alternative form of non-misoing. Non-mismatch. Not mismatch. Non-misogynist. Not misogynist. Non-misogynistic. Not misogynistic. Non-missile. Not of pertaining to or caused by a missile. Non-missing. Not missing. Non-missionary. Not of or pertaining to missionaries, spreaders of religion. Non-mitigative. Not mitigative. Not mitochondrial. Not mitochondrial. Non-mitotic. Not mitotic. Non-mitotically. In a non-mitotic manner. Non-mixing. Not mixing. Non-mnemonic. Not mnemonic. Non-mobile. Not mobile. Incapable of motion. Non-modal. Not modal. Non-mobily. In a non-modal manner. Non-model. That which is not a model. Framework for representing a concept. Non-model. Not modeled. Omitted from a model. Non-model. Alternative spelling of non-model. Non-models. Plural of non-model. Non-modem. Not of or pertaining to a modem. Non-moderate. Not moderate. Non-moderated. Unmoderated. Non-moderates. Plural of non-moderate. Non-modern. Having characteristics of past times, not modern. Non-modernity. Lack of modernity. The quality of not being modern. Non-modernness. The property of being modern. Non-moderns. Plural of non-modern. Non-modifiable. Incapable of being modified, immune to modification. Non-modified. Unmodify. Non-modifying. That does not modify. Non-modular. Not modular. Non-modulated. Not modulated. Non-modulating. Not modulating. Non-moisturizing. That does not moisturize. Non-molar. Not molar. Non-molars. Plural of non-molar. Non-molecular. Not molecular. Non-molestation. Absence of molestation. Non-molten. not molten. Non-molybdenum, not of or pertaining to molybdenum. Non-momentary, not
invincible,
momentary. Non-monadic, not monadic. Non-monarchic, not monarchic. Non-monarchical, not monarchical. Non-monarchies, plural of non-monarchy. Non-monarchist, one who is not a monarchist. Non-monarchists, plural of non-monarchists. Non-monarchy, a government or state that is not a monarchy. Non-monastic, not monastic. Non-monatomic, not monatomic. Non-monetarily, without the involvement of money. Non-monetarist, not monetarist. Non-monetarists, plural of non-monetarists. Non-monetary, not in the form of money. Non-monetizable, not monetizable. Non-monetized, not monetized. Non-money, not of or pertaining to money. Non-monic, not monic. Non-monis, not monistic. Non-monastic, not monistic. Non-monists, plural of non-monis. Non-monitorable, not monitorable. Non-monitored, not monitored. Non-monocentric, not monocentric. Non-monochromatic, not monochromatic. Non-monochromatized, not monochromatized.
Here we go.
Non-monoclonal, not monoclonal. Non-monogamous, a person who is not a monogamous. Non-monogamists, plural of non-monogamous. Non-monogamous, not monogamous. Non-monogamously, in a non-monogamous manner. Non-monogamy, the state of not being monogamous. Non-monolithic, not monolithic. Non-monomeric, not monomeric. Non-monomolecular, not monomolecular. Non-monophyletic, not monophyletic. Non-monophyletic, the condition of being non-monophyletic. Non-monopolistic, not monopolistic. Non-monosyllabic, not monosyllabic. Non-monotheistic, not monotheistic. Non-monotone, not monotone. Non-monotonic, not monotonic. Non-monotonically, in a way that is not monotonic. Non-monotonicities, plural of non-monotonicity. Non-monotonicity, the condition of being non-monotonic. Non-monotonous, not monotonous. Non-monotonously, not monotonously. Non-monthly, not monthly. Non-moraic, not moraic. Non-moranic, not moranic. Non-moral, alternative spelling of non-moral. Non-moralistic, not
invincible,
moralistic. Non-morality, absence of morality. Non-moralizing, that does not moralize. Non-morbid, not morbid. Non-morbidity, the demorbid. Non-morbidly. In a non-morbid manner, not morbidly. Non-morphogenetic. Not morphogenetic. Non-morphogenic. Not morphogenic. Non-morphological. Not morphological. Non-morphometric. Not morphometric. Non-mortal. Not subject to mortality, undying. Immortal. Non-mortals. Plural of non-mortal. Non-mortgage. Not involving a mortgage. Non-mortgage or not mortgageable. Non-mortgage. Not mortgaged. Non-mortuary. Not mortuary. Non-mosaic. Not mosaic. Non-mother. One who is not a mother. Non-mothers. Plural of non-mother. Non-motile. Non-motile. Non-motility. Absence of motility. Inability to move. Non-motion. Absence of motion. Stillness. Non-motional. Not motional. Non-motivated. Unmotivated. Non-motivating. Unmotivating. Lack of motivation. Non-motivational. Not motivational. Non-motive. Not motive.
Here we go.
Non-motor. Not relating to the motor functions of an organism. Non-motorcycle. Not of or pertaining to motorcycles. Non-motoring. That does not drive a motor vehicle. Non-motorized. Alternative spelling of non-motorized. Non-motorist. One who is not a motorist. Non-motorists. Plural of non-motorists. Non-motorized. Not motorized. Non-modeled. Not modeled. Non-mountaineer. One who is not a mountaineer. Non-mountaineers. Plural of non-mountaineers. Mountaineer. Non-mountainous. Not mountainous. Non-mounted. Not mounted. Non-mouse. Not of or pertaining to mice. Non-moving. The party to a lawsuit who did not make a particular motion. Non-movements. Plural of non-movement. Non-movement. Absence of movement. Stillness. Non-mover. One who does not move house. Not movers. Plural of non-mover. Not movie. Not a movie, or unrelated to the movie industry. Not moving. Not moving. Stationary, inert. Non-moving part. A piece of machinery with multiple parts. A part that is not powered to move. Non-moving parts. Plural of non-moving part. Non-mucilaginous. Not mucilaginous. Non-mucinous. Not mucinous. Non-mucoadhesive. Not mucoadhesive. Non-mucoid. Not mucoid. Non-mucosal. Not mucosal. Non-mucus. Not mucus. Non-mud. Not consisting of mud. Non-muddy. Not muddy. Non-mulberry. Not derived from the mulberry. Non- mulch. Not mulch. Non-multicast. Not using multicast. Non-multifractal. Not multifractal. Non-multilateral. Not multilateral. Non-multilayer. Not multilayer. Made of a single layer. Non-multimedia. Not of or pertaining to multimedia. Non-multiple. Not multiple. Non-multiples. Plural of non-multiple. Non-multiplex. Not multiplex. Non-multiplex. Not multiplex. Non-multiplexing. Not multiplexing. Non-multiplication. Absence of multiplication. Failure to multiply. Non-multiplicative. Not multiplicative. Non-multivariate. Not multivariate. Not multivariate. Not multivariate. Non-mundane. Not mundane. Non-municipal. Not municipal. Non-muonic. Not muonic. Non-murder. Not of or pertaining to murder. Non-murderer. One who is not a murderer. Non-murderers. Plural of non-murderer. Non-murderers. Not murderous. Non-muricidal. Not muricidal. Non-murine. Not murine. Non-muscle. Not muscle, or unrelated to muscle. Non-muscular. Not muscular. Non-muscularize. Not muscularize. Non-musculoskeletal. Not musculoskeletal. Non-museum. Not of or pertaining to a museum. Non-music. That is not music, or not involved with music. Non-musical. Not musical, unrelated to music. Non-musicality. The state or condition of being non-musical. Non-musically. In a non-musical manner. Non-musicals. Plural of non-musical. Non-musician. A person who is not a musician. Non-musicians. Plural of non-musician. Non-Muslim. Rare spelling of non-Muslim. Non-Muslims. Plural of non-Muslim. Non-mutable. Not mutable, immutable. Non-mutagen. Any substance that is not a mutagen. Non-mutagenic. Not mutagenic. Non-mutagenicity. The condition of being non-mutagenic. Non-mutagenize. Not mutagenize. Non-mutant. Not mutant. Non-mutants. Plural of non-mutant.
Invincible.
Non-mutated. Not mutated. Non-mutating. Not mutating, not causing a change. Non-mutation. Not of or pertaining to mutation. Non-mutation. Mutational. Not mutational. Non-mutative. Not mutative. Non-mutator. Something that is not a mutator. Non-mutators. Plural of non-mutator. Non-mute. Not mute. Non-mutilated. Not mutilated. Not mutilating. Not mutilated. Non-mutinous. Not mutinous. Not mutual. Non-mutualistic. Not mutualistic. Non-mutuality. The condition of being non-mutual. Non-mutually. In a non-mutual manner. Non-myasthenic. Not myasthenic. Non-mycelio. not mycelial, not megabacterial, not megabacterial, non-mycorrhizal, not mycorrhizal, non-mycotic, not infectiously caused, non-mydriatic, not mydriatic, non-myelin, not myelin, non-myelinated, not myelinated, non-myelinated, not myelinating, non-myeloablated, not myeloablated, non-myeloablative, not myeloablative, non-myeloid, not myeloid, non-myelomatous, not myelomatous, non-myelosuppress, not myelosuppressed, not myocodidic, not myocodidic, non-myocyte, any cell that is not a myocyte, non-myocytes, plural of non-myocyte, non-myocytic, not myocytic, not myophagial, not myophagial, non-myogenic, not myogenic, not myopathic, not myopathic, not myopic, not myopic, not myopically, in a non-myopic manner, non-myopic, not myothermal, not myogenic, not myogenic, non-myristoylated, not myristoylated, non-myomechicorous, not myomechicorous, non-mysteries, plural of non-mystery, non-mystery, that which is not a mystery, non-mystic, not mystic, non-mystical, non-mystical, not mystical, non-mystically, in a non-mystical manner, non-mystics, plural of non-mystic, non-myth, that which is not a myth, a truth or reality, non-mythic, not mythic, non-mythical, not mythical, non-mythological, not mythological, non-myths, plural of non-myth, nonna, a grandmother, especially one with Italian ancestry, non-name, something, such as a word, that is not a name, non-named, not named, non-names, plural of non-named, non-narcissist, someone who is not a narcissist, narcissistic, not narcissistic, non-narcissists, plural of non-narcissists, non-narcotic, not narcotic, lacking narcotic effects, non-narcotics, plural of non-narcotic, non-narrative, not narrative in character or style, non-narratives, plural of non-narrative, non-nas, plural of non-non, non-nasal, not nasal, non-nasals, plural of non-nasal, not nasopharyngeal, not nasopharyngeal, non-national, not national, non-nationalistic, not nationalistic, non-nationals, Plural of non-national. Non-native. Alternative spelling of non-native. Non-natives. Plural of non-native. Non-natural.
Here we go.
Not natural. Non-naturalism. The metaphysical view that ethical sentences express propositions. Roman 2 some such propositions are true. Roman 3 those propositions are made true by objective features of the world, independent of human opinion. And Roman 4 these moral features of the world are not reducible to any set of non-moral features. Non-naturalist. One who subscribes to the philosophy of non-naturalism. Non-naturalistic. Not naturalistic. Non-naturalists. Plural of non-naturalists. Non-naturality. The property of being natural. Non-naturalized. Unnaturalized. Non-naturally. In a non-natural manner or context. Non-naturalness. The property of being natural. Non-nature. That which is not nature. Non-nautical. Not nautical. Non-naval. Not naval. Non-navigable. Not navigable. Non-navigation. Lack of navigation. Non-navigational. Not navigational. Non-Milroy-Mage syndrome. Synonym of Milroy's disease. Non-nebular. Not nebular. Non-necessary. Not necessary. Non-necessities. Plural of non-necessity. Non-necessity. That which is not a necessity. Non-necrotic. Not necrotic. Non-necrotized. Not having undergone necrosis. Non-necrotizing. Not causing necrosis. Non-netallated. Not netallated. Non-negative. Alternative spelling of non-negative. Non-negatively. In a non-negative manner, or to a non-negative degree. Non-negativeness. The condition of being non-negative. Non-negatives. Plural of non-negative. Non-negativities. Plural of non-negativity. Non-negativity. The condition of being a negative. Non-neglected. Not neglected. Non-negligent. Not negligent. Non-negligible. Not negligible. Non-negligibly. In a non-negligible manner. Not negotiable. Not negotiable. Not subject to negotiation. Non-negotiables. Plural of non-negotiable. Non-negotiably. In a way that is not negotiable. Not negotiating. Not negotiating. Non-negotiation. Absence of negotiation. Failure to negotiate. Not neoclassical. Not neoclassical. Not neocortical. Not neocortical. Not neoliberal. Not neoliberal. Not neonatal. Not neonatal. Not neonate. Any in the designate neonatal. Not neoplasm. Any tumor that is not a neoplasm. Not neoplastic. Not neoplastic. Not neovascular. Not neovascular. Not nephritic. Not nephritic. Non-nephrogenic. Not nephrogenic.
We go.
Non-nephrological. Not nephrological. Non-nephrotic. Not nephrotic. Non-necrotic. Non-nephrotoxic. Not nephrotoxic. Non-nervous. Not relating to the nerves. Non-nested. Unnested. Non-nesting. That does not nest in any sense. Non-nettable. Not capable of producing a net profit on the books. Non-network. Not of or pertaining to a network. Non-networkable. Not networkable. Non-network. Not networked. Non-neural. Not neural. Non-neuroactive. Not neuroactive. Non-neurogenic. Not neurogenic. Non-neuroleptic. Not neuroleptic. Non-neurologic. Not neurologic. Non-neurological. Not neurological. Non-neuronal. Not neuronal. Non-neuropathic. Not neuropathic. Non-neuropathic. Not neuropathic. Non-neurotic. Not neurotic. Non-neurotics. Plural of non-neurotic. Non-neurovascular. Not neurovascular. Non-neuter. Not neuter. Matt? Masculine or feminine. Non-neutral. Not neutral. Non-neutrality. Absence of neutrality. Partiality.
Invincible.
Non-neutralizable. Not neutralizable. Non-neutralizing. That does not neutralize. Non-neutrals. Plural of non-neutral. Non-nutracidic. Not nutracidic. Non-neutropnic. Not neutropnic. Non-new. Not new. Non-news. Not of or pertaining to news. Non-newsworthy. Not newsworthy. Non-Newtonian. Alternative form of non-Newtonian. Nanai. Synonym of Nene River in northeast China. Non-nickel. Not of or pertaining to nickel. Nanai. Alternative form of nani. Non-nais. Plural of nani. Non-nitrated. Non-nitrated. Non-nitrogen. Not of or pertaining to nitrogen. Non-nitrogenic. Not nitrogenic. Not of containing or pertaining to nitrogen. Non-nitrogenized. Not nitrogenized. Non-nitrogenous. Not nitrogenous. Non. A grandfather, especially one with Italian ancestry. Non-noble. Not noble. Non-noccispu. Not noccispu. Non-nocturnal. Not nocturnal. Non-nodular. Not nodular. Not nodulating. Not nodulating. Not producing nodules. Non-nomad. One who is not a nomad. Non-nomadic. Not nomadic. Non-nomads. Plural of non-nomad. Non-nominal. Not nominal. Non-nominated. Not nominated. Non-nomination. Lack of nomination. Non-nonsense. Rare spelling of non-nonsense. Non-ordrinergic. Not noradrenergic. Non-normable. Not normable. Non-normal. Not normal. Non-normalized. alternative form of non-normalized. Non-normality, the condition of being abnormal. Non-normalizable, not no normalizable, non-normalized, not normalized, non-normally, not in a normal manner, non-normative, not normative, non-normatively, in a non-normative manner, non-northern, not northern, non-nos, plural of non-no, non-notable, not notable, non-notarized, not notarized, non-notification, absence of notification, failure to notify, non-notional, not notional, non-novel, not novel, unoriginal, existing, non-novelist, one who is not a novelist, non-novelists, plural of non-novelists, non-novels, plural of non-novel,
Invincible.
non-noxious, not noxious, non-nuclear, not having nuclear weapons, not nucleated, not nucleated, not nucleolytic, not nucleolytic, not nucleophilic, not nucleophilic, not nuclear. Nucleoside, that which is not a nucleoside. Non-nucleosides, plural of non-nucleoside. Non-nucleosome, not nucleosome. Non-nude, not nude clothed. Non-no, not null. Non-numbered, not numbered. Non-numeral, not numeral. Non-numerals, plural of non-numeral. Non-numeric, not numeric. Non-numerical, not numerical, containing data other than numbers. Non-numismatic, not numismatic. Non-nurse, one who is not a nurse. Non-nurses, plural of non-nurse. Non-nourishing, not of or pertaining to nursing. Non-nurturing, not nurturing. Non-nutrient, any material that is not a nutrient. Non-nutrients, plural of non-nutrient. Non-nutritional, not nutritional. Non-nutritious, not nutritious. Non-nutritive, not nutritive. Nani, a fool. No-no, alternative spelling of no-no. Non-obedience, disobedience.
Here we go.
Non-obedient, not obedient. Non-obese, not obese, free of symptoms of obesity. Non-obesity, the state or condition of being non-obese. Non-object, that which is not an object. Non-objectifiable. That cannot be objectified. Non-objectify, not objectified. Non-objecting, not making an objection, an agreement or compliance. Non-objection, absence of objection. Failure to object. Non-objective, with respect to an assignment or mission, something that is not an objective or goal. Non-objectives, plural, failure to object. Non-objective, with respect to an assignment or mission, something that is not an objective or goal. Non-objectives, plural of non-objective. Non-objectivism, any belief system that rejects objectivism. Non-objectivist, one who is not an objectivist. Non-objectivists, plural of non-objectivists. Non-objectivities, plural of non-objectivity. Non-objectivity, lack of objectivity. Non-objects, plural of non-object. Non-oblate, not oblate. Non-obligate, not obligate. Non-obligated, not obligated. Non-obligatory, not obligatory. Non-oblique, not oblique. Non-oblivious, not oblivious. Non-obliviousness, the condition of being non-oblivious. Non-unseen, not obscene. Non-obscurity, the state of not being obscure. Non-observability, the quality of being non-observable. Non-observable, not observable. Non-observables, plural of non-observable. Non-observance, the failure to observe a custom or to conform with a law. Non-observances, plural of non-observance. Non-observant, not observant, not religious, not participating in the observance of religion. Non-observation, absence of observation. Non-observational, not observational. Non-observed, not observed. Non-observer, one who is not an observer or who does not observe something. Non-observers, plural of non-observer. Non-obsessive, not obsessive. Non-obsolescence, lack of obsolescence, currentness. Non-obsolescent, not obsolescent. Non-obsolete, not obsolete. Non-obstetric. Not obstetric. Non-obstetrical. Not obstetrical. Non-obstructed. Not obstructed. Non-obstructing. Not posing an obstruction. Non-obstructive. Not obstructive.
Here we go.
Non-attainable. Unattainable. Non-intrusive. Not intrusive. Non-enthuse. Not a dose. Non-obvious. Not obvious. Non-obviousness, the state or condition of being non-obvious. Non-not, a barangay of Surigao, Surigao del Norte, Philippines. Non-occidental, not occidental. Non-occipital, not occipital. Non-occludable, not occludable. Non-occluded, not occluded. Non-occlusal, not occlusal. Non-occlusion, absence of occlusion. Non-occlusive, not occlusive. Non-occultation, absence of occultation. Non-occulting, not occult. Non-occupant, one who is not an occupant. Non-occupants, plural of non-occupant. Non-occupation, absence of occupation, the situation where a territory, etc. is not occupied. Non-occupational, not occupational, not associated with one's occupation. non-occupationally. In a non-occupational manner. Non-occupier, one who is not an occupier. Non-occupiers, plural of non-occupier. Non-occupying, not occupying a property. Non-occurrence, misspelling of non-occurrence. Non-occurrence, lack of occurrence. Non-occurrences, plural of
invincible,
non-occurrence. Non-occurring, alternative form of non-occurring. Non-ocean, not of or pertaining to the ocean. Non-oceanic, not oceanic. Non-oceanographic, not oceanographic. Non-ocular, not ocular. Even, not I. Non-no, a thermionic valve that has 9 internal electrodes, typically including 7 grids. Non-nodes, plural of non-node. Non-odontogenic, not odontogenic. Non-odorous, not odorous. Non-estrogenic, not estrogenic. Non-offender, alternative spelling of non-offender. Non-offenders, plural of non-offender. Non-offending, not violating the law. Non-offensive, alternative spelling of non-offensive. Non-office, not of or pertaining to an office. Non-office holding, not holding a formal office. Non-officer, one who is not an officer, such as especially an enlisted or conscripted soldier. Non-officers, plural of non-officer. Non-official, not official. Non-officially, in a way that is not official. Non-officials, plural of non-official. Non-officiating, not officiating. Non-officinal, not officinal. Non-offset,
Here we go.
not offset. Non-ogram, a puzzle in which cells of a grid must be filled or left blank according to sets of numbers given at the side of the grid to reveal a hidden picture. Non-ograms, plural of non-ogram. Non-omic, not omic. Non-oic acid, pelargonic acid. Non-oil, not of or pertaining to oil. Non-oil, not having been oil. Non-oily, not oily. Non-old, not old. Non-olaginous, not olaginous. Non-olfactory, not olfactory. Non-oligodendrocyte, any cell in the nervous system that is not an oligodendrocyte. Non-oligodendrocytes, plural of non-oligodendrocyte. Non-oliguric, not oliguric. Non-omer, alternative form of non-amer. Non-omers, plural of non-omer. Non-amino, a polyamino made up of 9 squares. Non-aminos, plural of non-amino. Non-omission, lack of omission, failure to omit something. Non-omissions, plural of non-omission. Non-omnipotence, the state or condition of being non-omnipotent. Non-omnipotent, not omnipotent. Non-omniscience, the state or condition of being non-omniscient. non-omniscient, non-omniscient, non-omnipotent, misspelling of non-monotonic, non-oncogenic, not oncogenic, non-oncologic, not oncologic, non-onerous, not onerous, non-ontological, not ontological, non-olytic, not olytic, non-alternative form of non-op, non-opacify, not showing opposite, non-opacity, lack of opacity, the state or condition of being non-opaque, non-opalescent, not opalescent, non-opaque, not opaque, non-open, not open, non-opening, that does not open, non-opera, not of or pertaining to opera, non-operatic, not operatic, non-operating, not operating, non-operational, not operating, not working, non-operative, not requiring or involving a medical operation or surgery, non-operatively, without surgical operation, non-operatives, plural of non-operative, non-operator, one who is not an operator, non-operators, plural of non-operator, non-operculate, not operculate, non-operculated, not operculated,
We go.
non-ophthalmic, not ophthalmic, non-ophthalmologic, not ophthalmologic, non-opinionated, not opinionated, non-opioid, any drug that is not an opioid, non-opioids, plural of non-opioid, non-opponent, one who is not an opponent, non-opponents, plural of non-opponent, non-opportunistic, not opportunistic, non-opposable, not opposable of thumbs, toes, etc. Not oppose, not opposed, non-opposing, not opposing, non-opposition, absence of opposition, non-oppositional, not oppositional, non-oppress, not oppressed, non-oppression, absence of oppression, non-oppressive, not oppressive, non-ops, plural of non-op, non-opsonic, non-opsonic, non-opsonized, not opsonized, non-optical, not optical, non-optimal, not optimal, non-optimality, the state of being non-optimal, non-optimize, not optimize, non-optimistic, not optimistic, non-optimizable, not optimizable,
Invincible.
non-optimized, not optimized, non-optional, not optional, non-optionally, in a non-optional manner, mandatorily, non-oral, not oral, non-orally, in a non-oral manner, non-orange, not orange, non-orbital, not orbital, non-orchestral, not orchestral, non-ordained, not ordained, non-orderable, not capable of being ordered, placed into sequence, non-ordered, unordered, non-orderly, not orderly. Non-ordinal, not ordinal, non-ordinary, not ordinary, non-ordination, absence of ordination. Non-organic, not organic, non-organically, in a non-organic manner. Non-organics, plural of non-organic. Non-organism, that which is not an organism. Non-organisms, plural of non-organism. Non-organization, lack of organization. Non-organizational, not organizational. Non-organizations, plural of non-organization. Non-organized, not organized. Non-organometallic, not organometallic. Non-orgasmic, unable to attain or enjoy an orgasm. Non-orientability, the condition of being unorientable. Non-orientable, not able to the oriented. Non-oriental, not oriental. Non-oriented, not oriented, lacking orientation. Non-original, not original. Non-originalism, a legal theory that rejects originalism and thus allows interpretations of a legal text other than those intended by its authors. Non-originalist, one who is not an originalist regarding the U.S. Constitution. Non-originalists, plural of non-originalists. Non-originating, that does not originate in the trade bloc where it is being handled. Non-ornamental, not ornamental. Non-ornithoporan, any bird-like dinosaur that is not in the clade Ornithodira. Non-ornithoporans, plural of non-ornithoporan. Non-orogenic and orogenic. Non-oropharyngeo. Not oropharyngeo. Non-orphan, one who is not an orphan. Non-orphan, not orphaned in various senses. Non-orphans, plural of non-orphan. Non-orthocomplementability, the condition of not being able to be orthocomplemented. Non-orthodox, not orthodox. Non-orthogonal, not orthogonal. Non-orthogonality, absence of orthogonality, the state or condition of being non-orthogonal. Non-orthographic, not orthographic. Non-orthographical, not orthographical. Non-orthologous, not orthologous. Non-orthonormal, not orthonormal. Non-orthopedic, not orthopedic. Non-orthopedic, not orthopedic. Non-orthorhombic, not orthorhombic. Non-os, plural of non-o. Non-oscillating, that does not oscillate. Non-oscillatory, not oscillatory. Non-oscine, not oscine. Nonose, a sugar or saccharide containing 9 carbon atoms. Nonoses, plural of nonos. Non-osmium, not of or pertaining to osmium. Non-osmotic, not osmotic. Non-osmotically, non-osmotically. Monosias, not osseous. Non-ossify, not ossified. Non-ossifying, not ossifying. Non-ostentation, lack of ostentation. Non-ostentatious, not ostentatious. Nanasdiazide, nanasdiazide. Nanastio. Ogenic, nanasteogenic.
Here we go.
Nanasteopoetic, nanasteopoetic. Nanastealic, nanastealic. Non-other, one who is not an other, an alien or outsider. Non-others, plural of non-other. Non-autological, not auto. Logical, not autotoxic, not autotoxic. Non-outbreak, not relating to an outbreak. Non-outlet, not of or pertaining to the thoracic outlet. Non-outlier, a value which is not an outlier, a value within the general pattern of data. Non-outliers, plural of non-outlier. Non-outlying, not outlying. Non-output, not of or pertaining to output. Non-oval, not oval in shape. Non-ovarian, not ovarian. Non-overgrown, not overgrown. Non-overhanging, not overhanging. Non-overhead, not overhead. Non-overlap, the state, property, or extent of not overlapping. Non-overlapped, not overlapped. Non-overlapping, not overlapping. Non-overloaded, not overloaded. Non-overnight, not overnight. Non-overridability, the quality or state of being non-overridable. 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 Non-overridden, not overridden.
Invincible.
Non-overt, not overt. Non-ovine, not ovine. Non-ovoid, not ovoid. Non-ovulating, not ovulating. Non-ovulation, absence of ovulation. Non-ovulational, not ovulational. Non-ovulatory, not ovulatory. Non-knowing. Knowing. Not own. Not own. Non-owner. One who is not an owner, especially in a business enterprise. Non-owners. Plural of non-owner. Non-ownership. Lack of ownership, not owning something. Non-oxalic, not oxalic. Non-oxidating, not oxidating. Non-oxidative, not oxidative. Non-oxidatively, in a non-oxidative manner. Non-oxidized, alternative. Spelling of non-oxidized. Non-oxidizing, alternative alternative spelling of non-oxidizing. Non-oxidizable. Not oxidizable. Non-oxidized. Unoxidized. Non-oxidizing. Not oxidizing. Non-oxygen. Not of or pertaining to oxygen. Non-oxygenated. Not oxygenated. Non-oxygenic. Not oxygenic. Non-oxygenous. Not oxygenous. Non-oxynol. Any of a range of polymeric, nanionic surfactants nonylphenol ethoxylates. Non-oxynols. Plural of non-oxynol. Non-ozone. Not of or pertaining to ozone. Non-Pacific. Not Pacific. Non-pacification. Absence of pacification. Non-pacifist. One who is not a pacifist. Non-pacifists. Plural of non-pacifists. Non-packable. Alternative form of non-packable. Non-package. On-package. Non-packaging. Not of or pertaining to packaging. Non-pack. Not packed. Non-padded. Unpadded. Non-diete. Alternative form of non-pediatric. Non-pagan. One who is not a pagan. Non-pagans. Plural of non-pagan. Non-page. Not page. Non-paginated. Not paginated. Non-paging. Not paging. Non-pay. For which no payment is levied. Non-painful. Not painful. Non-pain. Not of or pertaining to paint. Non-painted. Unpainted. Non-painter. A person who does not paint. Non-painters. Plural of non-painter. Non-painting. Not painting other than painting. Non-paired. Not paired. Non-pairing. Not pairing. Non-pairwise. Not pairwise. Non-palatability. The condition of being non-palatable. Non-palatable. Not palatable. Non-pairwise. Not pairwise. Non-palatability. The condition of being non-palatable. Non-palatable. Not palatable. Non-palatal. Not palatal. Non-palatalization. The state or quality of not being palatalized, of not pronouncing a sound with the tongue against the palate of the mouth. Non-palatals. Plural of non-palatal. Non-palindromic. Not palindromic. Non-palliative. Not palliative. Non-palmer. Not of or pertaining to the palm of the hand. Non-palme. Not palmate. Non-palmatoilatable. Not palmatoilatable. Non-palmatoilated. Not palmatoilated. Non-palmatilated. Not palmatilated. Non-palpability. The quality of not being palpable. Non-palpable. Not palpable. Non-pancreatic. Not pancreatic. Non-pandemic. Not pandemic. Non-panoramic. Not panoramic. Non-babel. Not papal. Non-paper. Not of or pertaining to paper, not in a paper format. Non-papillary. Not papillary. non-papillate, not papillate, non-papous,
Here we
one
go.
who is not a papist, non-papous, plural of non-papous, non-popular, not popular, non-far, non-participating, non-parabolic, not parabolic, non-parabolicity, the condition of being non-parabolic, non-paracompact, not paracompact, non-paradigmatic, not paradigmatic, non-paradox, that which is not a paradox, non-paradoxes, plural of non-paradox, non-paradoxical, not paradoxical, non-paraffin, not of, pertaining to or containing paraffin, non-paraffinic, not paraffinic, non-paraffins, plural of non-paraffin, non-parallel, not parallel, non-parallelism, the condition of not being parallel, non-parallelizable, not parallelizable, non-parallelized, not parallelized, non-paralogous, not paralogous, non-paralytic, not paralytic, non-paralyzed, not paralyzed, non-paramagnetic, not paramagnetic, non-parameterizable, not parameterizable, non-parameterized, not parameterized, non-parametric, having a flexible number or nature of parameters which are not fixed in advance, non-parametrical, alternative form of non-parametric, non-parametrically, in non-parametric manner, non-parametrics, non-parametric, statistics, non-paramyxovirus, not paramyxovirus, of another viral family than paramyxoviridae, non-paraneoplastic, not paraneoplastic, non-paranoid, not paranoid, non-paranoids, plural of non-paranoid, non-paranormal, not paranormal, non-paraphilia, that which is not paraphilia, normophilia, non-paraphiliac, one who is not a paraphiliac, a normophiliac, non-paraphiliacs, plural of non-paraphiliac, non-paraphilias, plural of non-paraphilia, non-paraphilic, not paraphilic, normophilic, non-paraplegic, not paraplegic, non-parasite, a creature that is not a parasite, non-parasites, plural of non-parasite, non-parasitic, not parasitic, non-parasitism, absence of parasitism, non-parasitized, not having been parasitized, non-parasitological, not parasitological, non-paraxial, not paraxial, non-paraxiality,
Here we go.
the condition of being paraxial, non-paral, unequaled, unrivaled, unique, non-barrel, synonym of non barrel, non-barrels, plural of non-paral. Non-parenchymal, not parenchymal. Non-parenchymatous, not parenchymatous. Non-parent, a person who is not a parent. Non-parental, not parental. Non-parenteral, not parenteral. Non-parenthetical, not parenthetical. Non-parents, plural of non-parent. Non-paretic, not paretic. Non-pariah, one who is not a pariah. Non-pariahs, plural of non-pariah. Non-parish, not of or pertaining to a parish. Non-parishioner, one who is not a parishioner. Non-parishioners, plural of non-parishioner. Non-parity, absence or lack of parity. Non-part, not of or pertaining to a part. Non-parishioners, plural of non-parishioner. Non-parity, absence or lack of parity. Non-part, not of or pertaining to a part. Non-Parkinsonian, not Parkinsonian, caused or afflicted by something other than Parkinson's disease. Non-parliamentary, not parliamentary. Non-parlor, not having a room designated as a parlor. Non-parochial, not parochial. Non-paris, that has not given birth. Non-paroxysmal, not paroxysmal. Non-parse, unparse. Non-parsimonious, not parsimonious. Non-parsing, that does not parse. Non-parthenogenetic, not parthenogenetic. Non-partial, not partial. Non-partiality, absence of partiality. Non-participant, not participating. Non-participants, plural of non-participant. Non-participating, not participating. Non-participation, the fact of not participating in some activity or event. Non-participations, plural of non-participation. Non-participative, not participative. Non-participator, one who is not a participator. Non-participators, plural of non-participator. Non-participatory, not participatory. Non-participio, not participio. Non-particular, not particular. Non-particularistic, not particularistic. Non-particulate, not particulate. Non-parties, plural of non-party. Non-partisan, not partisan, impartial and unbiased. Non-partisanism, a policy of non-support towards regular political parties. Non-partisans, plural of non-partisan. Non-partisanship, the quality of not being partisan, of remaining politically independent. Non-partitionable, that cannot be partition. Non-partition, not partition. Non-partitive, not partitive. Non-partisan. Alternative spelling of nonpartisan. Nonpartisanship. Alternative spelling of nonpartisanship. Non-partner. One who is not a partner. Non-partnered. Not partnered. Non-partners. plural of non-partner. Non-parturian, having never given birth. Non-parturition, that which is not parturition, conditions, factors, or circumstances that do having never given birth. Non-party, not a party's social gathering or not related to parties or partying. Non-passenger, having never given birth. Non-party, not a party social gathering or not related to parties or partying. Non-passenger, one who is not a passenger. Non-passengers, plural of non-passenger. Non-passerine, not passerine. Non-passerines, plural of non-passerine. Non-passionate, not passionate. Non-passive, not passive. Non-passivity, absence of passivity. Non-passivizable, not passivizable. Non-pass, alternative form of non-past. Non-pasta, not of or pertaining to pasta. Non-pasteurized, not pasteurized. Non-pastoral, not pastoral. Non-pastry, that which is not pastry. Non-pasture, not of or pertaining to pasture. Non-patent, not a patent. Non-patentability, the characteristic of being non-patentable, inability to be patented. Non-patentable, not patentable, not subject to patent protection. Non-patented, not patented. Non-paternal, not paternal. Non-paternity, not relating to paternity. Non-pathetic, not pathetic without pathos. Non-pathogen, an organism that is not a pathogen. Non-pathogenic, not pathogenic. Non-pathogenicity, the condition of being non-pathogenic. Non-pathogenous, not pathogenous. Non-pathogens, plural of non-pathogen. Non-pathognomonic, not pathognomonic. Non-pathologic, not pathologic. Non-pathological, not pathological. Non-pathologically, in a non-pathological manner. Non-pathologist, one who is not a pathologist. Non-pathologists, plural of non-pathologists. Non-pathology, that which is not pathology. Non-patient, one who is not a patient. Non-patients, plural of non-patient. Non-pateo, not pateo. Non-patrios, plural of non-patrio. Non-patriarchal, not patriarchal. Non-patrilineal, not patrilineal. Non-patrol, not being or relating to a patrol. Non-patron, one who is not a patron. Non-patronage, not patronage or not related to patronage. Non-patronizing, not patronizing. Non-patrons, plural of non-patron. Non-pattern, absence of pattern. Non-pattern, unpattern. Non-patterns, plural of non-pattern. Non-causal, not pausal. Non-pause, absence of a pause. Non-pauses, plural of non-pause. Non-pausing, that does not pause. Non-paired, unpaired. Non-paid, one who is not a paid. Non-pays, plural of non-paying. Non-payer, one who is not a payer, who does not pay. Non-payers, plural of non-payer. Non-paying, not paying. Non-payment, the failure to make a payment. Non-payments, plural of non-payment. Non-payroll, not on or relating to a payroll. Non-paywall, synonym of unpaywall. Non-peaceful, not peaceful. Non-beak, off-beak. Non-beak, not beat. Non-beaks, plural of non-peak. Non-paralytic, not paralytic. Non-peasant, one who is not a peasant. Non-peasants. Plural of non-peasant. Non-pecuniary, not pecuniary. Non-pedantic, alternative form of non-pedantic. Non-pedestrian, one who is not a pedestrian. Non-pedestrians, plural of non-pedestrian. Non-pedestrian. Non-pedigree, without or not pertaining to a pedigree. Non-pedigree, without a pedigree. Non-pedunculated, not pedunculated. Non-peelable, not peelable. Non-peer, not involving or including peers. Non-peers, plural of non-peer. Non-pegilated, not pegilated. Non-pejorative, not pejorative. Non-pejoratively. In a non-pejorative manner. Non-pelagic, not pelagic. Non-pelvic, not pelvic. Non-penal, not penal. Non-penalize, not penalize. Non-bending, not pending. Non-penetrability, the condition of being non-penetrable. Non-penetrable, not penetrable. Non-penetrance, lack of penetrance, failure of a particular variation of a gene to penetrate. Non-penetrant, not penetrant. Non-penetrated, not penetrated. Non-penetrating, not penetrating. Non-penetration, absence of penetration, failure to penetrate. Non-penetrative, not penetrative. Non-penetrative sex, sexual activity that does not involve penetration of the vagina, mouth, or anus. Masturbation, manual sex, mutual masturbation, frottage, dry humping, etc. Non-penicillin, not of or pertaining to penicillin. Non-penile, not penile. Non-penitent, not penitent. Non-penitential, not penitential. Non-pensionable, not pensionable. Non-pensioner, one who is not a pensioner. Non-pensioners, plural of non-pensioner. Non-penumbral, not penumbral. Non-people, plural of non-person. Non-peptic, not peptic. Non-peptidal, not composed of peptides. Non-peptide, any material that is not a peptide. Non-peptidergic, not peptid. Dergic. Non-peptides, plural of non-peptide. Non-peptidic, not peptidic. Non-peptidomimetic, not peptidomimetic. Non-peptidil, not peptidil. Non-perceived, unperceived. Non-perceived. Unperceiving. Non-perceptible, not perceptible. Non-perception, absence of perception, not perceiving something. Non-perceptive, unperceptive. Non-perceptual, not perceptual. Non-perching, that does not perch. Non-percolative, not percolative. Non-percussive, not percussive. Non-perennial, not per perennial. Non-perennials, plural of non-perennial. Non-perfect, not perfect. Non-perfection, lack of perfection, imperfection. Non-perforated, not perforated. Non-perforating, not perforating. Non-performance, a failure to perform a task, especially a task that one was legally bound to do. Non-performances, plural of non-performance. Non-performative, not performative. Non-performer, someone who is not a performer. Non-performers, plural of non-performer. Non-performing, not performing satisfactorily, not functioning well. Non-perfume, not perfume. Non-perfunctory, not perfunctory. Non-perfuse, not perfuse. Non-perfusion, absence of perfusion. Non-pericyclic, not pericyclic. Non-perimesencephalic, not perimesencephalic. Non-perinatal, not perinatal. Non-period, not associated with a financial or historical period. Non-periodic, not periodic, lacking irregular cycle, irregular. Non-periodical, alternative form of non-periodic. Non-periodically, in a non-periodic manner. Non-periodontal, not periodontal. Non-peripheral, not peripheral. Non-peripherally, in a non-peripheral manner. Non-periphrastic, not periphrastic. Non-peripheral, not peripheral. Non-perishable, not perishable, not liable to spoil. Non-perishables, plural of non-perishable. Non-perishing, that does not perish. Non-peristaltic, not peristaltic. Non-baritonal, not peritonal. Non-peritonalized, not peritonalized. Non-perjury, absence of perjury. Non-permanent, not permanent. non-permanently, not permanently, non-permeability, the property of being impermeable, non-permeabilization, the act, process, or result of making something non-permeable, non-permeabilize, not permeabilize, non-permeabilizing, not permeabilizing, non-permeable, synonym of impermeable, non-permeated, not permeated, non-permeating, not permeating, non-permissible, not permissible, non-permission, absence of permission, non-permissive, not permissive, non-permissiveness, the state or condition of being non-permissive, non-permissivity, the condition of being non-permissive, non-permitted, unpermitted, non-permutable, not permutable, non-permutative, not permutative, non-permuted, not permuted, non-permuting, not permuting, non-perpendicular, not perpendicular, non-perpetual, not perpetual, non-perpetuity, absence of perpetuity, the condition of not being perpetual, non-persecution, absence of persecution, non-perseverance, absence of perseverance, failure to persevere, non-persistence, the condition of being non-persistent, non-persistent, not persistent, non-persistently, not persistently, non-person, not a real person, a subhuman, non-personal, not personal, impartial, non-personalized, alternative form of non-personalized, non-personality, not of or pertaining to personality, non-personalized, not personalized, non-personally, not personally, non-personification, lack of personification, non-personnel, not of or pertaining to personnel, non-persons, plural of non-person, non-persuasive, not persuasive, non-pertinent, not pertinent, irrelevant, non-perturbative, not perturbative, non-perturbative, beyond the scope of perturbation theory, non-perturbatively, in a non-perturbative manner, not perturbatively, non-perturbativity, the property of being perturbative, non-perturbed, not perturbed, non-perturbing, that does not cause perturbation, non-pervasive, not pervasive, non-perverted, not perverted, non-purry, not purry, non-best, any creature that is non-pervasive, not pervasive, non-perverted, not perverted,
invincible,
non-purry, not purry, non-best, any creature that is not a pest, non-pesticidal, not pesticidal, non-pesticide, any substance that is not a pesticide, non-pesticides, plural of non-pesticide, non-pests, plural of non-pests, non-pedaloid, not pedaloid, non-betachio, not betachio, non-petitioner, one who is not a petitioner, non-petitioners, plural of non-petitioner, Non-petrified. Not petrified, hardened by deposition of minerals. Non-petrochemical. Not petrochemical. Non-petroleum. Not petroleum-based and not containing petroleum. Non-phage. Not of or pertaining to phages. Non-phagocytic. Not phagocytic. Non-phagocytose. Not phagocytose. Non-phagocytosing. Not phagocytosing. Non-phallic. Not phallic. Non-pharma. Not of or pertaining to the pharmaceutical industry. Non-pharmaceutical. Not pharmaceutical. Non-pharmacist. One who is not a pharmacist. Non-pharmacists. Plural of non-pharmacists. Non-pharmacologic. Not pharmacologic. Non-pharmacological. Not pharmacological. Non-pharmacologically. Without regard to pharmacology. Non-pharmacotherapeutic. Not pharmacotherapeutic. Non-pharmacy. Not of or pertaining to a pharmacy. Non-pharyngeal. Not pharyngeal. Non-pharyngitic. Not pharyngitic. Non-phase. Not phase. Non-phasic. Not phasic. Non-phatic. Not phatic. Non-phenolic. Not phenolic. Not phenomenal. Not phenomenal. Non-phenomenological. Not phenomenological. Non-phenomenologically. In a manner that is not phenomenological. Non-pheromonal. Not pheromonal. Non-philanthropic. Not of or pertaining to philanthropy. Non-philatelic. Not philatelic. Non-philological. Not philo. Logical. Non-philosopher. One devoted to Francois Laurel's concept of non-philosophy. Non-philosophers. Plural of non-philosopher. Non-philosophic. Not philosophic. Non-philosophical. Not philosophical. Non-philosophically. In a non-philosophical manner. Non-phil. Philosophy. That which is not philosophy. Non-phlogistic. Not phlogistic. Non-phobic. Not phobic. Non-phobics. Plural of non-phobic. Non-phonemic. Not phonemic. Non-phonemically. In a non-phonemic manner.
Invincible.
Not phonemically. Non-phonetic. Not phonetic. Non-phonetically. In a non-phonetic manner. Non-phoning. Where people do not speak on telephones. Non-phonological. Not phonological. Non-phonologically. In a manner or context that is not phonological. Non-phosphate. A substance that is not a phosphate. Non-phosphates. Plural of non-phosphate. Non-phosphatic. Not phosphatic. Non-phosphatize. Not phosphatize. Non-phosphatide. That which is not a phosphatide. Non-phosphatide. It's plural of non-phosphatide. Non-phosphorized. Not phosphorized. Non-phosphorus. Not phosphorus. not of or pertaining to phosphorus. Non-phosphorylatable, incapable of being phosphorylated. Non-phosphorylated, not having been phosphorylated. Non-phosphorylating, not phosphorylating. Non-phosphor phosphorylation, the absence of phosphorylation. Non-photic, not photic in nature or origin, unrelated to visible light. Non-photo, non-photographic, non-photoactive, not photoactive, non-photobiotic, not photobiotic, non-photobleach, not photobleach, non-photochemical, not photochemical, non-photochromic, not
Here we go.
photochromic, non-photochromogen, any organism that is not a photochromogen. Non-photochromogens, not photochemical, non-photochromic, not photochromic, non-photochromogen, any organism that is not a photochromogen. Non-photochromogens, plural of non-photochromogen, non-photoconverted, not photoconverted, non-photocorrosive, not photocorrosive, non-photographer, one who is not a photographer. Non-photographers, plural of non-photographer. Non-photographic, not photographic. Non-photolithographic, not photolithographic. Non-photolyze, not photolysed. Non-photonic, not photonic. Non-photoperiodic, not photoperiodic. Non-photoreactive, not photoreactive. Non-photorealistic, not photorealistic. Non-photorefractive. Not photorefractive. Non-photosensitive, not photosensitive. Non-photostimulated, not photostimulated. Non-photosynthetic, that does not involve photosynthesis. Non-photosynthetically, in a non-photosynthetic manner. Non-phototrophic, not phototrophic. Non-photovoltaic, not photovoltaic. Non-phrasal, not phrasal. Non-phreatic, not phreatic. Non-phylogenetic, not phylogenetic. Non-physic, not physic. Non-physical, not physical, not using kinetic energy. Non-physicality, the quality of not being physical. Non-physically, in a non-physical manner. Non-physicalness, the quality of not being physical. Not physician, one who is not a physician. Non-physicians, plural of non-physician. Non-physicist, one who is not a physicist. Non-physicists, plural of non-physicists. Non-physics, not of or pertaining to physics. Non-physiologic, not physiologic. Non-physiological, not physiological. Non-physiologically, in a manner that is not physiological. Non-phytotoxic, not phytotoxic. Non-venous, one who is not a pianist. Non-venous, plural of non-penis. Non-piano, not of or pertaining to the piano. Non-pickable, not pickable. Non-pickle, not pickle. Non-pictorial, not pictorial. Non-piecewise, not piecewise. Non-pierce, not pierce. Non-piercing, that does not pierce. Non-piezoelectric, not piezoelectric. Non-piezomagnetic, not piezomagnetic. Non-dag, that which is not opaque. Non-pigment, any substance that is not a pigment. Non-pigmentary, not pigmentary. Non-pigmented, not pigmented. Non-pigments, plural of non-pigment. Non-pigs, plural of non-pig. Non-pilgrim, someone who is not a pilgrim. Non-pilgrims, plural of non-pilgrim. Non-pileated. Not pileated. Non-pilot, one who is not a pilot. Non-piloted, not guided by a pilot. Non-pilots, plural of non-pilot. Non-pine, not of or pertaining to a pine tree or its wood. Non-fink, not pink. Non-pinnate, not pinnate. Non-pinnite, not belonging to the pinnites. Non-pinnulate, not pinnulate. Non-danic, not danic. Non-piped, not pipe. Non-pipeline, not pipeline. Non-pirated, not pirated, obtained legally. Non-pitcher, a player who is not a pitcher and therefore is required to bat. Non-pitchers, plural of non-pitcher. Non-pitching, not pitching the ball in a ball game. Non-pitted. Not pitted. Non-pitting, where after pressure is applied to a small area of the skin, the indentation does not persist for some time after release of the pressure. Non-pituitary, not pituitary. Non-pivotal, not pivotal. Non-pivoted, not pivoted. Non-pivoting, not pivoting. Non-pixel, not of or pertaining to pixels. Non-pizza, that is not pizza or unrelated to pizza. Non-place, an anthropological space of transience where human beings remain anonymous, such as an airport or shopping mall. Non-placebo, a drug that is not a placebo. Non-placebos, plural of non-placebo. Non-place, not assigned a place. Non-placement, not of or pertaining to a placement. Non-placental, not placental. Non-places, plural of non-place. Non-plagiarized, not plagiarized. Non-play, not of or pertaining to play. Non-plaintiff, one who is not a plaintiff. Non-plaintiffs, plural of non-plaintiff. Non-plan, not part of a development plan. Non-planar, not planar. Non-planarities, plural of non-planarity. Non-planarity, the property of being unplanar. Non-plane, not lying in one place. Non-planet, that which is not a planet. Non-planetary, not planetary. Non-planets, plural of non-planet. Non-plankton, not of or pertaining to plankton. Non-planktonic, not planktonic. Non-planktotrophic, not planktotrophic. Non-plan, on the plan. Non-planner, one who fails to plan for the future. Non-planners, plural of non-planner. Non-plan, not of or pertaining to plants, non-animal organisms. Non-planter, not planter. Non-plantation, not of or pertaining to a plantation. Non-planted, not planted. Non-plantigrade, not plantigrade. Non-plantigrades, plural of non-plantigrade. Non-plaque, not of or pertaining to plaque. Non-plasmatic, not plasmatic. Non-plasmodial, not plasmodial. Non-plasmalize, not plasmalize. Non-plastic, a material that is not a plastic. Non-plasticity, absence of plasticity. Non-plastics, plural of non-plastic. Non-plate, not of or relating to a plate. Non-platelet, not of or pertaining to platelets. Non-platinum, not of or pertaining to platinum. Non-platonic, not platonic. Non-plausible, not plausible. Non-play, any work that is not a play. Non-playable, not playable. Non-player, someone who is not a player. Non-players, plural of non-player. Non-playful, not playful. Non-playing, not playing. Or not part of play. Non-playoff, not included in a given sports playoffs. Non-plays, plural of non-play. Non-pleading, not pleading. Non-pleasurable, not pleasurable. Non-pleiotropic, not pleiotropic. Non-plenum, not being, not in, or not suitable for a building's plenum space. Non-pleiochroic, not pleiochroic. Non-pleomorphic, not pleomorphic. Non-pliable, not pliable. Non-pliant, not pliant. Non-plosive, not plosive. Non-plumber, one who is not a plumber. Non-plumbers, plural of non-plumber. Non-plumbing, not of or relating to plumbing. Non-plural. Not plural. Non-pluralistic, not pluralistic. Non-plurality, the property of not being plural. Non-plurals, plural of non-plural. Non-pluripotent, not pluripotent. Non-plus, a state of bewilderment or perplexity. Non-plusation, the quality of being nonplussed.
Here we go.
Non-plus, rare form of nonplussed. Non-plussive, plural of non-plus. Non-blush, non-plus, non-plush, non-plus, non-plussing. Present participle and gerund of nonplus. Nonplussment, the condition of being nonplussed. nonplusness, nonplusation, alternative spelling of nonplusation, nonplus, unsure how to act or respond, bewildered, perplexed. Nonplusness, the quality of being nonplus. Nonplusser, something which causes one to become nonplussed or confused. Nonplussers, plural of nonplusser. Nonplusses, plural of nonplus. Nonplussing, present participle and gerund of nonplus. Nonplussingly, in a nonplussing manner. Confusingly. Non-plutocratic, not plutocratic. Non-plutonic, not plutonic. Non-plutonium, not of or pertaining to plutonium. Non-fluval, not fluval. Non-plywood, not of or pertaining to plywood. Non-pneumatic, not pneumatic. Non-pneumococcal, not pneumococcal. Non-pneumonic, not pneumonic. Non-poaching, forbidding the poaching of employees by another company. Non-poet, one who is not a poet. Non-poetic, not poetic. Non-poetical, not poetical. Non-poetry, writing that is not poetry. Non from one single determined point source. Non-pointer, a variable, etc. that is not a pointer. Non-pointers, plural of non-pointer. Non-point like, not point-like, having physical dimension. Non-points, not good for points. Non-poison, on poison. Non-poisoning, that does not poison, not poisonous. Non-poisonous, not poisonous. Non-poker, not of or pertaining to the card game of poker. Non-polar, not containing a dipole. Non-polarizable, alternative spelling of non-polarizable. Non-polarized, alternative form of non-polarized. Non-polarizable, not able to be polarized. Non-polarized, not polarized. Non-polarizing, not polarizing. Non-polarly, in a non-polar manner. Non-polemic, not polemic. Non-polemical, not polemical. Non-police, not of or pertaining to a police force. Non-police.
Here we go.
Not police. Non-policies, plural of non-policy. Non-policy, a rule or convention that is not formal. Policy. Non-polio, not polio. Non-poliovirus, something that is not a poliovirus. Non-polioviruses, plural of non-poliovirus. Non-polite, not polite. Non-political, not political, not related to politics. Non-politically, in a non-political manner. Non-politician, one who is not a politician. Non-politicians, plural of non-politician. Non-politicize, not politicized. Non-pollen, any material that is not pollen. Non-pollinated, not pollinated. Non-pollinating, that does not lead to pollination. Non-polling, not polling. Non-pollutant, any substance that is not a pollutant. Non-pollutants, plural of non-pollutant. Non-polluted, not polluted. Non-polluter, one who, or that which, does not pollute. Non-polluters, plural of non-polluter. Non-polluting, not polluting, environmentally friendly. Non-pollution. Absence of pollution. Non-pologies, plural of non-pology. Non-pology, synonym of non-apology. Non-polyadenilated, not polyadenilated. Non-polycyclic, not polycyclic. Non-polycystic, not polycystic. Non-polydactyly, the possession of the normal number of digits. Non-polydont, an animal that is not a polydont. Non-polydonts, plural of non-polydont. Non-polyester, not of or pertaining to polyester. Non-polygonal, not polygonal. Non-polygynous, not polygynous. Non-poly... Polymeric, not polymeric. Non-polymerizable, not polymerizable. Non-polymerize, not polymerize, not having undergone polymerization. Non-polymerizing, not polymerizing. Non-polymerogenic, not polymerogenic. Non-polymorphic, not polymorphic. Non-polynomial, not polynomial. Non-polynomially, in a manner that is not polynomial. Non-polynomials, plural of non-polynomial. Non-polyphonic, not polyphonic. Non-polypoi, not polypoi. Non-polyposis, a lack of polyposis. Non-polysaccharide, a substance that is not a polysaccharide. Non-polysaccharides, plural of non-polysaccharide.
Here we go.
Non-polysemous, not polysemous. Non-polysomal, not polysomal. Non-polysyllabic, not polysyllabic. Non-polytheistic, not polytheistic. Non-polytropic, not polytropic. Non-polyurethane, not of or pertaining to polyurethane. Non-ponderous, not ponderous. Non-pool, not grouped together, not put together. Non-poor. Not poor. Non-popular, not popular. Non-popularity, lack of popularity. Non-populated. Unpopulated. Non-porcine, not porcine. Non-pork, not pork. Non-pornographic, not pornographic. Non-pornography, material that is not pornography. Non-porosity, the quality of eating in Paris. Non-porous, having no pores, not penetrable, impervious. Non-porousness, the quality of being cause. Non-porphyritic, not porphyritic. Non-port, a location that is not a port. Non-portability, the condition of being non-portable. Non-portable, not portable. Non-portal, not of or pertaining to the portal vein. Non-portfolio, not relating to a financial portfolio. Non-portrayal, absence of portrayal. Failure to portray. Non-ports, plural of non-port. Non-positional, not positional. Non-positive, not positive. Non-positively, in a non-positive manner. Non-positives, plural of non-positive. Non-positivist, one who is not a positivist. Non-positivists, plural of non-positivists. Non-positivity, the condition of being non-positive. Non-possess, not possessed. Non-possessing, not possessing. Non-positivity, the condition of being non-positive. Non-possess, not possessed. Non-possessing, not possessing. Non-possession, lack of possession, not possessing something. Non-possessions, plural of non-possession. Non-possessive, not possessive. Non-possessor, one who is not a possessor. Non-possessors, plural of non-possessor. Non-possessory, not possessory. Non-possibilities, plural of non-possibility. Non-possibility, impossibility. Non-possible. Impossible. Non-postal, not postal. Non-posted, not having been posted in various senses. Non-posterior, not posterior. Non-posthumous, not posthumous.
Here we go.
Non-postmodern, not postmodern. Non-postpartum, not postpartum. Non-postponement, lack of postponement, failure to postpone something. Non-postural, not postural. Non-potable, not drinkable. Non-potassium, not of or pertaining to potassium. Non-potato, not of or pertaining to potatoes. Non-potential, not potential. Non-potential. Reality, the condition of being non-potential. Non-potentially, in a non-potential manner. Non-potentiometric, not potentiometric. Non-pottery, not of or pertaining to pottery. Non-poultry, not of or pertaining to poultry. Non-powdered, not powdered. Non-powdery, not powdery. Non-power, not a power. Non-powered, not powered. Non-powerful, not powerful. Non-practical, not practical. Non-practice, not being or relating to practice in very senses. Non-practicing, not practicing, of a person in a particular profession, not engaged in the practice of that profession, of a person born into a particular religion, not abiding by the rituals and mores of that religion. Non-practicing. Alternative spelling of non-practicing. Non-practitioner. One who is not a practitioner or commonly general practitioner. Non-practitioners. Plural of non-practitioner. Non-predial. Not predial. Non-pragmatic. Not pragmatic. Non-praying. That does not pray. Non-preaching. That does not preach. Non-freaky. Not freaky. Non-precautionary. Not precautionary. Non-precedential. Not precedential. Non-processing. Not processing. Non-precious. Not precious, especially used to describe base metals such as lead, iron, copper, etc. Non-precipitable. Not precipitable. Non-precipitating. Not precipitating. Non-precipitation. Absence of precipitation. Non-precise. Not precise. Non-precision approach. Alternative form of non-precision approach. Non-precision approaches. Plural of non-precision approach. Non-precondition. Not precondition. Non-precursor. That which is not a precursor. Non-precursors. Plural of non-precursor. Non-predator. That which is not a predator. Non-predators. Plural of non-predator. Non-predatory. Not predatory. Non-predestination. Absence of predestination. Non-predetermined. Not predetermined. Non-predicate. Not of or pertaining to a predicate. Non-predicates. Plural of non-predicate. Non-predicative. Not predicative. Non-predictability. The happy of not being predictable. Non-predictable. Not predictable. Non-predictive. Not predictive. Non-predifferentiated. Not predifferentiated. Non-predisposed. Not predisposed. Non-preeclamptic. Not preeclamptic. Non-preemptive. Not preemptive. Non-prefabricated. Alternative form of non-prefabricated. Non-preference. Lack of preference. Non-preferential. Not preferential. Non-preferentially. Not preferentially. Non-preferred. Not preferred. Non-prefix. Unprefix. Non-performed. Not performed. Non prefrontal. Not prefrontal. Non-pregnancies. Plural of non-pregnancy. Non-pregnancy. The state of not being pregnant, carrying offspring. Non-pregnant. Not pregnant. Non-prehensile. Not prehensile. Non-prehistoric. Not prehistoric. Non-prejudice. The absence of prejudice. Non-prejudice. Not prejudice. Non-prejudicial. Not prejudicial. Not prejudging. Non-prelatical. Not prelatical. Non-preliminary. Not preliminary. Non-premature. Not premature. Non-premeditated. synonym of unpremeditated. Non-premier, not premier. Non-premier, not a premier. Non-premiers, plural of non-premier. Non-premium, not premium. Non-prenex, not prenex. Non-prenellated, not prenellated. Non-prepackage, not prepackaged. Non-preparation, lack of or failure to prepare. Non-preparatory, not preparatory. Non-prepared, unprepared, unready. Non-preparedness, unpreparedness. Non-prepayment, failure to prepay. Non-prepositional, not prepositional. Non-prerequisite, alternative form of non-prerequisite. Non-prerequisites, plural of non-prerequisite. Non-prescribed, not prescribed. Non-prescribed, not prescribed. Non-prescribing, that does not prescribe. Non-prescription, not requiring a prescription over the counter. Non-prescriptive, not prescriptive. Non-preselected, not preselected. Non-presence, not being present. Absence, non-present, not present, absent. Non-presentable, not presentable. Non-presentation. A lack of presentation. Non-presentational, not presentational. Non-presentus, not presentist. Non-preservation, failure to preserve or be preserved. Non-preserved, not preserved in various senses. Non-presidential, not presidential, unrelated to the presidency. Non-press, not of or pertaining to the press, journalism, or publishing industry. Non-press, not press. Non-pressure, not involving or relating to pressure. Non-pressure, not pressured. Non-pressuring, not pressuring. Non-pressurized, not pressurized. Non-prestige, not having or conveying high prestige, of unremarkable reputation. Non-prestigious, not prestigious. Non-pretentious, unpretentious. Non-pretreated, not pretreated. Non-prevalence, lack of prevalence. Non-prevalent, not prevalent. Non-preventable, not preventable. Non-preventative, not preventative. Non-prevention, absence of prevention, failure to prevent something. Non-preventive, not preventive. Non-prize. Other than price. Non-prickly, not prickly. Non-priestly, not priestly. Non-primal, not primal in any sense. Non-primary, not primary. Non-priming, any animal that is not a primate. Non-primate, plural of non-priming. Non-prime, not prime. Composite, non-prime, not prime. Non-primes, plural of non-prime. Non-primitive, not primitive. Non-primitives, plural of non-primitive. Non-primordial. Not primordial. Non-principal. One who is not a principal. Non-principal. Unprincipled. Non-print. Being or pertaining to a source not found in print, not in print. Non-printable. Not printable. Non-printed. Not printed. Non-printer. One who does not work as a printer. Non-printers. Plural of non-printer. Non-printing. Not having a visual representation. Non-priorities. Unpriorities. Non-priority. Not priority. Non-prismatic. Not prismatic. Non-prison. Not of or pertaining to prison. Non-prisoner. Alternative spelling of non-prisoner. Non-prisoners. Plural of non-prisoner. Non-private. Not private. Public. Non-privilege. Not privilege. Non-brewy. Not brewy. Non-pro. A non-professional. Non-probabilistic. Not probabilistic. Non-probabilistically. In a non-probabilistic manner. Non-probability. Of or relating to a form of sampling in which the population is sampled not randomly, but according to deliberate criteria. Non-probable. Not probable. Non-probationary. Not probationary. Non-probative. Not probative. Non-problem. That which is not a problem. Non-problematic. Not problematic. Non-problematically. In a way that is not problematic. Non-problems. Plural of non-problem. Non-procedural. Not procedural. Non-procedurally. In a non-procedural manner, not by means of a procedure. Non-processable. Unprocessable. Non-process. Not processed. Non-processive. That does not progress or advance. Non-procrastinating. Not procrastinating. Non-procreating. Not procreating. Non-procreation. Absence of procreation. Failure to procreate. Non-procreative. Not procreative. Non-procurement. Lack of procurement. Failure to procure something. Non-producer. A person, device, or organization that does not produce a specified material. Non-producers. Plural of non-producer. Non-producing. Not carrying out production. Non-product. That which is not a product. Non-production. Absence of production. Non-productive. Not productive. Non-productively. In a non-productive manner. Non-productiveness. The quality of being non-productive. Non-productivity. Lack of productivity. Non-products. Plural of non-product. Non-profane. Not profane. Non-profess. Not professed. Non-profession. That which is not a profession. Non-professional. Not professional. Amateur. Non-professionalism. Unprofessionalism. non-professionally, in a manner that is not professional. Non-professionals, plural of non-professional. Non-professions, plural of non-professional. Non-professor, one who is not a professor. Non-professorial, not professorial. Non-professors, plural of non-professor. Non-proficiency, lack of proficiency. Proficient, not proficient. Non-profit, not seeking to produce a profit of financial gain.
Here we go.
Non-profitability, lack of profitability. Non-profitable, not profitable. Not making profit. Non-profiteering, not profiteering. Non-profiting, not making a profit. Non-profitization, the process of converting groups or organizations into non-profits. Non-profits, plural of non-profit. Non-prognostic, not prognostic. Non-program, not of or pertaining to a program set of structured activities. Non-programmable, not programmable, unprogrammable. Non-programmables, plural of non-programmable. Non-programmatic, not programmatic. Non-program, not of or relating to a program. Non-programmed, unprogrammed. Non-programmer, a person who is not a computer programmer. Non-programmers, plural of non-programmer. Non-programming, not of or pertaining to computer programming. Non-programs, plural of non-programmed. Non-progress, absence of progress. Non-progression, an absence of normal progress of a disease. Non-progressive, not progressive. Non-progressively, in a non-progressive manner. Non-progressives, plural of non-progressive. Non-progressor, a person who is infected with HIV, but whose infection does not progress to become AIDS. Non-progressors, plural of non-progressor. Non-prohibitable, not prohibitable. Non-prohibited, not prohibited. Non-prohibition, failure to prohibit something. Non-prohibitive, not prohibitive. Non-projected, not projected. Non-projectile, not of or pertaining to projectiles. Non-projecting, not projected. Non-projection, absence of projection. Non-projective, not projective. Non-projectively, in a non-projective manner. Non-vacuetic, not vacuetic. Non-proletarian, one who is not a proletarian. Non-proletarians, plural of non-proletarian. Non-proliferating, not proliferating. Non-proliferation, opposition to the spread of something, especially nuclear weapons. Non-proliferations, plural of non-proliferation. Non-proliferative, not proliferative. Non-proliferous, not proliferous. Non-prolific, not prolific. Non-prolongation. Failure to prolong something. Non-promiscuous. Not promiscuous. Non-promising. Unpromising. Non-promissory. Not promissory. Non-promoted. Not promoted.
Here we go.
Non-promotion. Failure to promote a person to a higher rank. Non-promotional. Not promotional. Non-promotions. Plural of non-promotion. Non promulgation. Lack of promulgation. Failure to promulgate something. Non-pronunciation. Absence of pronunciation. Failure to pronounce something. Non-proof. A failure to prove something. The absence of a proof. Non-proofreading. Not proofreading. Non-proofs. Plural of non-proof. Non-propaganda. Material that is not propaganda. Non-propagandistic. Not propagandistic. Non-propagating. Not propagating. Non-propagation. Lack of propagation. Failure to propagate something. Non-propagative. Not propagative. Non-propellant. Not of or pertaining to propellant. Non-propelled. Not propelled. Non-proper. Not proper. Non-properties. Plural of non-property. Non-property. Not of or pertaining to property owned land or real estate. Non-prophetic. Not prophetic. Non-prophylactic. Not prophylactic. Non-proportional. Not proportional. Non-proportionality. The condition of being non-proportional. Non-proportionate. Not proportionate. Non-proposal. Absence of a proposal. Non-proposals. Plural of non-proposal. Non-propositional. Not propositional. Non-proprietaries. Plural of non-proprietary. Non-proprietary. Lacking proprietary value. Not private or privileged information. Not owned by anyone, not anyone's property, whether intellectual property or otherwise. Non-proprietor. One who is not a proprietor. Non-proprietors. Plural of non-proprietor. Non-proprioceptive. Not proprioceptive. Non-propulsion. Not of or pertaining to propulsion. Non-propulsive. Not propulsive. Non-pros. Plural of non-pro. Non-prescriptive. Not prescriptive. Non-prosecutable. Not prosecutable. Non-prosecuted. Not prosecuted. Non-prosecution. Of or pertaining to a decision not to prosecute. Non-prosecutions. Plural of non-prosecution. Non-prosecutive. Not prosecutive. Non-prosecutorial. Not prosecutorial. Non-prosocial. Not prosocial. Non-prosociality. The condition of being non-prosocial. Non-prosodic. Not prosodic. Non-prospect. One who is not a prospect. Non-prospective. Not prospective. Non-prospects. Plural of non-prospect. Non-pros. simple past and past participle of non-pros. Non-prosos, third person singular simple present indicative of non-pros. Non-prosing, present participle and gerund of non-pros. Non-prostatic, not prostatic. Non-prosthetic, not prosthetic. Non-prostitute, one who is not a prostitute. Non-prostitutes, plural of non-prostitute. Non-protagonist, one who is not a protagonist. Non-protagonists, plural of non-protagonists. Non-protosomal, that does not involve the proteasome. Non-protected, not protected. Non-protection, absence of protection, failure to protect. Non-protectionism, absence of protectionism. Non-protectionist, not protection. Non-protectionist, plural of non-protectionist. Non-protective, not protective. Non-protic, synonym of non-protein. Non-protit, plural of non-protic. Non-protein, having a source other than protein. Non-proteinaceous, not proteinaceous. Non-proteinic, not proteinic. Non-proteinogenic. Not proteinogenic. Non-proteinous, not proteinous. Non-proteins, plural of non-protein. Proteinuric, not proteinuric. Non-protogenic, that does not lead to the production of proteins. Not protogenic. Non-protolytic, not protolytic. Non-protolytically, in a non-protolytic manner without causing protolysis. Non-protest, not of or pertaining to a protest. Non-protesting, unprotesting, compliant, willing. Non-product, not product. Non-proton, any particle that is not a proton. Non-protonated, not protonated. Non-protons. Plural of non-proton. Non-prototypic, not prototypic. Non-protozoan, not protozoan. Non-protracted, not protracted, of limited duration. Non-protractile, not protractile. Non-protractility, the quality of being intertactile. Non-protruding, not protruding. Non-protrusive, not protrusive. Non-provable. Not provable. Non-being intertactile. Non-protruding, not protruding. Non-protrusive, not protrusive. Non-provable, not provable. Non-proven, not proven, unproven. Non-provided, of a school, not operated and funded by the school board. Non-providential, not providential. Non-provincial, not restricted to a small region, not done in isolation. Non-provisional, not provisional. Non-provocation, absence of provocation. Non-provocative, not provocative. Non-provoke, not provoke. Non-proximal, not proximal. Non-proximate, not proximate. Non-prurient, not prurient. Non-paritic, not paritic. Not non-pseudo-convex. Not pseudo-convex. Non-pseudomorphic. Not pseudomorphic. Non-zoetic. Not related to or used to treat psoriasis. Non-psychedelic. Not psychedelic. Non-psychiatric. Not psychiatric. Non-psychiatrist. One who is not a psychiatrist. Non-psychiatrists. Plural of non-psychiatrists. Non-psychic. Not psychic. Non-psychical. Not psychical. Non-psychics. Plural of non-psychic. Non-psycho. Active. Not psychoactive. Non-psychoanalytic. Not psychoanalytic. Non-psychoanalytical. Psychoanalytical. Non-psychogenic. Not psychogenic. Non-psychological. Not psychological. Non-psychometric. Not psychometric. Non-psychopathic. Not psychopathic. Non-psychopathological. Not psychopathological. Non-psychophysical. Not psychophysical. Non-psychosexual. Not psychosexual. Non-psychosis. The absence of psychosis. Non-psychosomatic. Not psychosomatic. Non-psychotherapeutic. Not psychotherapeutic. Non-psychotic. Not psychotic. Non-psychotics. Plural of non-psychotic. Non-psychotomimetic. Not psychotomimetic. Non-psychotropic. Not psychotropic. Non-pubertal. Not pubertal. Non-pubescent. Not pubescent. Non-public. Not open to the public. Not available to or shared by the public. Private. Non-publication. Lack of publication. Failure to publish. Non-publicity. Absence of publicity. Failure to publicize. Non-publish. Not publish. Non-publisher. One who or that which is not a publisher. Non-publishers. Plural of non-publisher. Non-publishing. That does not publish. Non-pueblo. A community or location that is not a pueblo. Non-pueblos. Plural of non-pueblo. Non-puerperal. Not puerperal. Non-pulmonary. Not pulmonary. Non-pulmonic. Not pulmonic. Non-pulsatile. Not pulsatile. Non-pulsating. Not pulsating. Non-pulse. Not of or pertaining to pulses. Non-pulsed. Non-pulse. Not pulse. Non-pulverized. Not pulverized. Non-pumpable. Not pumpable. Non-punctual. Not punctual. Non-punctuate. Not punctuate. Non-punctuated. Unpunctuated. Non-punctuation. Lack of punctuation. Failure to punctuate. Non-puncturable. Not puncturable. Non-pungent. Not pungent. Non-punishable. Not punishable of an act for which no punishment has been authorized of a person beyond the reach of punishment. That does not punish. Non-punishment. Absence of punishment, failure to punish. Non-punitive. Not punitive. Non-punitively. In a way that is not punitive. Non-pupillary. Not pupillary. Non-purchasable. Not purchasable. Non-purchase. Not involving a purchase. Non-purchase. Unpurchase. Non-purchaser. One who does not purchase. Non-purchasers. Plural of non-purchaser. Non-purchases. Plural of non-purchase. Non-purchasing. Not purchasing. Non-buying. Non-pure. Not pure. Pure, impure.
invisible,
Non-purgative. Not purgative. Non-purification. Absence of purification. Non-purify. Not purify. Non-purine. Not of or pertaining to purine. Non-purist. One who is not a purist. Non-purists. Plural of non-purists. Non-purity. Absence of purity, impurity. Non-herbal. Not purple. Non-purposeful. Not purposeful. Non-purposive. Not purposive. Non-pursued. Absence of pursuit. Failure to pursue something. Non-purulent. Not purulent. Non-pustular. Not pustular. Non-putrescent. Not putrescent. Non-putrescible. Not putrescible. Non-benotic. Not benotic. Non-pyogenic. Not pyogenic. Non-pyramidal. Not pyramidal. Non-pyritic. Not pyritic. Non-pyritiferous. Not pyritiferous. Non-pyritized. Not pyritized. Non-pyroclastic. Not pyroclastic. Non-pyrogenic. Not pyrogenic. Non-pyrogenous. Synonym of non-pyrogenic. Non-pyrolytic. Not pyrolytic. Non-pyrophoric. Not pyrophoric. Non-quadratic. Not quadratic. Non-quadratically. In a non-quadratic manner. Non-quadrilateral. Not quadrilateral. Non-qual. A stock option that does not qualify for the special treatment accorded to incentive stock options. Non-qualification. Lack of qualification. Failure to qualify. Non-qualified. Not qualified. Non-qualifier. One who fails to qualify. Non-qualifiers. Plural of non-qualifier. Non-qualifying. That does not qualify. Non-qualitative. Not qualitative. Non-qualitatively. In a non-qualitative manner. Non-qualities. Plural of non-quality. Non-quality. Lack of quality. Inferiority. Non-quals. Plural of non-qual. Non-quant. One who is not a quantitative analyst. Non-quantal. Not quantal. non-quantifiable, not quantifiable, non-quantified, alternative spelling of non-quantified, non-quantitative, not quantitative, non-quantized, not quantized, non-quants, plural of non-quant, non-quantum, not quantum, non-quantum mechanics, classical or Newtonian mechanics rather than quantum mechanics, non-quarantinable, not quarantinable, non-quarantine, not of or pertaining to quarantine, non-quarantine, not quarantine, non-quarterly, not quarterly, non-quasi-analytic, not quasi-analytic, non-quasi-analyticity, the property of being quasi-analytic, non-quasi-binary, not quasi-binary, non-quasi-classical, not quasi-classical, non-quasi-conformal, not quasi-conformal, non-quasi-convex, not quasi-convex, non-quasi-convexity, the property of being quasi-convex, non-quasi-diagonal, not quasi-diagonal, non-quasi-free, not quasi-free, non-quasi-geostrophic, not quasi-geostrophic, non-quasi-linear, not quasi-linear, non-quasi-linearity, the state or condition of being quasi-linear, non-quasi-local, not quasi-local, non-quasi-locality, the property of being quasi-local, non-quasi-monotone, not quasi-monotone, non-quasi-neutral, not quasi-neutral, non-quasi-periodic, not quasi-periodic, non-quasi-static, not quasi-static, non-quasi-stationary, not quasi-stationary, non-quasi-triangular, not quasi-triangular,
Here we go.
non-quasi-uniform, not quasi-uniform, non-quasi-unipotent, not quasi-unipotent, non-quaternary, not quaternary, non-queer, not queer homosexual, bisexual, etc. Non-quench, not quenched, unquenched, non-quenching, not quenching, non-question, any utterance that is not a question, non-questioning, not questioning, non-questions, plural of non-questioned, not queued, non-queuing, alternative spelling of non-queuing, non-queuing, not queuing, non-quiescence, they can even have been quiescent, non-quiescent, not quiescent, non-quiet, not quiet, non-quinine, not quinine, non-quitter, one who is not a quitter, non-quitters, plural of non-quitter, non-quota, not included in or not subject to a quota, non-quotative, not quotative, non-quoted, not quoted, non-quranic, not quranic, non-rabbinic, not rabbinic, non-rabbinical, not rabbinical, non-rabbin, not of or pertaining to rabbits, non-raver, not raver,
Invincible.
non-race, not relating to race groups of people with common ancestry, non-racemic, not racemic, non-racist, plural of non-race, non-racial, not related to or based on a person's race, non-racialism, absence of racialism, non-racially, in a non-racial manner, without regard to race, non-racing, not pertaining to racing, non-racism, absence of racism, the quality of not being racist, non-racist, not racist, non-racists, plural of non-racist, non-radar, not of or pertaining to radar, non-ADO, not ADO. Non-radio, not radio, non-radio, in a manner that is not radio, non-radio, not radiate, lacking a radial arrangement, non-radiated, not radiated, non-radiating, not radiating, non-radiative, not radiative, non-radiatively, not radiatively, non-radical, not radical, non-radicals, plural of non-radical, non-radicular, not radicular, non-radio, not of or pertaining to radio technology or broadcasts, non-radioactive, not radioactive, not generating radio.
Here we go.
Radioactivity, non-radioactively, in a non-radioactive manner, non-radioactivity, absence of radioactivity, non-radiogenic, not radiogenic, non-radiographic, not radiographic, non-radioisotopic, not radioisotopic, non-radiolabel, not radiolabel, non-radiological, not radiological, non-radiologically, in a non-radiological manner, non-radiologist, one who is not a radiologist, non-radiolucent, not radiolucent, non-radiometric, not radiometric, non-radiopac, not radiopac, non-radium, not of or pertaining to radium, non-radon, not of or pertaining to radon, non-rail, not of or pertaining to rail transport, non-railroad, not of or pertaining to a railroad, non-railroader, one who is not a railroader, non-railroaders, plural of non-railroader, non-railway, not of or pertaining to a railway, non-rainforest, not of or pertaining to rainforest, non-rainy, not rainy, non-raised, not raised, non-ranch, not ranching, non-rancid, not rancid, non-random, not random, caused or manipulated, arranged,
Invincible.
non-randomized, alternative form of non-randomized, non-randomization, lack of randomization, non-randomized, unrandomized, non-randomizing, not using randomization, non-randomly, in a non-random manner, not randomly, non-randomous, the state or condition of being non-random, not arranged, not ranged, non-ranging, not ranging, non-array, not of or pertaining to rape, the sex crime, non-raped, not having been raped, non-rapid, not rapid, non-rapist, one who is not a rapist, non-rapists, plural of non-rapists, non-rare, not rare, non-rarefy, not rarefied, non-raster, not of or pertaining to rasters, non-rat, that which is not a rat, non-rateability, that property of being rateable, non-rateable, not rateable, non-ratcheting, not ratcheting, non-rater, non-rateability, that property of being rateable, non-rateable, not rateable, non-ratcheting, not ratcheting, non-rater, not rated, non-ratifiable, unratifiable, non-ratification, failure to ratify something, non-ratify, unratify, non-ratifying, that does not ratify a treaty, etc. Non-rating, not rating,
Here we go.
non-idiometric, not idiometric, non-rational, alternative spelling of non-rational, non-rationalist, one who is not a rationalist, non-rationalistic, not rationalistic, non-rationalists, plural of non-rationalists, non-rationality, quality of being rational, non-rationalizable, not rationalizable, non-rationalized, not rationalized, non-ration, unrussian, non-rats, plural of non-rats, non-raven, that which is not a raven, non-ravens, plural of non-raven, non-raw, not raw, non-ray, not ray, non-reacted, mediacted, amiacted, non-reacting, that does not take part in a reaction, non-reaction, absence of reaction, failure to react, non-reactionary, not reactionary, non-reactions, plural of non-reaction, non-reactive, that will not react, non-reactively, in a non-reactive manner, we have reaction, non-reactivity, lack of activity, the quality of being non-reactive, non-reactive, someone who cannot react, one who does not react, non-reactors, plural of non-reactor, non-readability, the quality of not readable, non-readable, not readable,
Invincible.
non-reader, one who does not read, non-reader, plural of non-reader, non-reading, not reading, non-readings, plural of non-reading, non-read, genic, not regenic, non-real, not real, unreal, imaginary, non-realism, call it not realistic, non-realist, one who is not a realist, non-realistic, deliberately realistic, non-realists, plural of non-realists, non-realities, plural of non Non-reality. Non-reality. The quality of real. Non-realizability. The condition of realizable. Non-realizable. Not realizable. Non-realization. Failure to realize something. Non-reals. Plural of non-real. Non-real. Not real day. Non-reappointment. Failure to reappoint somebody. Non-reappointments. Plural of non. Reappointment. Non-realize. In which subsequent arterialization has not been carried out. Non-reason. Absence of reason. Non-reasonable. Not reasonable. Non-reason. Not reason. Non-reasoner. One who does not reason. Non-reasoners. Plural of non-reasoner. Non-reasoning. That does not reason. Non-reasons. Plural of non-reason. Non-reasserting. Not reasserting. Non-reassuring. Not reassuring. Giving cause for concern. Non-rebel. One who is not a rebel. Non-rebelling. Not rebelling. Non-rebellious. Not rebellious. Non-rebels. Plural of non-rebel. Non-rebreather. A mask used in medical emergencies to deliver oxygen from a reservoir to the patient. Non-rebreathers. Plural of non-rebreather. Non-rebreathing. Not rebreathing. Non-recalled. Not recalled as by participants in a memory study. Non-receipt. Lack of receipt. Failure to receive. Non-receipts. Plural of non-receipt. Non-receivable. That cannot be received. Non-receiving. That does not receive. Non-reason. Not recent. Non-recently. At a time that is not recent, some time ago. Non-reception. Absence of reception. Failure to receive. Non-receptive. Not receptive. Non-receptivity. Lack of receptivity. The quality of being not receptive. Non-receptor. Not of or pertaining to a receptor. Non-recess. Not being or relating to a recess. Non-recess. Not recess.
Invincible.
Non-recession. Not of or pertaining to economic recession. Non-recessionary. Not recessionary. Non-recessive. Not recessive. Non-recidivist. One who is not a recidivist. Non-recidivists. Plural of non-recidivist. Non-recipient. One who is not a recipient. Non-recipients. Plural of non-recipient. Non-reciprocal. Not reciprocal. Not returned in kind. Non-reciprocally. In a manner that is not reciprocal. Non-reciprocating. Not reciprocating. Not reciprocal. Not reciprocal. Not returned in kind. Non-reciprocally. In a manner that is not reciprocal. Non-reciprocating. Not reciprocating. Not responding in kind. Non-reciprocities. Plural of non-reciprocity. Non-reciprocity. The condition of being non-reciprocal. Non-recirculating. Not recirculating. Non-recital. Absence of recital. Failure to recite. Non-reclamation. not relating to the reclamation of land. Non-reclining, that does not recline. Non-recluse, one who is not a recluse. Non-recluses, plural of non-recluse. Non-recognition, not involving recognition of gain or loss. Non-recognitions, plural of non-recognition. Non-recognizable, not recognizable. Non-recognized, not recognized. Non-recoil, without recoil, recoilless. Non-recollection, absence of recollection, failure to recollect. Non-recollective, not related to direct recollection. Non-recombinant, not recombinant. Non-recombinants, plural of non-recombinant. Non-recombine, not recombine. Non-recombining, that does not undergo recombination. Non-recombinogenic, not recombinogenic. Non-recommendable, synonym of unrecommendable. Non-recommendation, absence of recommendation, failure to recommend. Non-recommendations, plural of non-recommendation. Non-recommended, not recommended. Non-reconcilable, not reconcilable. Non-reconciliation, absence of reconciliation. Non-reconfigurable, not reconfigurable. Non-reconstituted, not reconstituted. Non-reconstructed, not reconstructed. Non-recordable, not recordable. Non-recorded, unrecorded. Non-recording, not recording. Non-recoupable, alternative form of non-recoupable. Non-recourse, of or pertaining to a form of financing, typically debt financing, in which the lender's recourse to recovery in the event of default is limited to the collateral asset only. Non-recoverable, not recoverable, damaged or lost forever. Non-recovery, not involving recovery of an industrial process in which reusable components, etc. are not recovered. Non-recreational, not recreational. Non-recruited, not recruited. Non-recruited, not recruiting. Non-rectangular, not rectangular. Non-rectifiable, not rectifiable. Non-rectify, not rectified. Non-rectifying, that does not rectify. Non-rectilinear, not rectilinear. Non-recuperation, lack of recuperation, failure to recuperate. Non-recuperative, not recuperative. Non-recurrence, absence of recurrence, not happening more than once. Non-recurrent, not recurrent. Non-recurring, not recurring, occurring only once. Non-recursive, not recursive. Non-recursively, in a non-recursive manner. Non-recyclable, not recyclable. Non-recyclables, plural of non-recyclable. Non-recycled, not recycled. Non-recycler, a person who does not recycle his or her refuse. Non-recyclers, plural of non-recycler. Non-recycling, not carrying out or not relating to. recycling, not read, non-redacted, not redacted, non-redeemable, not redeemable,
Here we go.
not redeemed, not redeemed, non-redemption, lack of redemption, failure to redeem something, non-redemptive, not redemptive, non-redox, not redox, non-reduced, not reduced, non-reducible, not reducible, non-reducing, not reducing, non-reduction, absence of reduction, failure to reduce something, non-reductional, not reductional, non-reductionism, any treatment, theory, etc. that is counter to reductionism, non-reductionist, onist, non-reductionistic, not reductionistic, non-reductionists, plural of non-reductionists, non-reductive, not reductive, non-redundancy, alternative form of non-redundancy, non-redundant, not redundant, lacking redundancy, non-redundantly, in a non-redundant manner, non-reduplicative, not reduplicative, non-refill, not refill, not emulsifiable, not emulsifiable, nadientin, nadientin, non-refereed, not refereed, non-reference, not of or pertaining to reference in various senses, non-reference, not referenced, non-referent, one who or that which is not a referent, non-referential, not referential in character or style, non-referentiality, quality of not being afferential, non-referentially, in a non-referential manner, non-reference, plural of non-referent, non-referral, absence of referral, non-referring, not referring, non-refillable, not refillable, unable to be refilled, non-refinable, not refinable, non-reflecting, not reflecting, non-reflective, not reflective, non-reflector, one who does not engage in mental reflection, non-reflectors, plural of non-reflector, non-reflex, not reflex, non-reflexive, not reflexive, non-reflexively, in a non-reflexive manner, non-reform, not of or pertaining to reform, non-reformable, not reformable, non-reformation, absence of reformation, failure to reform, non-reform, unreform, non-reform, not undergoing reform, non-reformist, in the spirit of transformation rather than incrementalism,
Here we go.
non-refoulement, alternative form of non-refoulement, non-refoulement, alternative form of non-refoulement, non-refracting, not refracting, non-refraction, lack of refraction, non-refractive, not refractive. Non-refractory, not refractory. Non-refreshing, not refreshing. Non-refrigerant, not being or relating to a refrigerant. Non-refrigerated, not refrigerated. Non-refrigeration, absence of refrigeration. Non-refueling, that does not refuel or is traveled without refueling. Non-refugee, a person who is not a refugee. Non-refugees, plural of non-refugee. Non-refundable, not refundable, not able to be refunded. Non-refunded, not refunded. Non-refusal, absence of refusal. Non-refusals, plural of non-refusal. Non-refutable, not refutable. Non-refutation, absence of refutation, failure to refute something. Non-refutations, plural of non-refutation. Non-refuted, not refuted. Non-refuting, that does not serve to refute something. Non-regarding, not regarding. Non-regenerating, not regenerating. Non-regenerative, not regenerative. Non-regent, a master of arts or other subjects whose regency has ceased, and therefore is no longer obliged to lecture. Non-regenerative, not regenerative. Non-regent, a master of arts or other subjects whose regency has ceased, and therefore is no longer obliged to lecture. Non-regents, plural of non-regent. Non-regimental, not regimental. Non-regimented, not regimented. Non-regional, not regional. Non-regionalized, not regionalized. Non-regioselective, not regioselective. Non-register, not a register. Non-registerable, alternative spelling of non-registerable. Non-registered, not registered, unregistered. Non-registering, failing to register. Non-registrability, the property of being unregisterable. Non-registerable, not registerable. Non-registration, absence of registration, failure to register. Non-regressing, not regressing. Non-regression, absence of regression. Non-regular, not regular. Non-regularities, plural of non-regularity. Non-regularity, the state or condition of being unregular. Non-regularizable, not regularizable. Non-regularized, not regularized. Non-regulars, plural of non-regular. Non-regulated, alternative spelling of non-regulated. Non-regulating, not regulating. Non-regulation, absence of regulation. Non-regulations, plural of non-regulation. Non-regulatory, not regulatory. Non-rehabilitation, lack of rehabilitation. Non-rehabilitative, not rehabilitative. Non-rehearsal, not being or relating to a rehearsal. Non-rehydrated, not rehydrated. Non-raining, not raining. Non-reimbursable, not reimbursable. Non-reimbursement, absence of reimbursement, failure to reimburse. Non-reimbursements, plural of non-reimbursement. Non-reimfars, not reimfars. Non-enforcement. The absence of normal. Enforcement. Non-instated. Reinstated. Non-reinstatement. Lack of reinstatement. Failure to reinstate. Non-rejected. Not having been rejected. Non-rejection. Lack of rejection, acceptance or validation. Non-rejections. Plural of non-rejection. Non-relapse. Not of or relating to a relapse. Non-relapse. Not relapsed. Non-relapser. A patient who does not relapse. Non-relapsers. Plural of non-relapser. Non-relapsing. Not relapsing. Non-relatable. Not relatable. Non-related. Not related. Unrelated. Non-relatedness. The quality of not being related.
Invincible.
Non-relation. Absence of relation between things. Non-relational. Not relational. Non-relations. Plural of non-relation. Non-relationship. Not of or pertaining to a relationship. Non-relationships. Plural of non-relationship. Non-relative. Alternative spelling of non-relative. Non-relatives. Plural of non-relative. Non-relativistic. Not relativistic. Classical Newtonian. Non-relativistic mechanics. The mechanics of objects moving at velocities considerably less than the speed of light. Non-relativistically. In a non-relativistic manner. Non-relaxation. Lack of relaxation of a muscle, etc. Non-relax. Not relaxed. Non-relaxing. Not relaxing, especially of muscle. Non-releasable. Not releasable. Non-release. Lack of release. Failure to release somebody or something. Non-relevance. Irrelevant. Non-relevant. Not relevant. Non-reliability. Lack of reliability. The state or condition of being non-reliable. Non-reliable. Not reliable. Non-reliably. Unreliably. Non-reliant. Absence of reliance. The state of not relying on something. Non-religion. A belief system that is not a religion. Non-religionist. One who is not a religionist. Non-religionists. Plural of non-religionists. Non-religions. Plural of non-religion. Non-religious. Not religious. Non-religiously. In a non-religious manner. Non-religiousness. The state or condition of being non-religious. Non-relinquishment. Lack of relinquishment. Failure to relinquish. Non-reloadable. Not reloadable. Non-relocatable. Not relocatable. Non-relocated. Not relocated. Non-relocating. Not relocating. Non-remarkable. Not remarkable. Non-immediate. Not immediate. Non-remedies. Plural of non-remedy. Non-remedy. That which is not a remedy. Non-remembrance. Absence of remembrance. Non-remethylatable. Not remethylatable. Non-remission. Absence of remission. Non-remitted. Not affected by remission. Non-remonstrance. Absence of remonstrance. Non-remote. Not remote. Non-removable. Not removable. Non-removed. Not having been removed. Non-remunerated. Not remunerated. Non-remuneration. Failure to remunerate. Absence of remuneration. Non-remunerative. Not remunerative. Non-renal. Not renal. Non-rendation. Failure to render what is due. Non-negotiable. Not negotiable. Non-renew. Not to renew. To discontinue or terminate. Non-renewable. Not able to be renewed. Incapable of renewal. Non-renewables. Plural of non-renewable. Non-renewal. Failure to renew. Non-renewals. Plural of non-renewal. Non-renewed. Not renewed. Non-renewer. One who does not renew a contract, subscription, etc. Non-renewers. Plural of non-renewer. Non-renewing. That does not renew. Non-renews. Third person singular simple present indicative of non-renew. Non-rennet. Not containing or relating to rennet. Non-renormalizable. Not renormalizable. Non-renormalizability. The condition of being unrenormalizable. Non-renormalizable. Not renormalizable. Non-renormalized. Not renormalized. Non-renouncing. Not renouncing. Non-renovated. Not renovated. Non-rentable. Not rentable. Non-rental. Not of or pertaining to rental. Non-enunciation. Absence
Here we go.
of renunciation. Non-repaid. Not repaid. Non-repair. Absence of repair. Failure to repair something. Non-repairable. Not repairable. Non-repaired. Not repaired. Non-reparation. Synonym of non-repair. Non-repayable. Not repayable. Non-repayable. Not repayable. Non-repaying. Not making. Repayments. Non-repayment. Failure to repay. Non-repayments. Plural of non-repayment. Non-repealable. Not repealable. Non-repeal. Not repeal. Non-repeat. Not a repeat. Non-repeatability. The condition of being unrepeatable. Non-repeatable. Not repeatable. Non-repeated. Not repeated. Non-repeater. One who is not a repeater in various senses. Non-repeaters. Plural of non-repeater. Non-repeating. That does not repeat. Non-repellent. Not repellent. Non-repentance. Lack of repentance. non-repentant, not repentant, non-repetition, absence of repetition, failure to repeat, non-repetitional, not repetitional, non-repetitions, plural of non-repetition, non-repetitious, not repetitious, without repetition, non-repetitive, not repetitive, non-repetitively, without repetition, in a non-repetitive manner, not replaceable, not replaceable, unable to be replaced, not replacement, failure to replace, absence of replacement, non-replenishable, not replenishable, non-replaceability, alternative form of non-replaceability, non-replicable, alternative spelling of non-replicable, non-replicate, not replicate, non-replicated, unreplicated, non-replicating, failing to replicate, incapable of replicating, non-replication, failure to replicate, non-replicative, occurring without replication, non-replier, one who does not reply to a survey, etc. Non-repliers, plural of non-replier, non-replies, plural of non-reply, non-reply, lack of a reply, non-replying, not replying to a survey, etc. Non-reportable, not reportable, non-reported, not reported, non-reporting, not reporting, particularly not required by law to file certain reports, non-reprehensible, not reprehensible, non-representable, not representable, non-representation,
Here we go.
lack of representation, non-representational, not representational, non-representationalism, a non-representational approach to art, non-representationality, the quality of being a representational, non-representationally, in a non-representational manner, non-representative, not representative, non-representatively, in a non-representative manner, non-representatives, plural of non-representative, non-representativity, the condition of being non-representative, non-represented, not represented, non-repress, not repressed, non-repression, absence of repression, non-repressive, not repressive, non-reprisal, absence of reprisal, non-reproduce, not reproduced, non-reproducibility, the condition of being not reproducible, non-reproducible, unable to be reproduced, not reproducible, non-reproducing, not reproducing, non-reproduction, absence of biological reproduction, non-reproductive, not able to reproduce, sterile, non-reproductives, plural of non-reproductive, non-reptile, a creature that is not a reptile, non-reptiles, plural of non-reptile, non-reptilian, not reptilian, non-republic, Any state that is not a republic. Non-republican. Not republican. Non-republicans. Plural of non-republican. Non-republics. Plural of non-republic. Naniputiable. Naniputiable. Exhibiting the property of naniputation. Naniputation. Assurance that a contract cannot later be denied by either of the parties involved. Non-repulsive. Not repulsive, not causing repulsion. Non-reputable. That lacks reputation with unknown reputation. Non-requested. Unrequested. Non-require. Not required. Non-requirement. That which is not a requirement. Non-requirements. Plural of non-requirement. Non-requisite. Not requisite. Non-requisition. Absence of requisition. Non-requital. Absence of requital. Failure to requite something. Non-resellable. Not resellable. Non-resellable. Not resellable. Non-rescuable. Not rescuable. Non-rescue. Failure to rescue. Non-resealable. Not resealable. Non-research. Not of or pertaining to research. Non-research. Not research. Non-researcher. One who is not a researcher.
Here we go.
Non-researchers. Plural of non-researcher. Non-researches. Third person singular simple present indicative of non-research. Non-researchant. Not carrying out research. Non-resectable. Not resectable. Non-resectional. Not resectional. Non-resemblance. Lack of resemblance. Dissimilarity. Non-reserpinized. Not reserpinized. Non-reserpinized. Not reserpinized. Reservation. Not a reservation or not part of a reservation. Non-reserve. Not of or pertaining to a reserve. Non-reserved. Not reserved. Non-reset. Not reset. Non-resettable. Incapable of being reset. Non-resetting. That does not reset. Non-residence. The state or condition of being non-resident. Non-residences. Plural of non-residents. Non-residencies. Plural of non-residency. Non-residency. Lack of residency. Not living in a specified area. Non-resident. Not resident. Not residing in the place in question. Non-residential. Not residential. Non-residenter. A non-resident. Non-residenters. Plural of non-residenter. Non-residential. Not used as a residence, generally referring to a building or property used for business or other commercial purposes. Non-residentiary. Not residentiary. Non-residence. Plural of non-resident. Non-residing. Not residing. Non-residual. Not residual. Non-residuary. Not residuary. Non-residue. A value that is not a residue. Non-residues. plural of non-residue. Non-resignation, absence of resignation, failure to resign. Non-resignations, plural of non-resignation. Non-resilient, not resilient. Non-resin, not of or pertaining to resin. Non-resinous, not resinous. Non-resins, plural of non-resin. Non-resistance, lack of resistance, not actively resisting. Non-resistances, plural of non-resistance. Non-resistant, not resistant. Non-resistance, plural of non-resistant. Non-resistor, one who offers no resistance. Non-resistors, plural of non-resistor. Non-resisting, unresisting, without resistance. Non-resistive, not resistive. Non-resistor, one who offers no resistance. Non-resistors, plural of non-resistor. Non-resizable, unresizable. Non-resolution, absence of resolution, failure to resolve something. Non-resolvability, that property is not being resolvable. Non-resolvable, not resolvable. Non-resolved, not having been resolved. Non-resolving, failing to resolve within an expected time frame. Non-resonance, absence of resonance. Non-resonant, that does not resonate. Non-resonantly, in a non-resonant manner. Non-resorbable, not resorbable. Non-resorbing, that does not resorb. Non-resorptive, not resorptive. Non-respectable, not respectable. Non-respectful, not respectful. Non-respirable, not respirable. Non-respiratory, not respiratory. Non-respiring, not respiring. Non-respondent, one who is not a respondent, one who does not respond to a survey, etc. Non-respondents, plural of non-respondent. Non-responder, a person who does not respond. Non-responders, plural of non-responder. Non-responding, not responding. Non-response, the absence of a response. Non-responsive, plural of non-response. Non-responsibility, absence of responsibility, not being responsible. Non-responsible, not responsible. Non-responsive, not responsive. Non-responsiveness, lack of responsiveness as to a medicine, the quality or condition of being non-responsive. Non-restaurant, not of or pertaining to a restaurant. Non-resting, not of or pertaining to resting. Non-restitutable, not restitutable. Non-restitution, absence of restitution. Non-restorable, unrestorable. Non-restorative, not restorative. Non-restrained, not restrained. Non-restraining, not restraining. Non-restrained. Absence of physical or figurative restraint. Non-restraints. Plural of non-restraint. Non-restricted. Not restricted. Non-restriction. Absence of restriction. The condition of being unrestricted. Non-restrictions. Plural of non-restriction. Non-restrictive. Not restrictive. Not imposing restrictions. Non-restrictively. In a non-restrictive manner. Non-restrictiveness. The state or condition of being non-restrictive. Non-restrictivist. Not restrictivist. Non-result. A meaningless or unsatisfactory result. Non-resultant. Not resultant. Non-results. Plural of non-result.
Here we go.
Non-resumption. Failure to resume something. Non-resumptive. Not resumptive. Non-resurgent. Not resurgent. Non-resurrection. Absence of resurrection. Non-resuscitation. Absence of resuscitation. Failure to resuscitate. Non-retail. Not of or pertaining to retail. Non-retailer. A person or organization that is not a retailer. Non-retailers. Plural of non-retailer. Non-retailing. Not engaging in retail activities. Non-retaliation. Lack of retaliation. Failure to retaliate. Non-retaliatory. Not retaliatory. Non-retarded. Not retarded. Non-retention. Lack of retention. Failure to retain something. Non-retentive. Not retentive. Non-reticence. Lack of reticence. Non-reticulate. Not reticulate. Non-reticulated. Not reticulated. Non-eticulum dethalio. Not eticulum dethalio. Non-retinal. Not retinal. Non-retinoid. Not retinoid. Non-retinorcipient. Not retinorcipient. Non-retinatopic. Not retinatopic. Non-retire. Not retire. Non-retirement. Not of or pertaining to retirement. Non-retiring. Not retiring from work. Non-retouch. Not retouch. Non-retraceable. Not retraceable. Non-retractable. Not retractable. Non-retractile. Not retractile. Non-retracting. That does not retract. Non-retraction. Lack of retraction. Failure to retract. Non-retrenchment. Lack of retrenchment. Non-retribution. Absence of retribution. A policy of not retaliating. Non-retributive. Not retributive. Non-retroactive. Not retroactive. Non-retroactivity. The quality, especially of a law of not being retroactive. Non-retrofitted. Unretrofitted. Non-retroflex. Not retroflex. Non-retrograde. Not retrograde. Retroreflective. Not retroreflective. Non-retrotranscribed. Not retrotranscribed. Non-retroviral. Not retroviral. Monitor. absence of return, failure to come back or bring back. Non-returnable, unable to be returned. Non-returnables, plural of non-returnable. Non-return, not return. Non-returner, one who does not return to a previous location, way of life, etc. Non-returners, plural of non-returner. Non-reusable, not reusable. Non-reusables, plural of non-reusable. Non-rev, pertaining to non-revenue travel taken by airline employees. Non-revaluation, absence of revaluation. Non-revascularizable, not revascularizable. Non-revealing, not revealing. Non-revelation, absence of revelation. Non-revenge. Absence of revenge. Non-revenue, not of or pertaining to revenue. Non-reversal, lack of reversal, failure to reverse. Non-reverse, not in reverse. Non-reversed, not reversed. Non-reversible, not reversible, irreversible. Non-reversibly, in a manner that cannot be reversed. Non-reversing, not reversing. Non-reversion, lack of reversion, failure to revert. Non-revertible, not revertible. Non-reviewability, the quality of being metaviewable. Non-reviewable, not able to be reviewed. Non-reviewed, not reviewed. Non-reviewer, one who is not a reviewer. Non-reviewers, plural of non-reviewer. Non-reviewing, not engaged in reviewing, not a reviewer. Non-revise, not revised. Non-revision, that which is not a revision, a failure to revise or amend. Non-revisionary, not revisionary. Non-revisionist, not revisionist. Non-revisionists, plural of non-revisionists. Non-revisions, plural of non-revision. Non-revivable. Impossible to revive. Non-revival, absence of revival, failure to revive something. Non-revocable, not revocable. Non-revocation, absence of revocation, failure to revoke. Non-revocable, not revocable. Non-revoke, not revoked. Non-revoking, that does not revoke. Non-revolting, not taking part in a revolt. Non-revolution, absence or failure of political revolution. Non-revolutionaries, plural of non-revolutionaries. Revolutionary, non-revolutionary, not revolutionary. Non-revolving, not revolving, especially finance not being a revolving credit or revolving loan. Non-revs, plural of non-rev. Non-rewarded, not rewarded. Non-rewarding, not rewarding. Non-reworkable, not capable of being reworked. Non-reworked, not reworked. Non-aphthemia sarcoma, not associated with aphthemia sarcoma. non-anthemius archimedes, non-anthemius archimedes. Not rhetorical, not rhetorical.
Here we go.
Non-rheumatic, not rheumatic. Non-rheumatogenic, not rheumatogenic. Non-rheumatologist, a doctor who is not a rheumatologist. Rheumatic. Non-rheumatogenic, not rheumatogenic. Non-rheumatologist, a doctor who is not a rheumatologist. Non-rheumatologist, plural of non-rheumatologist. Non-rhizomatous, not rhizomatous. Non-rhizomelic, not rhizomelic. Non-rhotic, alternative form of non-rhotic. Non-rhoticity, the state or condition of being non-rhotic. Non-rhyme, not rhyme. Non-rhyming, that does not rhyme. Non-rhythmic, not having rhythm, irregular. Non-rhythmically, in a non-rhythmic manner. Non-ribbed, unribbed. Non-ribosomal, not ribosomal. Non-ribosomal, in a non-ribosomal manner. Non-rise, not of or pertaining to rice. Non-rich, not wealthy. Non-rickettio, not rickettio. Non-rider, one who does not ride an animal or vehicle. Non-riders, plural of non-rider. Non-ridge, not ridge. Non-ridiculous. Synonym of unridiculous. Non-riding, not riding a horse, vehicle, etc. Non-right, not right. Non-rights, not of or pertaining to rights entitlements. Non-rigid, that maintains its shape only by internal gas pressure. Non-rigidity, the quality of being rigid. Non-rigidly, in a non-rigid manner. Non-rigids, plural of non-rigid. Non-rigorous, not rigorous. Non-rioter, one who is not a rioter. Non-rioters, plural of non-rioter. Non-rioting, not taking part in a riot. Non-riparian, not riparian. Non-ripe, not ripe. Non-risk, not considered to be at risk. Non-risky, not risky. Non-ritual, not ritual. Non-ritualistic, not ritualistic. Non-ritualized, not ritualized, not part of a ritual. Non-rival, not rival. Non-rivalrous, not rivalrous. Non-rivalry, a lack of rivalry. Non-rivals, plural of non-rival. Non-riverine, not riverine. Non-road. Not of or pertaining to roads. Non-roaming, not roaming using a network or service from different locations. Non-roasted, unrusted. Non-robbery, not of or pertaining to robbery. Non-robotic, not robotic. Non-robotic, not robust. Non-rocky, not rocky. Non-rodent, a creature that is not a rodent. Non-rodents, plural of non-rodent. Non-romance, not of or pertaining to romance. Non-romantic, not romantic, non-romantically, in a way that is not romantic. Non-romantics, plural of non-romantic. Non-roof, not of or pertaining to a roof. Non-roof. Not covered by a roof. Non-root, that is not a root. Non-rooted, without a root or roots. Non-roster, not included on the official team roster. Non-rotary, not rotary. Non-rotatable, not rotatable. Non-rotated, unrotated. Non-rotating. That does not rotate. Non-rotation, absence of rotation. The state of not being rotated as of body parts being x-rayed. Non-rotational, not rotational. Non-rotations. Plural of non-rotation. Non-rotative, not rotative. Non-rotavirus, not pertaining to rotaviruses, non-rotaviral. Non-rotaviruses, plural of non-rotavirus. Non-rotting, not prone to rotting. Non-rough, not rough. Non-rough edge, that which is not rough edge.
Invincible.
Non-roughened, not roughened. Non-round. Not round, of a sheck. Non-rounded, not rounded. Non-routable, that cannot be routed. Non-routed, not routed. Non-routine, not routine. Non-routine. Plural of non-routine. Non-royal, not of royal rank or family. Non-royalist, one who is not a royalist. Non-royalists, plural of non-royalists. Non-royals, plural of non-royal. Non-royalty, not of or pertaining to royalty. Non-rubber, not made from rubber. Non-rubberize, not rubber. Rubberized. Non-rubella, not of or pertaining to rubella. Non-ruby, not of or pertaining to ruby. Non-rugby, not of or pertaining to the sport of rugby. Non-rugged, not rugged. Non-ruggedized, not rugged. Ruggedized, non-rule, something that is not a rule. Non-rule, not rule. Non-rule, plural of non-rule. Non-ruling, not ruling, not in power. Non-ruminant, not ruminant. Non-ruminants, plural of non-ruminant. Non-ruminating, that does not ruminate. Non-run, of stockings, etc. made with interlocking stitches to prevent runs from forming. Non-runaway, of a reaction, a process, etc. not runaway, stable and controlled. Non-runaways, plural of non-runaway. Non-rooting, not rooting. Non-runnable, not runnable. Non-runner, alternative spelling of non-runner. Non-runners, plural of non-runner. Non-running, not running in various sentences. Non-rupture, a heart condition other than rupture. Non-ruptures, plural of non-rupture. Non-rural, not rural. Non-rustable, not rustable. Non-rusted, not rusted. Non-rustic, not rustic. Non-rusting, that does not rust, rust-proof. Non-rusty, not rusty. Non-rutting, not tending to form ruts. Nouns, plural of non. Non-saccate, not saccate. Non-saccharide. Any material especially as sweet that is not as saccharide. Non-saccharides, plural of non-saccharide. Non-saccharin, not saccharin. Non-saccular, not saccular. Non-sacerdotal, not sacerdotal. Non-sacral, not sacred. Non-sacramental, not
invincible,
not sacramental. Not sacramentarian. Non-sacred, not sacred. Non-sacrifice, absence of sacrifice. Non-sacrificial, not sacrificial. Non-sadist, one who is not a sadist. Non-sadistic, not sadistic. Non-sadist. Plural of non-sadist. Non-sadomasochistic. Not sadomasochistic. Non-safe, not safe. Non-sagittal, not sagittal. Non-sailing, that does not sail. Non-sailor, one who is not a sailor. Non-sailors, plural of non-sailor. Non-sailable, not saleable. Non-salaried, not paid on a salary basis, hourly. Non-salary, not of or pertaining to salary. Non-sale, not of or pertaining to selling. Non-saleable, not saleable. Non-sales, not of or pertaining to sales. Non-salesman, one who is not a salesman. Non-salesman, plural of non-salesman. Non-salient, not salient. Non-saline, not salient. Non-salinized, not salinized. Non-salivary, not of or pertaining to the salivary gland. Non-salmon, not salmon.
Here we go.
Non-salt, not salt. Non-salted, unsalted. Non-salty, not salty. Non-salutary, not salutary. Non-salvageable, not salvageable. Non-salvation, absence of salvation. Non-sample, not sample. Non-sampling, not a function of the chosen sample. Non-sanctification, absence of sanctification. Non-sanctify, not sanctified. Non-sanctimonious, not sanctimonious. Non-sanction, not involving or not relating to sanctions. Non-sanctionable, not sanctionable. Non-sanction, not sanctioned. Non-sanctity, lack of sanctity. Non-sandstone, not found in or pertaining to sandstone. Non-sane, not sane as non-sanguine, not sanguine, non-sanitized, not sanitized in various senses, non-sanity, a lack of sanity, the condition of not being sane as non-sapient, not sapient, non-saponaceous, not sapinaceous, non-saponifiable, not saponifiable, non-saponified, not saponified, non-sarcastic, not sarcastic,
Invincible.
non-sarcastically, without the use of sarcasm, non-sarcoi, not sarcoi, non-sarcomeric, not sarcomeric, non-sarcopnic, not sarcopnic, non-satanic, not satanic, non-satiation, the state of net being satiated, or sated, of net being full, of net being at maximum capacity, non-satirical, not satirical, non-satisfaction, quality or state of net being satisfied, non-satisfied, not satisfied, non-satisfying, not satisfying, non-saturable, not saturable, non-saturated, not saturated, non-saturating, that does not saturate, non-saturation, absence of saturation, non-saturations, plural of non-saturation, non-save, not a save, non-save, not save, non-saving, that does not save money, non-savvy, not savvy, lacking knowledge or familiarity, non-sawing, that does not operate a saw, non-scalable, not scalable, non-scalar, not a scale, non-scalars, plural of non-scalar, non-scalding, that does not scald, non-scalable,
Here we go.
alternative spelling of non-scalable, non-scaled, not scaled, resized according to a scale or measure, non-scaling, that does not scale, resize, or adapt to a measure, non-scaly, not scaly, non-scandal, an incident that is not a scandal, non-scandalous, not scandalous, non-scandals, plural of non-scandal, non-scannable, not scannable, non-scan, not having been scanned, non-scanning, not scanning, scarce, not scarce, non-scaring, misspelling of non-scarring, non-scarring, not forming scars, non-scary, I'm scary, non-scattered, not scattered, non-seen, not of or relating to a scene, especially a social scene, non-scenes, plural of non-seen, non-scent, absence of scent, non-scented, not scented, nonsense, plural of non-scent, non-skeptic, Alternative spelling of non-skeptic. Non-skeptical. Alternative spelling of non-skeptical. Non-skeptics. Plural of non-skeptic. Non-schedule. Not schedule. Not according to schedule. Non-schematic. Not schematic. Non-schematized. Not schematized. Non-schismatic. Not schismatic. Non-schisto. Not schistos. Non-schizoid. Not schizoid. Non-schizophrenia. Not having or relating to schizophrenia. Non-schizophrenic. Not schizophrenic. Non-schizophrenics. Plural of non-schizophrenic. Non-schizotypal. Not schizotypal. Non-schizotypic. Not schizotypic. Non-scholar. One who is not a scholar. Non-scholarly. Not scholarly. Non-scholars. Plural of non-scholar. Non-scholarship. Not receiving a scholarship. Non-scholastic. Not scholastic. Non-school. Not school, or not directly related to school. Non-schools. Plural of non-school. Non-science. That which is not science, or a specific non-scientific field. Non-sciences. Plural of non-science. Non-scientific. Not scientific, or lacking scientific rigor. Non-scientifically, in a non-scientific way. Non-scientist. A person who is not a scientist. Non-scientists. Plural of non-scientists. Non-sessile. Not sessile. Non-sclerotic. Not sclerotic. Non-scoliatic. Not scoliatic. Non-scorable. Not scorable. Non-scorer. One who doesn't score. Non-scorers. Plural of non-scorer. Non-scoring. Not scoring. Not counting toward a score. Non-scourable. Not scourable. Non-scrambled. Not scrambled. Non-scratchable. Not scratchable. Impossible to scratch. Non-screaming. Not screaming. Non-screen. Not screamed. Non-scriptable. Not scriptable. Non-scripted. Not scripted. Non-scriptural. Not scriptural. Non-scripturalist. Not being or relating to a scripturalist. Non-scripturally. In a non-scriptural manner. Non-scrolling. That does not scroll. Non-scrotal. Not scrotal. Non-scrutiny. Lack of scrutiny. Non-scoff. Not causing scuffing. Non-sea. Not of or pertaining to the sea. Non-seafood. Food that is not seafood. Food. Non-sealable. Not sealable. Non-seal. Not seal. Non-searchable. Unsearchable. Non-season. Not of or relating to a season. Non-seasonal. No varying with the seasons, constant, permanent. Non-seasonally, in a non-seasonal manner. Non-sebaceous, not sebaceous. Non-secession, absence of secession, failure to secede. Non-seclusion, absence of seclusion. Non-secondary, not secondary. Non-secrecy, lack of secrecy, openness. Non-secret, not secret. Non-secretable, not secretable. Non-secretarial, not secretarial. Non-secretaries, plural of non-secretary. Non-secretary, one who is not a secretary. Non-secreted, not secreted. Non-secreting, that does not secrete. Non-secretion, absence of secretion. Non-secretive, not secretive. Non-secretor, that which is not a secretor. Non-secretors, plural of non-secretor. Non-secretory, not secretory. Non-secrets. Plural of non-secret. Non-sectarian, not sectarian. Non-sectarianism, independence from any particular sect, party, or denomination. Non-sectarianly, in a non-sectarian way. Non-sectarians, plural of non-sectarian.
Here we go.
Non-sectional, not sectional. Non-section, not sectioned, not divided into pieces. Non-sectorial, not sectorial. Non-secular, not secular. Religious. Non-secure, not secure. Non-secured, not secured, not fastened, not attached. Non-securities, not being or pertaining to securities as a financial instrument. Non-security, not security, or not directly related to security. Non-sedated, not sedated. Non-sedating, non-sedative. Non-sedative, not sedative. Non-sedatives, plural of non-sedative. Non-sedentary, not sedentary. Non-sedimentary, not sedimentary. Non-seditious, not seditious. Non-seductive, not seductive. Non-seed, any biological material that is not a seed. Non-seed-born, not seed-born. Non-seeds, plural of non-seed. Non-seeing, that cannot or does not see. And seeing or blind. Non-segmental, not segmental. Non-segmentation, an absence of segmentation. Non-segmented, not segmented. Non-segregated, not segregated.
Invincible.
Non-segregated, not segregating. Non-segregation, lack of segregation, failure to segregate. Non-segregational, not segregational. Non-segregative, not segregative. Non-seismic, not seismic. Non-seismically, in a non-seismic manner. Non-seismogenic. Not seismogenic. Non-seizure. An event or symptom that is not a seizure. Non-seizures. Plural of non-seizure. Non-selectable. Not selectable. Non-selected. Not selected. Non-selecting. Not selecting. Non-selection. Absence of selection. Non-selective. Not selective. Non-selectively. In a non-selective manner. Non-selectivity. The condition of being non-selective. Non-selenium. Not of or pertaining to selenium. Non-self. And to the other one self. Non-self-adjoint. Not self-adjoint. Non-self-dual. Alternative form of non-self-dual. Non-selves. Plural of non-self. Non-self. Not selling. Non-selves. Plural of non-self. Non-semantic. Not semantic. Non-seminal. Not seminal. Not of or pertaining to semen. Non-seminoma. A cancer that is not a seminoma. Non-seminomas. Plural of non-seminoma. Non-seminomata. Plural of non-seminoma. Non-seminomatus. Not seminomatus. Non-semitic. Not semitic. Non-semi. Simple. Not semi-simple. Non-senate. Not of or pertaining to a senate or senate. Non-senator. One who is not a senator. Non-senatorial. Not senatorial. Non-senators. Plural of non-senator. Nonsense. Archaic spelling of nonsense. Non-senescent. Not senescent. Non-senile. Not senile. Non-senior. Not senior. Lacking seniority. Non-seniors. Plural of non-senior. Non-sensate. Not sense. Day. Non-sensational. Not sensational. Non-sensationalist. Not sensationalist. Non-sensational. Not sensationalistic. Nonsense. Letters or words in writing or speech that have no meaning or pattern or seem to have no meaning. Nonsense mutation. A point mutation that generates either a premature stop codon or a codon that does not specify any amino acid. Nonsense mutations. Plural of nonsense mutation. Nonsense syndrome. Synonym of Ganser syndrome. Nonsense word. A neologized word that does not have a given meaning or that has been invented without any etymological sense. Nonsense words. Plural of nonsense word. Nonsense-mediated decay. A cellular pathway for the rapid destruction of messenger RNAs with premature stop codons resulting from nonsense mutations or frameshifts. Nonsense. Simple past and past participle of nonsense. Nonsensely. Synonym of nonsensically. Nonsensive. Plural of nonsense. Nonsensibility. The quality of being nonsensible. Nonsensible. Not sensible. Nonsensic. Rare form of nonsensical. Nonsensical. Without sense, absurd. Nonsensicalities. Plural of nonsensicality. Nonsensicality. The state or condition of being nonsensical. Nonsensically. In a nonsensical manner. Nonsensicalness. Nonsensicality. Nonsensification. The act of producing nonsense, the nonsense so produced. Nonsensifications. Plural of nonsensification. Nonsensify. Simple past. And past participle of nonsensify. Nonsensifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of nonsensify. Nonsensify. To treat as, transform into, or create nonsense, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Nonsensifying. Present participle and gerund of nonsensify. Nonsensing. Present participle and gerund of nonsense. Nonsensitive. Not sensitive, lacking sensory perception. Nonsensitiveness. Quality of being nonsensitive. Nonsensitized. Not sensitized. Nonsensitizing. That does not sensitize. Nonsensity. The quality of being nonsensical. Nonsensorial. Not sensorial. Nonsense. Sensory. Not sensory. Non-sensual. Not sensual. Non-sensuality. The state or condition of being non-sensual. Non-sensuous. Not sensuous. Non-sentence. An utterance that is not a sentence. Non-sentences. Plural of non-sentence. Non-sentential. Not sentential. Non-sentience. State of not being sentient. Non-sentient. Not sentient. Non-sentience. Plural of non-sentient. Non-sentimental. Not sentimental. Non-sentinel. Not being or relating to the sentinel lymph node. Non-separability. The condition of being separable. Non-separable. Not separable.
Invincible.
Non-separate. Not separate. Non-separated. Not separated. Non-separating. That do not separate. Non-separation. Quality or state of not being separated. Non-septal. Not septal. Non-septate. Not septate. Non-septated. Not septated. Non-septic. Not septic. Non-septicemic. Not septicemic. Non-sequacious. Not sequacious. Non-sequel. A work that is not a sequel. Non-sequel. Plural of non-sequel. Non-sequence. That which is not a sequence. Non-sequenced. Not sequenced. Non-sequences. Plural of non-sequence. Non-sequential. Not sequential. Not in any regular sequence. Non-sequentiality. The puppy of that being sequential. Non-sequentially. In a non-sequential manner. Non-sequestered. Not sequestered. Non-sequestration. Absence of sequestration. Non sequitus, having the form of a non sequitur, not logically following from what came before. Non sequitur, alternative form of non sequitur. Non sequiturs, plural of non sequitur. Non serve, one who is not a serf. Non serfs, plural of non serf. Non serial, not serial. Non serialize, not serialized.
Here we go.
Non serial, in a non serial manner. Non serials, plural of non serial. Non series, not belonging or relating to a series. Non serif, without serifs. Non serious, not serious. Non seriousness, that quality of being serious. Non seroconverter, a person who is not a seroconverter. Non-seroconverters, plural of non-seroconverter. Non-serologic, not serologic. Non-serological, not serological. Non-serotinous, not serotinous. Non-serotonergic, not serotonergic. Non-serotonin, not of or pertaining to serotonin. Non-serotypable, misspelling of non-serotypable. Non-serotypable, not serotypable. Non-xeris, not xeris. Non-serpentine, not serpentine. Non-serate, not serate. Non-serrated, not serrated. Non-serum, not of or pertaining to serum. Non-servant, one who is not a servant. Non-servant, servant. Non-server, not of or pertaining to a server. Non-service, a business process or entity that is not a service. Non-services, plural of non-service. Non-servile, not servile. Non-serving, not serving. Non-sessile, not sessile. Non-setter, one who is not a setter in various senses. Non-setters, plural of non-setter. Non-setting, that does not set or become firm. Non-settlable, alternative form of non-settlable. Non-settlable, not settleable. Non-settle, not settle. Non-settlement, absence of settlement. Non-settler, one who is not a settler. Non-settlers, plural of non-settler. Non-settling, that does not settle, but remains suspended. Non-setulose, not setulose. Non-severance, not relating to severance. Non-severe, not severe. Non-sex, not of or pertaining to sex. Non-sexism, absence of sexism, the quality of not being sexist. Non-sexist, not sexist. Non-sexist, plural of non-sexist. Non-sexual, asexual, lacking sexual reproductive capabilities, neuter. Non-sexuality, the quality of being non-sexual, absence of sexuality. Non-sexualize, not sexualize, non-sexually, in a non-sexual manner, non-sexy, not sexy, non-shaded, not shaded, non-shadow, not being or relating to a shadow in various senses, non-shadowed, not shadowed in various senses, non-shaft, not of or relating to a shaft, non-shaking, not shaking, non-shallow, not shallow, non-shaman, one who is not a shaman, non-shamanic, not shamanic, non-shamanistic, not shamanistic, non-shamans, plural of non-shaman, non-shameful, not shameful, non-shaming, that does not shame, non-shaped, not shaped, non-shareable, not shareable, non-shareable, not shareable, non-shared, not shared, non-shareholder, one who is not a shareholder, non-shareholders, plural of non-shareholder, not shareholding, not holding shares the financial instruments, non-sharer, a person who does not share, non-sharers, plural of non-sharer, non-sharing, not sharing, non-sharer, not sharp, as non-shatter, shatterproof, non-shattering, not shattering, non-shearable, not shearable, non-shearing, not shearing, non-sheathed, not in a sheath, non-shedder, one who does not shed hair, viruses, etc. Non-shedders, plural of non-shedder, non-shedding, alternative form of non-shedding, non-sheep, not of or pertaining to sheep, non-shell, not of or pertaining to shells, non-shell, not shell, non-shielded, unshielded, non-shiftable, not shiftable, non-shifted, not shifted, non-shiny, not shiny, non-shipment, absence of delivery of a shipment, failure to ship, non-shipment, plural of non-shipment, non-shipper, a person or organization that is not a shipper, non-shippers, plural of non-shipper, non-shipping, not of or pertaining to ship, non-shivering, not shivering, non-shivering thermogenesis, the generation of body heat in warm-blooded animals by any means other than shivering, especially by biochemical means. Non-shock, any event other than a shock. Non-shockable, not shockable. Non-shocks, plural of non-shock. Non-shoe, not of or pertaining to shoes. Non-shooting, that does not shoot. Non-shopper, one who is not a shopper. Non-shoppers, plural of non-shopper. Non-shopping, not involved in shopping. Non-shower, during which no showers occur. non-showy, showy, non-shreddable, not shreddable, non-shredded, not having been shredded, non-shredding, not shedding, non-shrink, synonym of non-shrinking, non-shrinkable, synonym of unshrinkable, non-shrinking, that does not suffer from shrinkage, non-shrubby, not shrubby, non-shunted, not shunted, non-shy, not shy, non-sialated, not sialated, non-siblicidal, not siblicidal, non-sibling, any individual that is not a sibling, non-siblings, plural of non-sibling, non-sicative, not sicative, non-sidereal, not sidereal, non-siderotic, not siderotic, non-sided, lacking sight, blind, non-sigmoidal, not sigmoidal, non-signaling, not signaling, non-signaling, not signaling, non-signatories, plural of non-signatory,
invincible,
non-signatory, one who is not a signatory, non-signature, absence of a signature, failure to sign, non-signatures, plural of non-signature, non-sign, not signed and signed, non-signer, one who is not a signer, who does not use sign language, non-signers, plural of non-signer, non-significance, absence of significance or meaning, non-significant, not significant, non-significantly, in a non-significant manner, non-significance, plural of non-significant, non-signification, absence of signification, non-significative, not significative, non-signifying, which does not signify, lacking significance, non-signing, not signing endorsing a document with one's name, non-silenize, not silenize, non-silence, that which is not silence, the presence of sound, non-silenced, not silenced, non-silencing, not silencing, non-silent, not silent, non-silicate, a substance that is not a silicate, non-silicated, not silicated, non-silicates, plural of non-silicates, non-siliceous, not siliceous,
Here we go.
non-silicic, not silicic, non-silicified, not silicified, non-silicious, alternative form of non-silicious, non-silicon, not of or pertaining to silicon, non-silicone, not silicone, non-siliconize, not siliconize, non-silicotic, not silicotic, non-silk, not silk, non-silly, not silly, non-silver, not of or pertaining to silver, non-silver, unsilvered, non-similar, not not similar, different. Non-similarity, the state or condition of being non-similar, differentness. Non-similarly, in a non-similar way, differently. Non-symbol, not symbol. Non-simplex, not simplex. Non-simpli. Not simplicial. Non-simplification. Absence of simplification. Non-simply. Not simply. Non-simulated. Unsimulated. Non-simulation. That is not or does not pertain to a simulation. Non-simultaneous. Not simultaneous. Non-simultaneously. In a non-simultaneous manner, not simultaneously. Nonsense. Pronunciation, spelling of nonsense.
Invincible.
Non-syndromic. Misspelling of non-syndromic. Non-sign. Not being or not relating to a sine wave. Non-singer. A person who is not a singer. Non-singers. Plural of non- singer. Non-singing, not singing. Non-single, not single. Non-singlet, used attributively to describe anything not in a singlet state. Non-singleton, not a singleton containing more than one element. Non-singlets, plural of non-singlet. Non-singular, invertible. Non-singularities, plural of non-singularity. Non-singularity, absence of singularity. Non-syncable, not syncable. Non-sinner, one who is not a sinner. Non-sinners, plural of non-sinner. Nonsense, pronunciation, spelling of nonsense. Nonsensical, pronunciation, spelling of nonsensical. Non-sinus, not originating in the sinotrial node, not a sinus rhythm. Non-sinusoidal, not sinusoidal. Non-siphonate, not siphonate. Non-sister, one who is not a sister. Non-sisters, plural of non-sister. Non-sitistrolemic, not sitistrolemic. Non-sitter, one who does not sit. Non-sitters, plural of non-sitter. Non-sitting, not sitting. Non-situational, not situation. Non-skater, one who is not a skater. Non-skaters, plural of non-skater. Non-music, and non-schedule. Airline. Non-skeds, plural of non-skeletal, or pertaining to those parts of the body which are not skeletal. Non-skeletogenic, not skeletogenic. Non-skeletonized, not skeletonized. Non-skeptic, one who is not a skeptic. Non-skeptical, not skeptical. Non-skeptics, plural of non-skeptic. Non-skewed, unskewed. Non-ski, not of or relating to the sport of skiing. Non-skid, having a surface designed to prevent or reduce skidding, not able to skid or be skidded upon. Non-skidding. That does not skid. Non-spear. A person who is not a skier. Non-skiers. Plural of non-skier. Non-skiing. Not relating to or not taking part in the sport of skiing. Non-skilled. Not skilled. Non-skin. Not relating to skin. Non-skipping. Not skipping. Non-slack. Not slack. Non-slang.
Invincible.
Not slangy. Not including or given to slang. Non-slash. Alternative form of non-slash fan fiction that is not slash fiction. Non-slave. One who is not a slave. Non-slave holder. One who is not a slave holder. Non-slave holders. Plural of non-slave holder. Non-slave holding. Not slave holding. Non-slaves. Plural of non-slave. Non-sleep. That which is not sleep. The time during which one is awake. Non-sleever. One who does not sleep. Non-sleepers. Plural of non-sleeper. Non-sleeping. Not sleeping. Non-sleepy. Not sleepy. Non-slice. Not being or relating to a slice not. Non-slice. On the ice. Non-sliding. Not sliding. That does not slide. Non-slip. Having a surface designed to prevent or reduce slipping. Not able to slip or be slipped upon. Non-slippage. Absence of slippage. Non-slippery. Not slippery. Non-slipping. That does not slip. Non-sloping. Not sloping. Non-sludging. That does not produce sludge. Non-slumping. That does not slump, but consistently holds its shape. Non-slutty. Not slutty. Non-small. Not small. Non-smart. Not smart. Non-smearing. That does not smear. Non-smile. A facial expression that is not a genuine smile. Non-smiles. Plural of non-smile. Non-smiling. Not smiling. Non-smoke. Not smoked of meat, cigarettes, etc. Non-smoker. Alternative form of non-smoker. Non-smokers. Plural of non-smoker. Non-smoking. Alternative form of non-smoking. Non-smooth. Not smooth. Non-smooth. Not smooth. Non-smoothly. Not smoothly. Non-smoothness. The condition of being unsmooth, roughness. Non-smutting. Not producing smutty marks. Non-snack. Not of or pertaining to snacks. Non-snacker. One who does not eat snacks. Non-snackers. Plural of non-snacker. Non-snitch. One who is not a snitch. Non-snitches. Plural of non-snitch. Non-snow. Not of or pertaining to snow. Non-soap. That which is not soap. Non-soaps. Plural of non-soap. Non-soapy. Not soapy. Non-soccer. That is not soccer or not related to soccer. Non-sociable, not sociable. Non-social, not social, unconcerned with society or social
Invincible.
matters. Non-socialist, one who is not a socialist. Non-socialistic, not socialistic. Non-socialists, plural of non-socialists. Non-socialized, not socialized. Non-socializing, not social. Socializing, non-socially, in a non-social manner, not concerned with society or social matters. Non-societies, plural of non-society. Non-society, a group or organization that is not a society. Non-socioeconomic, not socioeconomic. Non-sociolinguistic, not sociolinguistic. Non-sociological, not sociological. Non-sociologist, one who is not a sociologist. Non-sociologists, plural of non-sociologists. Non-sociology, not of or pertaining to sociology. Non-sociopath, one who is not a sociopath. Non-sociopathic, not sociopathic. Non-sociopaths, plural of non-sociopath. Non-sodic, not sodic. Non-sodium, not of or pertaining to sodium. Non-soft, not soft. Non-soften. Not soften. Non-softening, that does not soften. Non-software, that is not or does not relate to software. Non-soil, not of or pertaining to soil. Non-soiled, unsoiled. Non-soiling, not causing soiling. Non-solar, not solar. Non-soldier, one who is not a soldier. Non-soldiers, plural of non-soldier. Non-solenoidal, not solenoidal. Non-solicit, non-solicitation. Non-solicitation, being or pertaining to a particular kind of non-competition agreement that forbids a former employee from attempting to recruit the employer's colleagues or customers. Non-solicitations, plural of non-solicitation. Non-solicited, not solicited, synonym of unsolicited as used in the full name of the N:"Can-Spam Act to make the backronym work. Non-soliciting, not soliciting. Non-solid, not solid. Non-solidified, not solidified. Non-solids, plural of non-solid. Non-solipsistic, not solipsistic. Non-solitary, not solitary. Non-solo. Solubility, insolubility. Non-soluble, not soluble. Non-solution, that which is not a solution. A proposed solution that is ineffective or unworkable. Non-soluble, non-solution, that which is not a solution. A proposed solution that is ineffective or unworkable. Non-solutions, plural of non-solution. Non-solvability, the property of not being solvable. Non-solvable, not solvable. Non-solvency, insolvency. Non-solvent, insolvent. Non-solvents, plural of non-solving. Non-somatic, not somatic. Non-somatizing, not somatizing. Non-sonnet, not sonnet. Non-sonnets, plural of non-sonnet. Non-songbird, a bird that is not a songbird. Non-songbirds, plural of non-songbird. Non-sonicated, not sonicated. Non-sonorous, a speech sound that is not a sonorant. Non-sonorants, plural of non-sonorant. Non-sonorous, not sonorous. Non-soporific, not soporific. Non-sardate, not sardate. Non-sorrel, not sorrel. Non-sortal, not sortal. Non-sorted, not having been sorted. Non-sound, that which is not sound, something audible. Non-sounds, plural of non-sound. Non-soundtrack, that is not a soundtrack. Non-soup, not of or pertaining to soup. Non-southern, not southern. Non-sovereign, not sovereign. Non-sovereignty, lack of sovereignty. Non-Soviet, not
Here we go.
Soviet. Non-space, that which is not a social or physical space or lacks the traditional attributes of spaces. Non-space, not spaced or separated. Non-space-like, not space-like. Non-spaces, plural of non-space. Non-spacing, alternative spelling of non-spacing. Non-spalling, that does not spall. Non-spam, electronic mail that is not spam junk mail, legitimate email. Non-spare, not spare. Non-sparing, not sparing. Non-sparking, that does not give off sparks. Non-sparkling, not sparkling, uncarbonated. Non-sparse, not sparse. Non-spasmodic, not spasmodic. Non-spastic, not spastic. Non-spatial, not spatial. Non-spatiality, the state or condition of being non-spatial. Non-spatialize, not spatialize. Non-spatially, in a non-spatial manner. Spatiotemporal, not spatiotemporal. Non-speak, speech that is intended to satisfy a needed response, yet lacking in any real pertinent information. Speech about nothing, empty words, useless talk or babble. Non-speaker, one who cannot speak, a mute. Non-speakers, plural of non-speaker. Non-speaking, not speaking. Non-special, not special. Non-specialize, alternative form of non-specialized. Non-specialist, not specialist in nature, not exhibiting or requiring specialization. Non-specialists, plural of non- specialists. Non-specialized, not specialized. Non-specializing, not specializing, not given to specialization. Non-specialty, not specialty. Non-spacy, not spacy. Non-species. That which is not a species. Non-specific. Not specific or precise. S. Non-specifically. In a non-specific manner. Non-specification. Not conforming or pertaining to a specification. Non-specificity. The state or condition of being non-specific. Non-specified. Not specified. Unspecified. Non-speckled. Not speckled. Non-spectacular. Not spectacular. Non-spectral. Not spectral. Non-specular. Not specular. Non-speculate. Absence of speculation. Non-speculative. Not speculative. Non-speech. Not speech. Non-speeches. Plural of non-speech. Non-spender. One who does not spend money. Non-spenders. Plural of non-spender.
Here we go.
Non-spending. Not spending money. Non-sphere. A shape or object other than a sphere. Non-spheres. Plural of non-sphere. Non-spherical. Not spherical. Non-spherically. In a non-spherical manner. Non-sphericity. The condition of being non-spherical. Non-sphericity. Not sphericitic. Non-spheroidal. Not spheroidal. Non-sphingolipid. Not sphingolipid. Non-spiced. Not spiced. Non-spiculate. Not spiculate. Non-spicy. Not spicy. Non-spike. Not spiked. Non-spiking. Not spiking. Non-spell. Telper. Non-spillable. Not spillable. Non-spilling. Telper. Non-spinal. Not spinal. Non-spinnable. Not capable of being spun. Non-spinning. Not spinning. Non-spinose. Not spinos. Non-spinulose. Not spinulose. Non-spiny. Synonym of unspiny. Non-spiral. Not spiral. Non-spirit. Absence of spirit. Lifelessness. Inanimateness. Non-spiritual. Not spiritual. Non-spiritualist. A person who is
Invincible.
not a spiritualist. Non-spiritualist. Plural of non-spiritualist. Non-spirituality. Absence of spirituality. Non-spirituous. Not spirituous. Non-splanchnic. Not splanchnic. Non-splattering. That does not splatter. Non-splenectomize. Not splenectomize. Non-splice. Unspliced. Non-spliceosomal. Not spliceosomal. Non-splinted. Not splinted. Non-splinterable. Resistant to being splintered. Non-splintering. That does not splinter. Non-splinting. Without the use of a splint. Non-spoilable. Not spoilable. Non-spoilage. not causing or relating to spoilage of food, etc. Non-spoken, not spoken. Non-spongy, not spongy. Non-sponsor, one who or that which is not a sponsor. Non-sponsor, not sponsored. Non-sponsoring, not sponsoring. Non-sponsors, plural of non-sponsor. Non-spontaneous, not spontaneous. Non-sporadic, not sporadic. Non-spore, something generally an organism which is not a spore. Non-spored, not having spores. Non-spore former, an organism that does not form spores. Non-spore formers, plural of non-spore former. Non-spore forming, that does not form spores. Non-spores, plural of non-spore. Non-sporiferous, not sporiferous. Non-sporing, not sporing. Non-sporogenic, that does not produce spores. Non-sport, non-sports. Non-sporting, not sporting. Non-sports, not related to or concerned with sports. Non-sporulating, not sporulating. Non-sporulation, an absence of sporulation. Non-spotted, not marked with spots. Non-sprayable, not sprayable. Non-spreadable, not spreadable. Non-spreading. That does not spread. Non-sprouting, not sprouting. Non-spurious, not spurious. Non-squamous, not squamous. Non-square, not square in shape. Non-squares, plural of non-square. Non-squeezing, being or relating to the theorem in symplectic geometry stating that one cannot embed a sphere into a cylinder via a symplectic map unless the radius of the sphere is less than or equal to the radius of the cylinder. Non-squinter, a person who does not have a squint. Non-squinters, plural of non-squinter. Non-stability, absence of stability. Non-stabilized, not stabilized. Non-stable, not stable. Non-stackable, not stackable. Non-stacked, not stacked. Non-stacking, not stacking. Non-staff, not staff regular employees. Non-stage, not staged as a concert performance. Non-stainable, not stainable. Non-stained, not colored with a stain. Non-staining, incapable of being colored by a stain. Non-stale, not stale in various senses. Non-stampable, not stampable. Non-stamped, not stamped. Non-standard, not standard. Non-standard analysis, analysis founded upon the Hyperial number system, i.e. which formally defines and uses infinitesimals, especially differentials. Non-standard appreciable, synonym of non-standard number. Non-standard dialect, any spoken variety variety of a language that deviates from the socially dominant or prestigious dialect. Non-standard dialects. Plural of non-standard dialect. Non-standard item. An item of supply that is not part of the regular, standardized inventory or procurement process. Non-standard items. Plural of non-standard item. Non-standard method. A method that is beyond the range of standard or traditional approaches, often involving introducing new concepts like infinitesimals or hyperreal numbers in order to solve difficult problems. Non-standard methods. Plural of non-standard method. Non-standard number. A hyperreal number which is a meta-real number. Non-standard numbers. Plural of non-standard number. Non-standard unit. A unit of measurement that is not part of a standardized system such as the International System of Units. Non-standard units. Plural of non-standard unit. Non-standard varieties. Plural of non-standard variety. Non-standard variety. Any form or dialect of a language that deviates from the established standard. Non-standardized. Alternative form of non-standardized. Non-standardization. A lack of standardization. Non-standardizations. Plural of non-standardization. Non-standardized. Unstandardized. Non-standardly. In a non-standard manner. Non-standardness. The state or condition of being non-standard. Non-standards. Plural of non-standard. Non-standard. Non-standard spelling of non-standard. Non-standards. Plural of non-standard. Non-standing. Not standing. Not remaining in force or status. Non-stanzaic. Not stanzaic. Non-staphylococcal. Not staphylococcal. Non-stable. Not
Invincible.
a staple good. Non-staple. Not staple. Non-staples. Plural of non-staple. Non-star. Someone who is not a star. Non-starch. A substance that is not a starch. Non-starch. Not starch. Non-starches. Plural of non-starch. Someone who is not a star. Non-starch. A substance that is not a starch. Non-starch. Not starch. Non-starches. Plural of non-starch. Non-starchy. Alternative spelling of non-starchy. Non-stardom. Lack of stardom or fame. Non-starred. Not marked with a star. Non-stars. Plural of non-star. Non-starter. A project that has no chance of success. Non-starters. Plural of non-starter. Non-starting. Not starting or unrelated to the starting of something. Non-starred. Not starred. Non-starving. Not starving. Non-state. Not constituting or belonging to a state. Not characterized by the institutional power or authority of an organized government. Non-state actor. An organization or other group whose behavior significantly affects political, economic, or strategic interactions between countries or major events within a country, but that is not itself a recognized country or a representative of a recognized country. Non-state actors.
Here we go.
Plural of non-state actor. Non-stated. Unstated. Non-stateful. Not stateful, stateless. Non-statement. That which is not a statement. Non-statements. Plural of non-statement. Non-states. Plural of non-state. Non-static. Not stag. Non-statin. Any drug that is not a statin. Non-statins. Plural of non-statin. Non-stationarities. Plural of non-stationarity. Non-stationarity. The condition of being non-stationary. Non-stationary. Not stationary. Non-statistical. Not statistical. Non-statistically. In a manner that is not statistical. Non-statistics. Not of or relating to statistics. Non-stato. Not stato. Non-stativs. Plural of non-stative. Non-status. Not recognized as having a particular status. Non-statutory. Not statutory. Non-steady. Not steady. Non-stake. Not stake. Non-stealing. Not stealing. Not committing theft. Non-stealth. Not employing stealth. Non-steam. Not of or pertaining to steam. Non-steamed. Not sterilized by the use of steam. Non-steatotic. Not steatotic. Non-steel. Not of or pertaining to steel. Non-stellar. Not stellar. Non-stem. Not of or pertaining to a stem. Non-stem. Not stemmed. Non-stenographic. Not stenographic. Non-stenotic. Not stenotic. Non-stereo. Not stereo. Non-stereogenic. Not stereogenic. Non-stereographic. Not stereographic. Non-stereosomeric. Not stereosomeric. Non-stereoscopic. Not stereoscopic. Non-stereoselective. Not stereoselective. Non-stereospecific. Not stereospecific. Non-stereospecifically. In a non-stereospecific manner. Non-stereotyped. Not stereotyped. Non-stereotypic. Not stereotypic. Non-stereotypical. Not stereotypical. Non-steric. Not steric. Non-sterile. Not sterile. Non-sterility. The condition of being non-sterile. Non-sterilizable. Not sterilizable. Non-sterilized. Unsterilized. Non-sterilizing. Not sterilizing. Non-steroid. A substance that is not a steroid. Non-steroidal.
Here we go.
That does not consist of or contain steroids. Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Any anti-inflammatory drug, such as aspirin or ibuprofen, that does not contain steroids. Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. Plural of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Non-steroidals. Plural of non-steroidal. Non-steroidogenic. Not steroidogenic. Non-steroids. Plural of non-steroid. Non-sterol. Any organic compound that is not a sterol but typically having a somewhat similar structure. Non-sterols. Plural of non-sterol. Non-stick. Resistant to sticking. Non-sticking. Resistant to sticking. Not adhesive. Non-sticky. Not sticky. Non-stiff. Not stiff. Non-stiffened. Not stiffened. Non-stiffening. Not stiff. Non-stigmatic. Not stigmatic. Non-stigmatization. Lack of stigmatization. Non-stigmatized. Not stigmatized. Non-stimulant. Any substance that is not a stimulant. Non-stimulants. Plural of non-stimulant. Non-stimulatable. Not stimulatable. Non-stimulated. Not stimulated. Non-stimulating. Not stimulating. Non-stimulation. Absence of stimulation. Failure to stimulate. Non-stimulative. Not stimulative. Non-stimulatory. That does not stimulate. Non-stipendiary. Not stipendiary. Non-stipitate. Not stipitate. Non-stipulated. Not stipulated. Non-stipulation. Absence of stipulation. Non-stochastic. Not stochastic. Non-stochastically. In a non-stochastic manner. Non-stock. Not issuing capital stock. Non-stocked. Not stock. Non-stockholder. One who is not a stockholder. Non-stockholders. Plural of non-stockholder. Non-stockholding. Without an ownership interest in a company's stock. Non-stoichiometric. Not stoichiometric. Non-stoichiometrical. Alternative form of non-stoichiometric. Non-stoichiometrically. In a non-stoichiometric manner. Non-stoichiometry. The condition of being in stoichiometric. Non-stolen. Not stolen. Non-stomal. Not stomal. Non-stomatal. Not stomatal. Non-stooping. Not requiring the user to stoop. Applied to a bricklayer's scaffold that rises in height to match the wall as it is built.
Here we go.
Non-stop. Without stopping. Without interruption or break. Non-stopped. Not stopped in various senses. Non-stopping. That does not stop. Non-stops. Plural of non-stop. Non-storability. The condition of being unstorable. Non-storable. Not capable of being stored. Non-storage. Not of or pertaining to storage. Non-store. Not of or pertaining to a store retail outlet. Non-stored. Not stored. Non-stories. Plural of non-story. Non-story. Something that is considered to be not a real story or not newsworthy. non-strabisme, not strabisme, non-straight, not straight devoid of curves or deviations, non-straightenable, not straightenable, non-straighten, not straighten, non-strain, not strain, not non-strange, not strange, non-stranger, one who is not a stranger, a familiar person, non-strangers, plural of non-stranger, non-strangulated, not strangulated, non-strategic, not strategic, not related to strategy, non-stratifiable, not stratifiable, non-stratified, not stratified, non-stratiform, not stratiform, non-stratospheric, not stratospheric,
Invincible.
non-stray, not stray, non-stream, not divided into academic streams, non-streaming, not transmitted by streaming, non-streamlined, not streamlined, non-strengthened, not strengthened, non-strenuous, not strenuous, non-streptococcal, not streptococcal, non-stress, the absence of stress. Non-stress test, a screening test used in pregnancy in which a cardiotachograph is used to monitor the fetal heart rate. Non-stress tests. Plural of non-stress tests. Non-stress, unstress. Non-stresses, plural of non-stress. Non-stressful, not stressful. Non-stressor, that which is not a stressor. Non-stressors, plural of non-stressor. Non-stretch, that does not stretch. Non-stretchable, not stretchable. Non-stretch, not stretch. Non-stretchy, not stretchy. Non-stride, not strike. Non-strided, not strided. Non-strict, alternative spelling of non-strict. Non-strike, not of or pertaining to a strike industrial action. Non-striker, alternative form of non-striker.
Here we go.
Non-striker. Plural of non-striker. Non-striking, not participating in a strike or work stoppage. Non-stringent, not stringent. Non-striked, not striked. Non-stroboscopic, not stroboscopic. Non-stromal. Not stromal. Non-stromatic, not stromatic. Non-strong, not strong. Non-structurable, of substances or compounds that cannot be organized into a definite structure or lack a fixed, regular arrangement. This may apply to amorphous solids, gels, or complex mixtures where molecular components do not exhibit a repeating, ordered pattern. Non-structural, not structural, not related to a structure. Non-structure, absence of structure. non-structured, not structured, non-student, a person, especially one in an educational establishment who is not a student. Non-students, plural of non-student. Non-study, not having been studied. Non-studio, not affiliated with movie studio. Non-studious, not studious. Non-study, not relating to an academic study. Non-study, not studying, not a student. Non-stupid, not stupid.
Invincible.
Non-stutterer, one who does not stutter. Non-stutterers, plural of non-stutterer. Non-stuttering, who does not stutter. Non-style, that which is not a style, lack of style. Non-styles, plural of non-style. Non-stylistic, not stylistic. Non-stylized, not stylized. Non-subcultural, not subcultural. Non-subdivided, not subdivided. Non-subducted, not subducted. Non-subducting, not subducting. Non-subject, that which is not a subject. Non-subjective, not subjective. Non-subjects, plural of non-subject. Non-submarine, not submarine. Non-submerged, not submerged. Non-submersible, not submersible. Non-submission, lack of submission, failure to submit. Non-submissive, not submissive. Non-submittal, synonym of non-submission. Non-submitter, one who fails to submit something, especially test scores when applying to a college. Non-submitters, plural of non-submitter. Non-subordinate, not subordinate. Non-subordinated, not subordinated. Non-subordinates, plural of non-subordinate. Non-subordinating.
Here we go.
Not subordinating. Non-subordination, absence of subordination. Non-subsample, not subsample. Non-subscriber, someone who is not a subscriber to a service. Non-subscribers, plural of non-subscriber. Non-subscribing, that does not subscribe to a belief, a periodical, etc. Non-subscripted, unsubscripted. Non-subscription, not based on or pertaining to a subscription. Non-subsective, not subsective. Non-subsidiary, not subsidiary. Non-subsidies, plural of non-subsidy. Non-subsiding, not subsiding. Non-subsidized, alternative spelling of non-subsidized. Non-subsidized, not subsidized. Non-subsidy, absence of subsidy, failure to subsidize something. Non-subsistence, not for the purpose of subsistence or keeping oneself alive. Non-substance, that which is not a substance. Non-substance, plural of non-substance. Non-substantial, not substantial, without substance. Non-substantialism, a philosophy opposing substantialism. Non-substantialist, not substantialist, non-substantiality,
Invincible.
the quality of being non-substantial, non-substantiation, lack of substantiation, failure to substantiate, non-substantive, not substantive, non-substitutability, the quality of being substitutable, non-substitutable, not substitutable, non-substituted, unsubstituted, non-substitution, lack of substitution, failure to substitute, non-substitutions, plural of non-substitution, non-substrate, not of or pertaining to a substrate, non-subtle, not subtle, non-substrate, not of or pertaining to a substrate, non-subtle, not subtle, non-subtraction, absence of subtraction, failure to subtract, non-subtractive, not subtractive, non-suburban, not suburban, non-subversive, not subversive, non-success, absence of success, failure, non-successes, plural of non-success, non-successful, not successful, non-succession, absence of succession, non-successive, not successive, not part of a succession, non-succulent, not succulent, non-succulence, plural of non-succulent, non-such, alternative spelling of non-such, non-suches, plural of non-such, non-sucrose, not of or pertaining to sucrose, non-suction, not involving or relating to suction, non-sectorial, not sectorial, non-suffering, not suffering, non-sufficiency, insufficiency, non-sufficient, insufficient, non-sufficiently, to a degree that is not sufficient, non-suffix, unsuffixed, suffixless, non-suffrage, not of or relating to suffrage, non-sugar, a substance that is not a sugar, non-sugared, unsugared, non-sugars, plural of non-sugar, non-sugary, not sugary, non-suggestible, not suggestible, non-suggestion, that which is not a suggestion, non-suggestions, plural of non-suggestion, non-suggestive, not suggestive, non-suicidal, not suicidal, non-suicide, not suicide, or not pertaining to suicide, non-suicides, plural of non-suicide, non-suing, not suing, non-cert, a lawsuit that is dismissed as having been brought without cause prior to an adjudication on the merits, non-suitability, lack of suitability, quality of being unsuitable, non-suitable, unsuitable, non-suit, not belonging or relating to a suite, non-suited, simple past and past participle of non-suit, non-suiting, present participle and gerund of non-suit, non-suits, plural of non-suit, non-sulcate, not sulcate, non-sulcate, sulfated, that has not been sulfated. Non-sulfhydryl, not of or pertaining to sulfhydryl. Non-sulfonylurea, not sulfonylurea. Non-sulfur, not of or pertaining to sulfur. Non-sulfurous, not sulfurous. Non-sulfur, alternative spelling of non-sulfur. Non-sulfurous, alternative spelling of non-sulfurous. Non-summability, the condition of being unsummable. Non-summable. That cannot be summed. Non-summative, not summative. Non-summativity, the state of a system that is not the sum of its parts. Non-summer, not of or pertaining to summer. Non-summons, the mode in which a tenant or defendant in a real action pleaded when the summons which followed the original was not served within the proper time. Non-summulated, not summulated. Non-superconducting, not superconducting. Non-superconductor, a material that is not a superconductor, especially a form of a material that is normally a superconductor. Non-superconductors, plural of non-superconductor. Non-superficial, not superficial, not merely on the surface. Non-superfluid, not superfluid. Non-superfluous, not superfluous. Non-super. Superheroes, non-superimposable, not superimposable. Non-superior, not superior. Non-supermarket, not of or pertaining to a supermarket. Non-supernatural, not supernatural. Non-supernatural, someone who does not believe in the supernatural. Non-supernaturalists, plural of non-supernatural. Non-superparamagnetic, not superparamagnetic. Non-superpower, a state that is not a superpower. Non-superpowers, plural of non-superpower. Non-superradiant, not superradiant. Non-supersonic, not supersonic. Non-superstar, one who is not a superstar. Non-superstars, plural of non-superstar. Non-superstitious, not superstitious. Non-supersymmetric, not supersymmetric. Non-supervised, not supervised. Non-supervisory, not of a supervisory character, not engaged in supervision. Non-supine, not supine. Non-supplementary, not supplementary. Non-supplemented. Not supplemented. Non-suppletive, not suppletive. Non-supplier, one who is not a supplier. Non-suppliers, full of non-supplier. Non-support, a lack of support. Non-supported, unsupported, without physical support. Non-supporter, one who is not a supporter. Non-supporters, plural of non-supporter. Non-supporting. Not supporting, Non-supportive. Not supportive. Non-supports. Plural of non-support. Non-suppositional. Not suppositional. Non-suppress. Not suppressed. Non-suppressibility. The property of not being is suppressible. Non-suppressible. Not suppressible. Non-suppression. Absence of suppression. Failure to suppress something. Non-suppressor. Not suppressor. Non-suppressor. That which does not suppress. Non-suppressors. Plural of non-suppressor. Non-suppurative. Not suppurative. Non-surcharge. Not surcharge. Non-surety. Insecurity. Non-surface. Not at or relating to the surface.
Here we go.
Non-surfactant. That which is not a surfactant. Non-surfactants. Plural of non-surfactant. Non-surgeon. One who is not. Not a surgeon. Non-surgeons. Plural of non-surgeon. Non-surgical. Being medical treatment that does not involve surgery, such as use of drugs or physical therapy. Non-surgically. In a non-surgical manner, not by means of surgery. Non-surjective. Not surjective. Non-surplus. Not surplus. Non-surprise. That which is not a surprise. Non-surprises. Plural of non-surprise. Non-surrealist. One who is not a surrealist. Non-surrealists. Plural of non-surrealists. Non-surrender. Lack of surrender, failure, or refusal to surrender something. Non-survey. Not of or pertaining to a survey. Non-survey. Not having been surveyed. Non-survivability. An absence of survivability. Non-survivable. Not survivable. Non-survival. Not of or pertaining to survival. Non-survive. That do not survive. Non-survivor. One who does not survive. Non-survivors. Plural of non-survivor. Non-susceptibility. The quality of not being susceptible. Non-susceptible. Not susceptible. Non-sushi. Not containing sushi. Non-suspect. One who is not a suspect. Non-suspects. Plural of non-suspect. Non-suspended. Not suspended. Non-suspends. Not suspense. Non-suspicious. Not suspicious. Non-sustainability. The condition of being unsustainable. Non-sustainable. Not sustainable. Non-sustained. Alternative form of unsustained. Non-sustaining. Not sustaining, having an end. Non-sustenance. Absence of sustenance. Non-suturable. That cannot be sutured. Non-sutural. Not sutural. Non-swan. That which is not a swan. Non-swans. Plural of non-swan. Non-swearer. One who does not swear. Non-swearers. Plural of non-swearer. Non-swearing. Not swearing, not making an oath. Non-sweating. Not sweating. Non-sweet. Not having a sweet taste. Non-swelling. Not swelling. Non-swimmer. One who is not a swimmer, who does not or cannot swim. Non-swimmers. Plural of non-swimmer. Non-swimming. Not of or pertaining to swimming.
Here we go.
Non-swinger. One who is not a swinger, who does not engage in sexual activity with several different partners. Non-swingers. Plural of non-swinger. Non-switch. Not involving a switch or substitution. Non-switchable. Unable to be switched. Non-switching. Not switching. Non-swollen. Unswollen. Non-sworn. Not bound by an oath. Non-syllabic. Not syllabic. Non-syllabics. Plural of non-syllabic. Non-syllogistic. Not syllogistic. Non-symbiotic. Not symbiotic. Non-symbiotically. In a way that is not symbiotic. Non-symbolic. Not symbolic. Non-symbolically. In a manner that is not symbolic. Non-symbolizing. Not symbolizing. Non-symmetric. Not symmetric, asymmetrical. Non-symmetrical. Not symmetrical. Non-symmetrically. In a non non-symmetric way. Non-symmetrizable. Not symmetrizable. Non-symmetrized. Not symmetrized remaining non-symmetric. Non-symorphic. Not symorphic. Non-sympathetic. Not sympathetic. Non-sympathizer. One who is unsympathetic. Non-sympathizers. Plural of non-sympathizer. Non-sympathy. Absence of sympathy. Non-sympatric. Not sympatric. Non-symphonic. Not symphonic. Non-symplectic. Not symplectic. Non-symptomatic. Not symptomatic. Non-symptomatologic. Not symptomatological. Non-synesthetic. Alternative spelling of non-synesthetic. Non-synaptic. Not synaptic. Non-synaptically. In a non-synaptic manner. Non-synaptosomal. Not synaptosomal. Non-sync. Relating to a soundtrack that is not synchronized with the picture, but played back from a separate medium. Non-synchronic. Not synchronic. Non-synchronized. Synonym of unsynchronized. Non-synchronizable. Not synchronizable. Non-synchronized. Alternative form of non-synchronized. Non-synchronous. Not synchronous. Non-syncopal. Not pertaining to or caused by syncope. Non-syncopated. Not syncopated. Non-syncretic. Not syncretic. Non-syndicate. not belonging or relating to a syndicate. Non-syndicated, not syndicated. Non-syndromic, not syndromic. Non-synergistic, not synergistic. Non-synesthetic, not synesthetic.
Here we go.
Non-synodic, not synodic. Non-synonymous, not synonymous. Non-synonymously, in a non-synonymous manner. Non-synonymy, the quality of not being synonymous. Non-synovial, not synovial. Non-syntactic, not syntactic. Non-syntactical, not syntactical. Non-syntaxin, any protein that is not a syntaxin. Non-syntaxins, plural of non-syntaxin. Non-syntenic. Not syntenic. Non-synthesized, alternative form of non-synthesized. Non-synthesized, not synthesized. Non-synthetase, not being or relating to synthetase. Non-synthetic, not synthetic. Non-synthetic, plural of non-synthetic. Non-syntonic, not syntonic. Non-syphilitic, not syphilitic. Non-system, that which is not a system. Non-systematic, not systematic. Non-systemic, not systemic. Non-systems, plural of non-system. Non-systolic, not systolic. Non-tab, not tab. Non-tabby, not tabby.
Invincible.
Non-taboo, not taboo. Non-tabular, not tabular. Non-tabulated. Not tabulated. Non-tackle, not involving tackles. Non-tactical, not tactical. Non-tactile, not tactile. Non-tag, not tagged. Non-tailored, not tailored. Non-tainted, not tainted. Non-takeover, not being or relating to a takeover. Non-talent, absence of talent. Non-talented, not talented. Non-talents, plural of non-talent. Non-talkative, not talkative. Non-talker, one who is not a talker, an untalkative person. Non-talkers, plural of non-talker. Non-talking, that does not talk. Non-tan, clipping of non-tan. Non-tangential, not tangential. Non-tangentially, in a manner that is not tangential. Non-tangible, intangible. Non-tangibles, plural of non-tangible. Non-tango, not tangle. Non-tangling, not forming tangles. Non-tanning, not tannin. Non-tannin, any substance that is not a tannin. Non-tannins, plural of non-tannin. Non-tans, plural of non-tan. Non-tape, that is not, or does not involve, a tape. Non-taped, not recorded on tape. Non-tapered, not tapered. Non-tapered, not tapetal. Non-target, that is not a target. Non-targetable, that cannot be targeted. Non-targeted, not targeted. Non-targeting, not targeting a particular substrate. Non-targets, plural of non-target. Non-tariff, not involving the imposition of a tariff in the form of a tax or duty, of a restriction to trade. Non-tarnish, that does not tarnish. Non-tarnishable, not able to be tarnished. Non-tarnishing, that does not tarnish. Non-taster, a person who is, by genetic makeup, unable to taste phenylthiocarbamide. Non-tasters, plural of non-taster. Non-tasting, unable, because of one's genetic makeup, to taste phenylthiocarbamide. Non-tasted, synonym of untasted. Non-tattooed, not tattooed. Non-tautological, not tautological. Non-tautomeric, not tautomeric. Non-tautomerizable.
Invincible.
Not tautomerizable. Non-tax, any fee, assessment, etc. that is not a tax. Non-taxability, the condition of not being taxable. Non-taxable, not subject to being taxed. Non-taxables, plural of non-taxable. Non-taxation, not of or pertaining to taxation. Non-taxes, plural of non-tax. Non-taxing, not imposing a tax. Non-taxonomic, not taxonomic. Non-taxpayer, one who is not a taxpayer. Non-taxpayers, plural of non-taxpayer. Non-taxpaying, not taxpaying. Non-teachable, not teachable. Non-teacher, one who is not a teacher. Non-teachers, plural of non-teacher. Non-teaching, that does not teach. Non-teach, not teach. Non-team, not involving a team. Non-teams, plural of non-team. Non-tech, non-technology. Non-techie, a person who is not a techie. Non-techies, plural of non-techie. Non-technical. Not technical. Non-technically, in a non-technical manner. Non-technique, lack of technique. Non-technocratic, not technocratic. Non-technological, not technological. Non-technology, not of or pertaining to technology. Non-tectonic, not tectonic. Non-tedious, not tedious. Non-teenage, not teenage. Non-teetotaler, one who is not a teetotaler. Non-teetotalers, plural of non-teetotaler. non-telegraphic, not telegraphic, non-telemetric, not telemetric, non-teleological, not teleological, non-telos, not telos, non-telepath, one who is not a telepath, non-telepathic, not telepathic, non-telepaths, plural of non-telepath, non-telephonic, not telephonic, non-telescopic, not telescopic, non-telescoping, not telescoping, non-television, that is not or does not relate to television, non-televisual, not televisual, non-tele, not tele, non-tellurium, not of or pertaining to tellurium, non-telomeric, not telomeric, non-temperate, not temperate, non-tempering, describing a cocoa butter substitute or the chocolate substitute made from it that does not require tempering, heating, and controlled cooling. Non-template, not functioning as a template in DNA replication. Non-templated, not templated. Non-templatized, not templatized. Non-temple, not of or pertaining to a temple. Non-temporal, not temporal. Non-temporally, in a non-temporal manner. Non-temporary, not temporary. Non-temporizing, not temporizing. Non-tenancy, lack of tenancy, the state of being uninhabited. Non-tenant, one who is not a tenant. Non-tenants, plural of non-tenant. Non-tender, to fail to tender a contract to a player. Non-tender, simple past and past participle of non-tender. Non-tendering, present participle and gerund. Non-tender. Non-tenders, third person singular simple present indicative of non-tender. Non-tennis, not of or pertaining to the sport of tennis. Non-tensile, not tensile. Non-tension, not tension. Non-tensorial, not tensorial. Non-tent, online content or media that is boring, low effort, meaningless, or otherwise valueless. Non-tenure, a defendant's plea that he/she did not hold the land as a firm. Non-tenure, not possessing tenure. Non-tenurial, not tenurial. Non-teratogenic,
Here we go.
not teratogenic. Non-teratoi, not teratoi. Non-teratomatus, not teratomatus. Non-term, that which is not a term. Non-terminal, alternative spelling of non-terminal. Non-terminal symbol, alternative spelling of non-terminal symbol. Non-terminal symbols, plural of non-terminal. Symbol, non-terminally, in a non-terminal manner. Non-terminals, plural of non-terminal. Non-terminated, not terminated without an end. Non-terminating, that does not terminate, unending. Non-termination, failure to terminate. Non-terminative, not terminative. Non-terminological, not terminological. Non-terms. Plural of non-term. Non-ternary. Not ternary. Non-terpenoid. Any organic compound that is not a terpenoid. Non-terpenoids. Plural of non-terpenoid. Not Antares. Antares. Non-terrestrial. Not terrestrial. Non-terrestrials. Plural of non-terrestrial. Non-terrible. Not terrible. Decent. Acceptable. Non-territorial. Not territorial. Non-territoriality. Absence of territoriality. Non-terror. Not of or pertaining to terrorism. Non-terrorism. Not of or pertaining to terrorism. Non-terrorist. One who is not a terrorist. Non-terroristic. Not terroristic. Non-terrorists. Plural of non-terrorists. Non-tertiary. Not tertiary. Non-des. Not being or pertaining to a test or example. Non-testamentary. Not testamentary. Non-tested. Not tested. Non-testicular. Not testicular. Non-testimonial. Not testimonial. Non-tethered. Not tether. Non-tetragonal. Not tetragonal. Non-tetrahedral. Not tetrahedral. Non-tetrapod. Not tetrapod. Non-tetrapods. Plural of non-tetrapod. Non-dex. Not dex. Non-textile. Not of or pertaining to textiles. Non-textual. Not textual. Non-textualism. A legal theory that rejects textualism. Non-textualist. An adherent of non-textualism. A legal theorist who is not a textualist. Non-textualists. Plural of non-textualists. Non-textually. In a non-textual manner. Non-texture. Untextured. Non-dabary.
Here we go.
A province of Thailand. Non-thalamic. Not thalamic. Non-thallium. Not a thallium. Non-theater. Not of or pertaining to the theater where drama is performed. Non-theatrical. Not theatrical. Non-theatricals. Plural of non-theatrical. Non-that. Not of or pertaining to theft. Non-theism. Any of range of concepts regarding spirituality and religion which do not include the idea of a deity in the form of a theistic god or gods. Non-theisms. Plural of non-theism. Manvitus. One who is not a theist, an atheist. Non-theistic. Not believing in any gods. Non-theistically. In a non-theistic way or manner. Non-theists. Plural of non-theist. Non-thematic. Not thematic. Non-thematically. In a non-thematic manner, not thematically. Non-thematizable. Not thematizable. Non-thematize. Not thematized. Non-theological. Not theological. non-theologically, in a non-theological manner. Non-theorem, that which is not a theorem. Non-theoremhood, the quality of theorem. Non-theorems, plural of non-theorem. Non-theoretical, not theoretical. Non-theoretically, in a non-theoretical
Invincible.
manner. Non-theories, plural of non-theory. Non-theorists, one who is not a theorist. Non-theorists, plural of non-theorists. Non-theory, that which is not a theory. Non-theosophical, not theosophical. Non-therapeutic, not therapeutic. Non-therapeutic abortion. An abortion not required for medical reasons. Non-therapeutic abortions, plural of non-therapeutic abortion. Non-therapeutical, alternative form of non-therapeutic. Non-therapy, not therapy. Non-thermal, not thermal. Non-thermalized, not thermalized. Non-thermally. In a non-thermal way. Non-thermionic, not thermionic. Non-thermonuclear, not thermonuclear. Non-thermophile, an organism that is not a thermophile. Non-thermophiles, plural of non-thermophile. Non-thermophilic. Not thermophilic. Non-thesis, not being or relating to a thesis. Non-thespian, one who is not a thespian. Non-thespians, plural of non-thespian. Non-thetic, not thetic. Non-thickened, not thickened. Non-thickening, not thickening. Non-phenapyridine, any antiplatelet drug that is not a phenapyridine. Non-phenapyridines, plural of non-phenapyridine. Non-thin, not thin. Not there, that which is not a thing. Non-things, plural of non-thing. Non-thinker, one who is not a thinker. Non-thinkers, plural of non-thinker. Non-thinking, done without forethoughts. Non-thirsty, not thirsty. Non-thixotropic, not thixotropic. Non-thoracic, not thoracic. Non-thorium, not of or pertaining to thorium. Non-thoroughbred, not thoroughbred. Non-thought, that which is not a thought. Absence of thinking. Non-thoughts, plural of non-thought. Non-threaded, not threaded. Something that does not pose a threat. Absence of thinking. Non-thoughts, plural of non-thought. Non-threaded, not threaded. Non-threat, something that does not pose a threat. Non-threatened, not threatened. Non-threatening, not threatening, not presenting a threat. Non-threateningly, in a way that is not threatening. Non-threats, plural of non-threat. Non-thrombin, not relating to thrombin. Non-thrombocytopenic, not thrombocytopenic. Non-thromboembolic, not thromboembolic. Non-thrombogenic, not thrombogenic. Non-thrombogenicity, the condition of being non-thrombogenic. non-thrombolytic, not thrombolytic, non-thrombolized, not thrombolized, non-thrombosed, not thrombosed. Non-thrombotic, not thrombotic, non-throwing, not throwing or not involved in the act of throwing. Non-thrust, not of or pertaining to thrust. Non-thymic, not thymic. Non-thymomatous, not thymomatous. Non-thyroid, not thyroid. Non-thyroidal, not thyroidal. Non-ticket, not of or relating to tickets. Non-ticketed, unticketed. Non-ticking, that does not produce a ticking sound. Non-tidal, not tidal. Non-tier, lacking tiers or organized ranks. Non-tile, not tile. Non-tillable, not tillable. Non-tilted, not tilted. Non-timber, not of or pertaining to timber. Non-timber, untimber. Non-time, not of or pertaining to time. Non-time, not timed. Non-tin, not of or pertaining to tin. Non-tippable. Not tippable. Non-tipped, not receiving tips in the normal course of work. Non-tipper, one who does not leave tips or gratuities. Non-tippers, plural of non-tipper. Non-tipping, not offering tips gratuities. Non-tissue, not of or pertaining to tissues of the body. Non-titaniferous, not titaniferous. Non-titanium, not of or pertaining to titanium. Non-titanosauriform, any dinosaur that is not a titanosauriform. Non-titanosauriforms, plural of non-titanosauriform. Non-tidal, not of or pertaining to a title. Non-tidal, without a title. Non-titratable, not titratable. Non-titular, not titular. Non-toasted, untoasted. Non-tobacco, not tobacco, unrelated to tobacco. Non-toilet, not relating to toilets. Non-token, one who or that which is not a token. Non-tokens, plural of non-token. Non-tolerance, lack of tolerance, failure or inability to tolerate. Non-tolerant, not tolerant. Non-tolerated, not tolerated. Non-toleration, lack of toleration, failure or inability to tolerate. Non-tolerogenic, not tolerogenic. Non-tonal, not tonal. Non-tonic, not tonic. Non-toothed, without teeth. Non-topical.
Invincible.
Not topical, not of current contemporary interest. Non-topicality, absence of topicality, the property of not being topical. Non-topographic, not topographic. Non-topographical, not topographical. Non-topographically, in a non-topographic manner. Non-topological, not topological. logical, non-tornadic, not tornadic, non-toroidal, not toroidal, non-torbid, not torbid, non-torsional, not torsional, non-tort, not being or pertaining to a tort, non-tortuous, not tortuous, non-tortuous, not tortuous, non-total, not total, non-totalitarian, not totalitarian, non-totemic, not totemic, non-totient, an integer that is never a value of Euler's totient function, non-totients, plural of non-totient, non-touchdown, not being or not relating to a touchdown, non-touching, that do not touch, non-Turing, not Turing, non-tourism, not of or pertaining to tourism, non-tourist, one who is not a tourist, non-touristic, not touristic, non-tourists, plural of non-tourist, non-touristy, not touristy, non-tournament, not of or pertaining to a tournament, non-tower, not equipped with a control tower, non-toxic, not toxic, not poisonous, non-toxicity, the state or condition of being non-toxic, non-toxics, plural of non-toxic, non-toxigenic, not toxigenic, non-trace, not merely a trace amount, non-traceable, not traceable, non-trace, not traced, non-tracheal, not tracheal, non-trackable, trackable, non-tracked, not tracked or monitored, non-traction, not involving or not relating to traction, non-tractional, not tractional, non-tradable, not tradable, non-tradables, plural of non-tradable, non-tray, not of or tractional, not tractional, non-tradable, not tradable, non-tradables, plural of non-tradable, non-tray, not of or pertaining to trade, non-tradable, alternative form of non-tradable, non-traded, not traded, non-trademark, not trademark, non-trader, one who is not a trader, non-traders, plural of non-trader, non-trading, not trading, non-traditional, not traditional, not related to tradition, untraditional, non-traditional student, in a college or university, a student who does not enroll immediately after graduating high school, works full-time or part-time during their enrollment, or is financially independent. Non-traditional students, plural of non-traditional student, non-traditionalist, one who is not a traditionalist, non-traditionalistic, not traditionalistic, non-traditionalists, plural of non-traditionalists, non-traditionality, the condition of being non-traditional, non-traditionally, in a non-traditional way, non-traditionalness, synonym of non-traditionality, non-traffic, not of or pertaining to traffic, non-tragic, not tragic, non-trailing, not trailing, non-train, not of or pertaining to trains, rail vehicles, non-trainable, untrainable, non-trained, untrained, non-trans, not trans, transgender or transsexual, non-transactional, not transactional, non-transcendent, not transcendent, non-transcendental, not transcendental, non-transcendentally, in a non-transcendental manner, non-transcribed, not transcribed, non-transcriptional, not transcriptional, non-transcriptionally, in a non-transcriptional manner, non-transduce, not transduced, non-transsexual, uncommon form of non-transsexual, non-transfected, not transfected, non-transferability, the quality of not being transferable, non-transferable, not transferable, not able to be transferred, non-transferably, in a non-transferable manner, non-transferable, alternative spelling of non-transferable, non-transformable, not transformable, non-transformational, not transformational, non-transformative, not transformative, non-transformed, not transformed, non-transforming, not transforming, non-transfused, not transfuse, non-transgender, not transgender, cisgender, non-transgendered, not transgendered, non-transgenic, not transgenic, non-transgression, lack of transgression, acts that do not transgress, non-transgressions, plural of non-transgression, non-transgressive, not transgressive, non-transient, not transient, non-transistorized, not transistorized, non-transit, not of or pertaining to transit, non-transition, not of or pertaining to a transition, non-transitional, not transitional, non-transitioning, not transitioning, non-transitive, not transitive, intransitive, non-transitively, in a non-transitive manner, non-transitory, not transitory, non-translated, not translated, non-translational, not translational, non-translocated, not translocated, translocating, not translocating, non-translocation, lack of translocation, non-translocations, plural of non-translocation, non-translucency, quality of mapping, being translucent, not translucent, non-transmissibility, the condition of being non-transmissible, non-transmissible, not transmissible, non-transmission, absence of transmission, failure to transmit, non-transmissive, not transmissive, non-transmittable, not transmittable, non-transmitted, not transmitted, non-transmitting, not transmitting, non-transmural, not transmural, non-transnational, not transnational, non-transparency, the property of being transparent, non-transparent, not transparent, lacking transparency, opaque, non-transparently, done in a non-transparent fashion or manner, non-transplant, not subject to a transplant, non-transplantation, not relating to transplantation, non-transplanted, synonym of untransplanted, non-transportable, not transportable, non-transportation, not of or pertaining to transportation, non-transported, not transported, non-transposing, not transposing, non-transposition, lack of transposition, failure to transpose, non-transpositions, plural of non-transposition, non-transsexual, not transsexual, non-transsexuals, plural of non-transsexual, non-transuranic, not transuranic, non-transversal, not transversal, non-transversality, the papio that being transversal, non-transverse, not transverse, non-trapezoidal, not trapezoidal, non-trapping, that does not cause or involve trapping, non-trauma, not exhibiting or not relating to trauma, non-traumatic, alternative form of non-traumatic, non-traumatized, alternative form of non-traumatized, non-traumatized, not affected by trauma, non-travel, not of or pertaining to travel, non-traveler, one who is not a traveler, non-travelers, plural of non-traveler, non-traveling, not traveling, non-traversability, the condition of being non-traversable, non-traversable, not traversable, non-traversing, not traversing, non-treasonable, not treasonable, non-treasonous, not treasonous, non-treasure, something or someone that is not a treasure, non-treasures, plural of non-treasure, non-treasury, not of or pertaining to a treasury or treasury, non-treated, not treated, treated, non-treatment, lack or absence of medical treatment, non-treatments, treasury or treasury, non-treated, not treated, untreated, non-treatment, lack or absence of medical treatment, non-treatments, plural of non-treatment, non-treaty, not of or relating to a treaty, non-tree, that which is not a tree plant, non-trees, plural of non-tree, non-tremulous, not tremulous, non-trending, not trending, non-trendy, not trendy, unfashionable, non-trepidable, not trepidable, non-trespass, refraining from trespassing, non-trespasser, one who is not a trespasser, non-trespassers, plural of non-trespasser, non-trespassing, not trespassing, non-triadic, not triadic, non-trial, not of or pertaining to a Initial trial. Non-triangular. Not triangular. Non-triangulated. Not triangulated. Non-tribal. Not tribal. Non-tribally. In a manner that is not tribal. Non-tribesman. One who is not a tribesman. Non-tribesman. Plural of non-tribesmen. Non-tributary. Not tributary. Non-tricyclic. Not tricyclic. Non-tri. Not tried as a legal case. Non-trier. One who has not tried something such as a product or a recreational drug. Non-triers. Plural of non-trier. Non-triggering. That does not trigger an event or condition. Non-trigonal. Not trigonal. Non-trigonometric. Not trigonometric. Non-trigonometrical. Not trigonometrical. Non-trilobite. Any organism that is not a trilobite. Non-trilobites. Plural of non-trilobite. Non-trinitarian. One who rejects or does not subscribe to the doctrine of the Holy Trinity. Such a person may be Christian or non-Christian. Most Christian denominations are Trinitarian. Non-Trinitarianism. The religious belief that rejects the Christian concept of the Trinity. Non-Trinitarians. Plural of non-Trinitarian. Non-triumph. An event that is not a triumph. Non-trios. Plural of non-triumph. Non-trivial. Not trivial. Non-trivial solution. Any other answers apart from x equals 0 to the linear system ax equals 0, signifying linear dependence of the linear system. Non-trivial solutions. Plural of non-trivial solution. Non-trivialities. Plural of non-triviality. Non-triviality. The condition to be non-trivial. Non-trivially. In a non-trivial manner. Non-tronite. An iron-rich clay, mineral of the Montmorillonite group. Non-tronites. Plural of non-tronite. Non-trophic. Not trophic. Non-trophoblastic. Not trophoblastic. Non-tropical. Alternative form of non-tropical. Non-trouble. Not troubled. Non-troublesome. Not troublesome. Non-traverses. Plural of non-traverse. Non-traversy. A supposed controversy that does not exist or is of little importance. Non-trucker. One who is not a trucker. Non-truckers. Plural of non-trucker. Non-true. Not true. Non-trump. Any car that is not a trump. Non-trumps. Plural of non-trump. Non-truncated. Not truncated. Non-trunk. Not operating as a trunk. Non-trunk. Not trunked. Non-trusted. Not trusted. Non-trustee. One who is not a trustee. Non-trustees. Plural of non-trustee. Non-trustworthy. Not trustworthy. Non-true. That which is not true. A lie or falsehood. Non-truthful. Not truthful. Non-truths. Plural of non-truth. Non-trypsinized. Not trypsinized. Non-triptych. not tryptic, non-tsunamigenic, not tsunamigenic, non-tubal, not tubal, non-tubercular, not tubercular, non-tuberculate, not tuberculate, non-tuberculosis, not of or pertaining to tuberculosis, non-tuberculous, not tuberculous, non-tubular, not tubular, non-tuition, not of or pertaining to tuition, non-tumescent, not tumescent, non-tumor, non-tumoral, non-tumoral, not tumoral, non-tumorigenic, not tumorigenic, non-tumorous, not tumorous, non-tumorigenic, alternative form of non-tumorigenic, non-turd, not turn, non-tungsten, not of or pertaining to tungsten, non-tunnel, not tunnel, non-tunnel, not tunnel, non-tupal, in groups of 9, non-turbiditic, not turbiditic, non-turbulence, quality of not being turbulent, non-turbulent, not turbulent, non-turreted, without any turret, turretless, non-turtle, not of or relating to a turtle, non-tutor, one who is not a tutor, non-tutor, not tutored, chiefly not having received personal tuition above and beyond the teaching of a class, non-tutorial, not tutorial, non-tutors, plural of non-tutor, non-twin, any individual who is not a twin, non-twin, not twin, non-twins, plural of non-twin, non-twist, that does not easily twist, non-twisted, not twisted, non-twisting, that does not twist, non-tympanic, not tympanic, non-typable, not typable, non-typable, not typable, non-typhoid, not typhoid, non-typhoidal, not typhoidal, non-typical, not typical, non-typicality, the condition of being non-typical, non-typically, in a manner that is not typical, non-typicalness, the quality of not being typical, non-typist, one who is not a typist, non-typists, plural of non-typists, non-typographic, not typographic, non-typographical, not typographical, non-tyrannical, not tyrannical, non-ubiquitinated, not ubiquitinated, non-ubiquitous, not ubiquitous, non you, misspelling of non-nude, non-ulcer, not an ulcer, non-ulcerated, not ulcerated, non-ulcerative, not ulcerative, non-ulcerous, not ulcerate, non-neolisonic, relating to a non-neolisonic acid or a derivative, non-neolisonic acid, any of a group of acidic ketose derivatives, such as sialic acid, that have 9 carbon atoms in the backbone. Non-ulosonic acids, plural of non-ulosonic acid. Non-ultrafiltrable, not ultrafiltrable. Non-ultrasonic, not ultrasonic. Non-ultrasound, not of pertaining to or employing ultrasound. Non-ultrastructural, not ultrastructural. Non-ultraviolet, not ultraviolet. Non-umbilic, not umbilic. Non-umbilical, not umbilical. Non-umbilicate, not umbilicate. Non-unanimous, not unanimous. Non-unary, not unary. Non-MCA, documents. Non-undergraduate, one who is not an undergraduate. Non-undergraduates, plural of non-undergraduate. Non-underground, not underground, hidden or secretive, overt, public, mainstream. Non-underlined. Not underlined. Non-underserved, not underserved. Non-understandability, alternative form of non-understandability. Non-understandable, not understandable. Non-understanding, absence of understanding or comprehension. Non-understandingly, without understanding. Non-understood. Not understood. Non-underwater, not underwater. Non-undoable, not undoable, impossible to undo. Non-undulating, not undulating. Non-undulatory. Not undulatory. Manunazio, matunazio, mildiaxio. Non-unidimensional, not unidimensional. Non-unidirectional, not unidirectional. Non-unifiable, not unifiable. Non-unify, not unify. Non-uniform, not uniform. Non-uniform polynomial time, the class of decision problems solvable by a family of polynomial-sized Boolean circuits. Non-uniform polynomial times, plural of non-uniform polynomial time. Non-uniform, not wearing a uniform in the course of one's duties. Non-uniformitarian, not uniformitarian.
Here we go.
Non uniformities, plural of non-uniformity. Non-uniformity, the condition of being non-uniform. Non-uniformly, in a non-uniform manner. Non-uniformness, quality of being non-uniform. Non-unilateral, not unilateral. Non-unimodal, not unimodal. Non-unimodality, the condition of being non-unimodal. Non-unimodular, not unimodular. Non-union, not part of a labor union, not unionized. Non-unionized, alternative spelling of non-unionized. Non-unionism, lack of unionism, absence of support for a union or trade union. Non-unionist, one who is not a unionist. Non-unionists, plural of non-unionists. Non-unionized, Not unionized, lacking union representation. Non-unions, plural of non-union. Non-unique, not unique. Non-uniquely, in a non-unique manner.